Mouse, King Jules, Hugger Bird, anybody want the word, want the flow, anything that you love it. Basically, 147. And we got some content for you real quick. I'm gonna be back with the commentary later. Please really like it. Appreciate it. Do like and comment, subscribe, share, and then I'll catch the best on my other pocket. Throw 2 minutes in the air. Let's go.
That you already know the rules. When you come in my house, take off those shoes. It's super violate that like button. It don't cost nothing for you to show love. And while you at it, make sure you hit the notification bell. Y'all already know the game is rigged and they playing with my channel, suppressing my numbers. So y'all got to come hard to keep us afloat. Now, with that being said, shall we begin? Shall we begin? Sometimes you got to listen. Listen to what people saying. Listen carefully.
And now Suge trying to say that me and Puffy are lovers, and that me and Puffy are lovers, bro. Really? That's how low you want to go, Suge? Me and Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro. That's on the dead homies, bro. Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro. What? That's what Suge trying to say. Now, anyway, Suge's disappointed me. It let me know that Suge's a complete cunt. I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back. And unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to, like, disrespect the agency and say that I'm doing. No, I'm not. And if you're not, the agency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you do, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the agency, bro, they gonna take me, bro.
Wow.
If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole agency team questioning, like, what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one. Should okay. Remember, all right. I'm only gonna say this. I don't want to talk. I don't want to say too much. Okay.
Just for the record, straight men don't run with gay men, especially coming from our era. Straight men do not. Well, then again, see, the industry is something totally different. But he got a Ray J. He has a gay gang called the Gagency.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news show. It's called The Reality Check. Me and Amber Rose just closed a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I started being taken. And taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. Viral. And guess what? Niggas thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons. When they come pressing them.
You got into it with his sons because you was talking about Diddy. There's no alleged to that. We all heard you. You's a liar. We all heard you and they heard you too. Because you said that dealing with the topic of Diddy, not Suge. So now that you done, that somebody done put the pressure on you and you recanting your statement, now you switching it over to Suge. You was talking to Diddy. Stop lying.
Like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. And I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge taking niggas, not Diddy. Suge is a big taker for men, bro. I mean, a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to, bro, and females.
And females. So you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You used to go to the store to get large sticks of butter so Suge Knight could do the same thing Diddy is being charged with in jail with right now. That's what you used to do. And you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you actually went to the store knowing what you was going to get the butter for so Suge could do that to other men and women? Come on, my nigga. You got to listen to people carefully.
It's crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that, but since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say something, well, you know I got a lot of gay friends, and you know the gay community supports me, so you know, like, I'm bulletproof unless my at home, and if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest, gayest niggas out, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw it's bad to be gay when you know that, bro, it's crazy, bro. But we know what holds you like. Knows everything, bro. Like, forget being gay, you was like nose. You was like ear, nigga. I don't know what that's called. The ear? What sexuality is that? Ear sexual? Ear. A nosal sexual? Because that's what it is. Because niggas is giving niggas titles just because they doing play. That's the play they chose. Shout out to Tarad and shout out to Dumpin' D. Them niggas is doing play every day and having a good time. I can't be there though. Not because it's funky in here. Not because it's a funky room. Just because I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I don't know how funky the room get with niggas getting rammed in that cucumber. I hate when niggas send these gay comments acting like it's gonna make me mad because you calling me gay. Nigga, I got a lot of gay friends. When they see the gay comments come in, do they get excited? Probably. Do I get excited? No, I chuckle. But if you ever disrespect me in front of my gay friends, I can't help you, bro. Them niggas will take you, bro. Like Suge took niggas. Suge, like, yo, and I'm going to say this one thing and I'm going to stop, right? And then I want y'all to clip this. Suge used to take niggas, right? I used to go upstairs. Like, I don't know if you saw Pulp Fiction, but when Ving Rhames, they tied the nigga up, they had the ball in the nigga mouth, they had him in the chair, and then the nigga came down, right? That's the kind of Suge did to niggas. And you know, it's crazy because Suge had this other thing, it's called handlebars. He used to strap it onto the nigga, and then they got the handlebars like you riding on the bike. Think about it, like a waist trainer, and then the handlebars on the side. Then he used to grab the handlebars and then take the niggas, bro. Like, we'll be right back. More Suge Knight. You are not my friend. You're not my family. You have disrespected the gay community. You disrespected me by saying false stories, and I'm gonna just tell the truth, bro. I've never.
So it's safe to say that Ray J was friends with Suge Knight after he witnessed Suge strap on bicycle handlebars on men's backs and took their Dunkin' Donuts, they chocolate, who? Heal up, wheel up, bring it back, come. So you used to walk in on Suge Knight piping dudes down, and he was viciously taking it from them, is what you're saying. And it took for him to expose you and what you was doing with Diddy, allegedly, for you to stop being friends with a man that was that much of a savage. So in the court of law, usually when things like this happens, they say that you was aided and abetting. So it's safe to say that, right? Because by you exposing Suge, you just exposed yourself. But Who am I to judge? Let me know what y'all feel in the comment section. Is Ray J just as guilty as Suge Knight and Diddy? This is why I warn y'all about the industry. You can't serve two masters. A lot of y'all want to be in that music industry so bad, and God is stopping you. You're praying for what you think is a blessing, but it's really a curse. That music industry is one of the most evilest places on earth. This is why God is not answering your prayer. It is what it is. Let me know in the comment section. Is Ray J guilty of the same crimes that he's committing or he's accusing Suge of? I mean, word on the street, Ray J, is that you played a big part in what happened to Whitney Houston, allegedly. But it is what it is. Hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe button, and pay attention to your circle before they hurt you. Because they smile in your face all the while. They want to take your place. Them backstabbers. I'm out.
Lovers, bro. That's one of dead homies, bro. Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
That's what Suge trying to say. Now, anyway, Suge's disappointed me. It let me know that Suge's a complete cunt. I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean ass. Unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to, like, disrespect the gay agency and say that I'm doing gay shit when you know I'm not. And if you're not, the gay agency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the gay agency, bro, they gonna take me, bro. If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole gay agency team questioning like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one, Suge. Suge, okay. Remember, all right, I'm only gonna say this because I don't want to talk. I don't want to say too much. The gay agency here. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news show. It's called The Reality Check. Me and Amber Rose just closed a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I said asses are being taken. Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. That shit went viral. And guess what? Niggas thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come pressing me. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. Nigga, I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge taking niggas, not Diddy. Suge is a big ass raper taker for men, bro. I mean, a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up niggas' ass and fuck them, bro. And females. It was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me, when you know I got a lot of gay friends and you know the gay community supports me. So, you know, like I'm bulletproof unless my dick been in that hole. And if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest, gayest niggas out, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was fucking bitches in the ass, niggas in the ass, bitches in the ear, the nose, everything, bro. Like, forget being gay. You was like nose. You was like ear, nigga. I don't know what that's called. Fucking people in the ear? What sexuality is that? Ear sexual?
Ears.
A motherfucking a nososexual?
She's aware. That's what it is.
Because that's what it is. Because niggas is getting ass play. That's the play they chose. Shout out to Tarad and shout out to Dumpin' D. Them niggas is doing ass play every day and having a good time. I can't be there though. Not because it's funky in there. Not because it's a funky room. Just because I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how funky the room get with niggas getting rammed in their ass with a cucumber. I hate when niggas send these gay comments to my shit acting like it's gonna make me mad because you calling me gay. Nigga, I got a lot of gay friends. When they see the gay comments come in, do they get excited? Probably. Do I get excited? No, I chuckle. But if you ever disrespect me in front of my gay friends, I can't help you, bro. Them niggas will take you, bro. Like Suge took niggas. Suge, like, yo, and I'm gonna say this one thing and I'm gonna stop, right? And then I want y'all to clip this. Suge used to take niggas, right? I used to go upstairs. Like, I don't know if you saw Pulp Fiction, but when Ving Rhames, they tied the nigga up, they had the ball in the nigga mouth, they had him in the chair, and then the nigga came down, right? That's the kind of shit Suge did to niggas. And you know, it's crazy because Suge had this other thing, it's called handlebars. He used to strap it onto the nigga, and then they got the handlebars like you riding on the bike. Think about it, like a waist trainer, and then the handlebars on the side. Then he used to grab the handlebars and then take the niggas, bro. Like, we'll be right back. More Suge Knight. You are not my friend. You're not my family. You have disrespected the gay community. You disrespected me by saying false stories, and I'm gonna just tell the truth, bro. I've never seen a bigger homosexual than Suge Knight. He is an ass lover.
Reggie, I just wanted to see if you saw this video that Ray J did overnight where he's going in on Suge, and if you had any thoughts or reactions to it.
You know what? I'm on the phone right now with Wack. I'm about to merge him here because we were just on the phone laughing about it. What up, Wack? I got your boy John right quick.
Yo, listen. Now here goes the thing. Here goes the distaste for me. I've been saying and hinting at all these things for many, many moons, and everybody want to act like they didn't hear me. Nobody wanted to chime in and say, Wack ain't bullshitting, Suge better leave him alone. So now when y'all get mad, now y'all want to start exposing the truth about things. And I told y'all, I said, y'all gonna let him bite you, and then you gonna get, why you want to wait to get bit when we can neutralize the dog now?
Yeah, I kept trying to defend it. You know I've been trying to defend it.
Ray J with the butter. I'm surprised he ain't brought C-Styles on there and talked about.
You mean Little C-Styles?
Little C-Styles,
not Big C-Styles,
19th Street, and talked about them two dudes Suge used to make perform oral copulation on it. It's coming next because he running around with Ray J every day. Ray J ain't lying.
I'm saying the name wrong. It's Baby C-Styles.
Baby
saying the name. Yeah, Baby C-Styles.
Little C-Styles, I think, is in the joint.
Yeah, that's my boy. I talk to him about once a month.
Baby C-Styles. So here goes the thing. Me and you both know Ray J stayed in a few of them penthouses in them condos. Me and you both know. Hold on. Me and you both know Ray J was slamming dick and Suge fake baby mama. We ain't gonna even say her name. We're not gonna say her name. Right? Me and you both know Suge found out. Ray J kept it real and told him, like, nigga, this
I made him tell it. Yeah.
Right? Me and you both know Suge had this goddamn parquet butter fetish, sticks of butter. Y'all done seen 2-3 women run up out of the penthouse in the row calling him a sick fuck. What the fuck? I didn't tell you I wanted, and you fucking tried to stuff butter in my ass. You a fucking sick creep fuck. You know this shit. Me and you both know that he was in.
I ain't say no shit like that.
That's a fact. I'm gonna tell you which one it was. You're gonna remember it. Listen, remember it was a real fine one, and she brought her a Cadillac. It was like the newer model Cadillacs, wasn't stuff from back in the day. She drove a Cadillac, right? And I never forget that shit. And I'm looking at Ray J. I'm like, Ray, what the fuck? He saying, Ray, like, bro, is more to it. This nigga right here. He like, bro, I gotta watch this nigga because Ray J told me about how he said, I don't know where he get these dudes from. That's why him talking about Puffy is crazy because it wasn't no homies or nothing. He was getting regular dudes from somewhere. And I remember Ray talking about, bro, it's like some handlebars. I'm like, what? He be having that black ball thing that you put in their mouth and strap around their head. And it's like two on the left, right side to go around their waist, and he grab it. And he said, bro, I came in the house one day and heard it and didn't know what it was. And I'm coming down the hallway and I seen it. He said, I got out of there. So Ray ain't been lying. He just been being cool all this time.
Yeah.
He got to stop playing. Red, you know, dude got his ways, bro.
Let's hear what Ray J say. We're going to play what Ray J say, and then me and Wack can come right back at y'all.
And now Suge trying to say that me and Puffy are lovers, and that me and Puffy are lovers, bro. Really? That's how low you want to go, Suge? Me and Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro. That's one of dead homies, bro. Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
That's what Suge trying to say. Now, anyway, Suge's disappointed me. It let me know that Suge's a complete cunt. I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean ass. Unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to, like, disrespect the gay agency and say that I'm doing gay shit when you know I'm not. And if you're not, the gay agency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the gay agency, bro, they gonna take me, bro. If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole gay agency team questioning like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one. Suge. Suge. Okay. Remember, all right, I'm only gonna say this because I don't want to talk. I don't want to say too much. The gay agency here. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news show. It's called The Reality Check. Me and Amber Rose just closed a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I said asses are being taken. Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. That shit went viral. And guess what? Niggas thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come pressing me. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. Nigga, I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge taking niggas, not Diddy. Suge is a big ass raper taker for men, bro. I mean, a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up niggas' ass and fuck them, bro. And females. It was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me when you know I got a lot of gay friends and you know the gay community supports me. So, you know, like I'm bulletproof unless my dick been in that hole. And if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest, gayest niggas out, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was fucking bitches in the ass, niggas in the ass, bitches in the ear, the nose, everything, bro. Like, forget being gay, you was like nose. You was like ear, nigga. I don't know what that's called. Fucking people in the ear? What sexuality is that? Ear sexual?
Ears.
A motherfucking nososexual?
She's aware.
Because that's what it is. Because niggas is giving niggas titles just because they doing ass play. That's the play they chose. Shout out to Tarad and shout out to Dumpin' D. Them niggas is doing ass play every day and having a good time. I can't be there though. Not because it's funky in there. Not because it's a funky room. Just because I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how funky the room get with niggas getting rammed in their ass with a cucumber. I hate when niggas send these gay comments to my shit acting like it's gonna make me mad because you calling me gay. Nigga, I got a lot of gay friends. When they see the gay comments come in, do they get excited? Probably. Do I get excited? No, I chuckle. But if you ever disrespect me in front of my gay friends, I can't help you, bro. Them niggas will take you, bro. Like Suge took niggas. Suge, like, yo, and I'm gonna say this one thing and I'm gonna stop, right? And then I want y'all to clip this. Suge used to take niggas, right? I used to go upstairs. Like, I don't know if you saw Pulp Fiction, but when Ving Rhames, they tied the nigga up, they had the ball in the nigga mouth, they had him in the chair, and then the nigga came down, right? That's the kind of shit Suge did to niggas. And you know, it's crazy because Suge had this other thing, it's called handlebars. He used to strap it onto the nigga, and then they got the handlebars like you riding on the bike. Think about it, like a waist trainer, and then the handlebars on the side. Then he used to grab the handlebars and then take the niggas, bro. Like, we'll be right back. More Suge Knight. You are not my friend. You're not my family. You have disrespected the gay community. You disrespected me by saying false stories, and I'm gonna just tell the truth, bro. I've never seen a bigger homosexual than Suge Knight. He is an ass lover.
Once again, the truth then came out. I've been telling people all these years, y'all praising Suge, bro. What's crazy is y'all talking about, nigga, he got 28. He stood on it. No, nigga, he got 28 years, not for a vehicular manslaughter. He got 28 years for two reasons. One, he was scared to get out and fight, which led to the murder of one of his homeboys. Rest in peace, Terry Carter. All he had to do was get out and fight. All Bone wanted was a fade. He took off on you 2-3 times. He ain't had no pistol. He ain't had none of that. All that's cap. You know that was cap. Two, your dumb ass, after they told you you had phone restrictions, thought you was being slick, getting to the phone, and you had your daddy, your sister, and your niece running around doing God knows what, manipulating, trying to regulate this, that, and other, and they took you in there the day of trial that morning, let you hear some of your recordings. I believe they had 300-400 hours of this type of shit, and told them, if you don't take this deal for 28, then we gonna charge your daddy, your sister, and your niece. He knew they was being real because they had already booked one or two of his attorneys. One of them got disbarred, one of them they sent to the feds. So that's why when everybody was anticipating the trial,
And we forget they
televised,
booked and they arrested his girl, his baby mama, girlfriend
Toy.
at the time.
They arrested Toy,
Yeah.
the runner. The runner,
She had to do 3 years. Yeah.
Toy. They gave Toy, went to jail. He thought he was finna get out, called her a runner. I don't know what's wrong with Toy. Toy usually had some more self-respect, pride, and dignity. I mean, you got this nigga in here, and I don't know,
man. Whack, I'm gonna leave it there.
What?
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna stop
Does
there.
Toy know that he got another
Toy,
mate in there?
Toy doing what she got to do. Toy doing what she got to do.
I
And
seen Toy
if it start happening, we got something that's gonna hurt feelings.
No, it ain't about. We do got that, but Reg, we gotta save Toy, bro. What if Toy was your niece or your daughter or something like
and that's
that?
why, and that's what I try to do with the attorney. She's
you did
mad
right
right
by
now.
the attorney because he was finna drag that attorney into some. She come from some prominent people, some respected people, and
her people around her was very well respected.
Suge was jealous of the fact of the people that was around her, and all he was gonna do was tarnish her and damage her. But I'm gonna be real, Reg. Nigga, imagine if Toy was your niece, your daughter, your family member, bro. Would you want somebody to warn her about what we know, about what's going on, and his new situations? Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Toy
Toy,
is.
you know, in fairness to Toy, she knows what's up because when
Nah, I
they
don't
had
think
that
she
nice
know
house
this.
in Studio City, I remember he kicked the door in there, the beautiful condo house, and went in there and kicked the door in and went in there and terrorized her and all that. And she called, and then he called her mama and them and telling them how he mad because she wouldn't do threesomes with her,
Hey,
with
listen,
him and stuff,
Reg,
man. You
that's
know.
one thing. I believe Toy is unaware about his new situation, bro.
Oh
And
yeah, and I agree. Yeah.
ain't no way, bro, that we allow him to get out. Don't get his sister warning. We at least gotta warn her so now she can say, hey, before this, I need you to go test or do this. Because if we don't say nothing, bro, it's damn near like we just as guilty for what's gonna happen to her.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what
let's
this
end it
nigga
there,
told
Wack.
me one day, Reg, and I'm gonna leave it like this.
Yeah.
I said, yo, bro, you know, I done seen you with a bunch of women. I said, like, Toy, she really not your type like this. He said, hey, listen, man, check this out, Wack. He said, I got down to the motherfucking last string of the team. Everybody else ran out on me. He said, I know the bitch looked like RoboCop. I said, what? He said, you remember when they put the face off of RoboCop and you could still see the white dude face who died, who they made RoboCop? He said,
Oh my God.
he said, but at this point in time, I don't give a fuck who it is. A runner is a runner. This is a fact. But Reg, Toy, I'm gonna
Peace
tell you
bumpers.
this. This all
We
I'm gonna
ended it
tell you,
there.
Toy. Toy, that's all I'm gonna tell you. Listen, some shit is life threatening, some shit isn't. All I'm gonna tell you is take the necessary precautions before you get intimate. And I'm gonna leave it like that.
Peace.
I'm not saying Puffy not guilty on majority stuff. He'd probably be more happy in prison than in the streets because at least in prison he can get all the baby all he wants. Puffy didn't have sex with too many higher up people in the industry. Now I'm not talking about women. It's a big world, but it's a small circle. Ray saying Puffy dealt with lovers. It was a murder for hire hit. Only person know the truth, the real truth, is me and Tupac.
Suge, do you believe that Diddy and or Snoop Dogg were directly involved in that shooting?
And I could have been the asshole and released that audio. Releasing that audio would have put Snoop in prison for the rest of his life.
Well, returning to Diddy's sex trafficking trial now, I'm joined on the line by a guest who knows Diddy very well. Suge Knight is the founder and former CEO of Death Row Records. He joins me on the phone from the R.J. Donovan Correctional Facility in San Diego, where he's serving a lengthy jail sentence. Suge Knight, welcome to Uncensored.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, thank you.
Well,
How are you doing?
Every day is a blessing. You know, one thing about God, He continues to make us better. And, you know, before we get started, is that I got on this journey, and the reason why it's so important that I feel we should always help each other to get better, to do better, because my journey got messed up from people in the music business. And a while back, I had got into it with two rappers in 91. In 95, I took a plea deal. But along that journey, David Kenner introduced me to the DA called Larry Longo. Larry Longo and David Kenner, I paid Johnny Cochran close to $1 million. I think it was. David Kenner, $1 million. And they say, take the deal. It won't be no strikes, and there won't be no felonies. So Johnny Cochran wrote in and told them, this illegal sentence, make sure they go in and fix it and don't give me a strike. All that's on paperwork and all that I filed as a habeas. But the DA got fired. David Kenner got blessed. The DE got blessed. And I ended up with extra time on this sentence because my sentence carried 2, 6, and 11. They get double me up for a strike I didn't have. So that goes to show you they can use things against you to cost you more time. They let Bill Cosby go because the fact that he's had an agreement verbally. Mine is in writing by my attorney, Howard Price. It says that I don't supposed to have no strikes. And they still haven't granted that to me. But the sad thing about all this, regardless Puffy, regardless Easy, regardless me, and it was just a situation where when you create something so big and bigger than life, people want to take it from you. And if they can't take it from you...
So Suge, just to jump in, what you're saying, because for viewers who are not familiar with the intricacies of your situation, in September 2018, you pled no contest to a voluntary manslaughter in a fatal hit and run 3 years earlier. Your conviction, along with the previous felonies, triggered California's 3 strikes law. You got a sentence of 28 years in prison. You'll be up for parole in October 2034 when you'll be 69. And what you're intimating there is that one of those strikes shouldn't have been on your record. Is that have I read that correctly?
Neither one. Neither one of those strikes should be on my record because I don't supposed to have any strikes. Also, they had proof of the guys with guns. They got proof of payments where Andre Young paid these guys to kill me with a personal check. $20,000 here, money there, and they all agreed they was paid to kill me. And the fact that if you really look at the whole situation, it started with One Oak. Same people at One Oak got shot 7 times. Same people at Tams tried to kill me. Same thing if the FBI says it's a price on your head, they want to kill you. So when somebody tried to kill you and you get away, how did I end up in prison? But the most important thing about this, they denied me to go. They wouldn't let me go per, but David Kenner, my attorney, did the most crookedest thing on record that you can possibly do. And this is a guy who's getting this, they're trying to disbar him in 24, 25, 21, and they never reported that to the courts or to me. But past that, the situation is this. A lot of crooked cops got involved in hip hop. Those same crooked cops, I felt that cost me my freedom, cost Puffy his freedom for now, cost a lot of people bad situations. And I think that they cost the biggest 2 rappers in hip hop history, Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls, their life. Everybody points the finger at everyone, but it all comes back to the same authorities.
As you know, Suge, look, you mentioned Tupac there. Obviously, it was 1996. I mean, incredible to think it's nearly 30 years ago when he was shot and killed. You were alongside him in the car. Many people have speculated since that Diddy ordered that death of Tupac. Is that your belief?
Well, first of all, I got a bullet still today, a 45 bullet an inch to my skull. You can look at my medical records and see the x-rays and see it's in my skull. They didn't remove it because they said if it would have went another inch, either I'd have been a vegetable or dead. Now, as far as what they say Puffy did and didn't do, just the facts. The facts of the matter is this. It's a guy named Reggie Wright Jr., who was over security. He didn't work directly for Death Row, but he had a security company called Right Way Security, who did security for Death Row with off-duty police officers or guys with a CCW. Everybody knows when we go to a fight in Vegas, we're going to be at the Tyson fight, and we're going to be at my club they call Club 662. You can go to that club and you'll see Mary J. Blige perform, Jodeci performs, Tupac performs, Snoop and the Dogg Pound, Andre. I mean, unbelievable talent in one place. That night was going to be Run DMC East Coast night. Reggie Wright Jr. told the security they can't carry firearms. The sad thing about that, Pac hated Reggie Wright Jr., so he had fired him before any of that. I don't know the right date, but I'm quite sure it was. It's paperwork that shows it. But the crazy thing about that, it was a bodyguard named Frank Alexander. Pac hated Frank. He was cool at first, but towards the end, he hated Frank because Frank always wanted to get in the pictures with Tupac. And Tupac was very militant, so he was like, man, I don't want a bodyguard taking pictures with me. How is he watching my back if he getting himself in the pictures? So I hired a guy named Michael Moore and told him to bring another off-duty police officer because they kept their gun and they was real aggressive by protecting Tupac. So on the way to the fight, Reggie Wright Jr. tell Michael Moore he can't carry his weapon when he's doing bodyguard work for Tupac. Michael Moore said, well, I'm going back to the hotel. If I can't carry my gun, I can't protect myself or Tupac, so I'm not going. So Reggie Wright Jr., who nicknamed that Pac gave him Pork Butt, so Pork Butt goes and says, Frank, you can go, but you can't bring your gun. Now, everyone knows you can't be a bodyguard without a gun. So after the fight, we come from the fight. Tupac got into it with another guy. It was a big fight. After that fight, after we stopped to a few places, we go to my house. I told Frank, I told all the security, I told everyone, Pac just beat up a well-known gang member. Send 4 or 5 guys extra to the house to escort Tupac to the club. Reggie Wright Jr. refused to send the security guys, refused to show up. That wasn't a coincidence. It was a murder for hire hit. We was blocked in. It was more than one shooter. Only person know the truth, the real truth, is me and Tupac. He's not there to tell it. Only person knows is myself. But Reggie Wright Jr. tried to change the whole story of the narrative, what actually happened, and he was not there. During that situation, Snoop, who everyone knew at the time, wanted Tupac dead. Snoop had a meeting with Daz, Corrupt, Nate Dogg, the Dogg Pound. Said, we're not going to Vegas. This is their words, not mine. We're not going to Vegas because basically something's going to happen. Somebody's going to get killed, right? So Corrupt tells the story. Daz tells the story. Warren G tells the story. Now, what Daz says, when Snoop said that, I said, damn, we can't go to Vegas. We was going to get those niggas. They already going to get got, basically. Corrupt tells the story and says, once he tells everybody they can't go to the fight and can't go to Vegas, turns around, Nate Dogg says, I'm going to go to Vegas. Then because I'm going to Vegas, I don't got to be around basically me and Pac. He said, as long as I ain't around them, I don't have to worry about getting shot or getting a stray bullet. That lets you know, premeditated plan. Warren G says, when the fight was going on, he was watching at his house. Snoop came over to watch the fight. Snoop had a walkie-talkie. These walkie-talkies, he only got this walkie-talkie that I bought for security and the principal that security doing security with. And they worked on all the West Coast. So if you're an artist and you go into the mall or you're going somewhere, they have a walkie-talkie, security have a walkie-talkie. If you're not going to an event with any of the security details, you don't have a walkie-talkie. Because I didn't buy that many because I wanted to be exclusive to hand them out who was needed. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so Snoop comes in, according to Warren G, and he got this big walkie-talkie. They start hearing the gunshots. When we getting shot, Snoop listening to it in real time. Pow, 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 all over the radio. That's when he tell him, hey, I got to go. They just killed Tupac and shot Suge. How would you know? Nobody said that on the radio. You just heard the shots. Now, Reggie Wright Jr. and Michael Moore in the car. They get on the radio, and they say, hey, got him. Another guy is on the radio. They say they think he's a white guy or a lawyer. And they say, hey, don't talk on the walkie-talkies on the radio. Don't talk on the air. Right? So to move things forward, maybe, I don't know if it was 6 months or longer, however it was, since I've been in this prison right here. Somebody played that for me with Michael Moore said. So when I know that attorney David Kenner always says, you can be on your cell phone and people be talking like, hey, don't talk on your cell phone. Somebody listening. They recorded and you can't do that. They're listening to you. So I know that's his saying. So jokingly, I told David, I said, hey, was that you on the walkie-talkie? Because that's your line. Don't talk on the phone. Now you use one saying don't talk on the walkie-talkie. So that's being said, David Kenner goes and says, Suge, I never had a walkie-talkie. I would never have a walkie-talkie. Would I need one for it? Never. So I'm saying, wow, he's so bent out of shape, but I was joking about it, right? I said, you never had a walkie-talkie? He said, that's not me talking on the walkie-talkie. I never said he was talking on the walkie-talkie. So that raised red flags. Didn't think nothing much about it. So Kenner had sent some of my boxes and files to another attorney. And another attorney got them, right? At the time, he wanted the boxes back. That didn't make sense. So when we discovered a walkie-talkie in the boxes, you know, nobody puts something in the box that they're going through the exact same way. So the walkie-talkie, my guess, probably was in one box. And when they looked at everything and reading through everything, and they was asking me about this walkie-talkie, they put it in another box. Kenner, a guy named Steve that works for Kenner, went and grabbed the boxes from another lawyer he has it. Went and stole the wrong boxes that the walkie-talkie was in, but we still got the walkie-talkie. I said, send me a picture of it. So on my tablet, they can send photos, so they sent me a photo of the walkie-talkie. It blew me away. One part of me, it made my blood boil. Another part of me, I just seen Tupac face flash all in my mind. I said, these motherfuckers is involved with the assassination. So I tell Kenner about it. I said, David Kenner, you said you didn't have a walkie-talkie. Now you had one. So after that, our relationship after 30-some years went cold. He went and told the judges. He started trying to pull off my case. He tried to sabotage my case. He did, and everything I'm telling you about is the proof.
So ultimately, Suge, look, it's fascinating stuff because I remember this all happening in real time. So it's fascinating just to hear you talk it all through in this way. It's like a sort of murder mystery episode. But ultimately, I've got two questions. Do you believe Diddy had anything to do with it? Because it sounds to me like you're more convinced that Snoop Dogg had more to do with it. Was Diddy involved at all, do you think? And if it wasn't him, then who do you think ultimately ordered that hit?
This is the thing. This is what I do know. I know Keefe D, who I've been knowing since little Pop Warner football. Keefe D says that Puffy and them approached them and gave them money. Keefe D says if he go to prison for, this is his words. Keefe D said if he go to prison for the Tupac murder, Reggie Wright Jr. gonna go to prison for Biggie's murder. So all these things going back and forth. You know, who knows what? Absolutely what? What we do know, money was paid out. What we do know, according to these guys, to the police, not the police are actually doing the investigation, the cricket cops. You got to remember.
Did you ever ask Diddy directly if he'd been involved?
Well, that question would be no. Since all this happened, I never had a situation to have a conversation with Puffy. Majority of the time, Puffy see me, he going out the back door or going down the street somewhere. Only time that I ever had a conversation with Puffy, and it wasn't even a real conversation, I was at the Roosevelt Hotel having dinner. Somebody came over to my table and said, Prince wants you to come watch his show right now. I said, Prince performing? I said, yeah. And Prince a real gangster. Prince, he liked the bullshit. So I go in and they set me at a table with Puffy, Nas, a few other people. Prince playing his guitar and he walked to the table and looked at me, looked at Puffy and started laughing. You could tell he planned the whole thing. Next thing I know, I lean over and tell Puffy a few words. And before I can finish my sentence, Puffy gets up, his people gets up, and they cover him with coats and run him out the hotel.
And what were the words you said to him before he ran?
You got a lot of explaining to do. Rat well, I ain't gonna cuss on your show. I said, you got a lot of explaining to convince me that you didn't have nothing to do what they said you did. So that's that. But you got to remember one thing. I'm not here to bring a person down in hip hop. The culture of hip hop is so important, and it was so powerful. It could have been done so great. But I still stand behind what I stand behind. I mean, these.
No, but look, I'm going to come to Diddy's case, which I know you have a view about, where you think he should walk, and many people. I interviewed Ray J, who said the same thing. But obviously, you've just revealed a very fascinating moment where you confront P. Diddy in a club when he's known as Puffy at the time, and you basically tell him he's got a lot of explaining to do about the murder of Tupac and the attempted murder of you. I mean, that's a dramatic encounter.
Yeah, and it's a big world, but it's a small circle. Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer, and Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to an album. They never put one song of two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. It's just, to me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from
just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
But ultimately, Suge, do you believe that Diddy and or Snoop Dogg were directly involved in that shooting?
I believe that I'm putting it to you like this. When you take Death Row, you take Bad Boy. Puffy and I was friends. When Puffy would come to LA, I could pick him up from the airport a lot of times. We'd hang out. If I do an event in New York, Puffy then came to my event and DJ the whole night for free. So you can't say we wasn't friends.
Hmm.
But later on, right, people from Death Row and people from Bad Boy, regardless if they securities or not, they remain friends. And I didn't tell my people, you shouldn't. I'm quite sure Puffy didn't tell his people they shouldn't. I don't think. I'm not in his head. But I do know this. We was going to an event, the Soul Train Awards. When we was going to the Soul Train Awards, me and Pac was in one car. We had a bus and a whole bunch of more cars. It probably was 100 deep. But everybody had tickets. Reggie Wright Jr., who's head of security for us, called Bad Boy people and the police who's doing security for the Soul Train Awards and said, hey, only let Suge Knight and Tupac in because they got almost 100 guys with them. You don't want no problems. So eventually, our guys had to bust past the police. He wanted me and Tupac to go in there and fight all those guys by ourselves. They even pulled guns, right? But our guys came in, and that's what happened, right? When you look at that situation, and you look at it's a guy named Gene who does security for Puffy. I know what the recordings say, what people say, and what the proof is. What Reggie Wright Jr. says. By the way, I always say this because he liked me to call him Pork Butt because he happy about that because that's the name Pac gave him. What Pork Butt says is that Bad Boy guys called Reggie Wright Jr. to hire him to do security for Biggie and Puffy and them. I don't know what time it was. I was in county jail that Biggie got shot and later died.
Hmm.
And I was trying to figure out how is it, why would they call Reggie Wright Jr. when he worked for us?
Hmm.
And more importantly, why is Gene and Reggie Wright Jr., according to Reggie Wright Jr. own words, that they still friends? I know that Reggie Wright Sr. is higher up in the sheriff. I mean, he might have been a lieutenant.
Has anybody told you that Diddy was involved?
I'm not even throwing nobody in the bus, but you know.
No, I'm not asking you to
Reggie
name
Wright
them.
Jr.
I'm not asking you.
said so.
I'm not
at
asking
first.
you. I'm not saying. I'm not asking you for
Okay,
a
well,
name.
this is the thing. They said that. TPD said that. It's a check says that. But at the same time, like I said before, this is what you got to really understand. They took Reggie Wright Sr., who's over the gang, you don't know Compton better than anyone, off the case basically, because they said his son was involved in assassination of Tupac and me and get shot.
Hmm.
And Frank Alexander, in tears, told me that these people was all involved. And that's why he did not perform the way he supposed to perform. And if you really look at the other situation, he got interviewed by the grand jury, Frank Alexander, and he lied to him at first. He said everything started over a chain, which is a lie. He says when we walk into the MGM, Orlando Anderson tried to snatch Tupac chain. So the second day he go to get interviewed, he said, I got to clear up something. I lied the other day. He said, why'd you lie? He said, Reggie Wright Jr. told me to say that they tried to snatch Tupac's chain, which was a lie. My thing is,
Do you think, Suge,
you can tell that these police, the
Yeah.
messed up area investigation there is to mess up purposely.
No, I hear you. I mean, do you think we're ever going to know for sure who was behind that assassination of Tupac and attempted assassination of you?
I'm quite sure we will find out because this is a few people who finally trying to get it right and tell that real story. And they've been going through a lot of times with that story because you had guys like Snoop and Reggie Wright Jr. and all these people calling these people trying to basically threaten them. It's an audio of Snoop Dogg basically admitting why Tupac's dead. He's admitting why he died. And my thing was, how would you know all this if you wasn't involved? And I could have been an asshole and released that audio. Releasing that audio would have put Snoop in prison for the rest of his life. That's how powerful it is.
What's happened to that audio?
So, what'd you say?
What has happened to that audio?
Oh, it's still there. But he's admitting the truth. And it's real sad the fact that even though Snoop didn't buy Death Row, he never purchased Death Row, he just registered the name to try to use the name of Death Row. And he can't show you paperwork, he can't show you the proof. But what he could show you the proof of, it's crazy about him, because one day he's talking about doing a gospel album and praise the Lord with a robe. The next day, he's trying to do songs regardless if he's talking about me and other people. I don't know which one he ever going to get. It's two sides to the devil. One day he wearing blue fingernail polish on his hands and switching. The next day, he a Crip mascot. But what I do know is that it's real sad that Universal and Interscope will let this guy run around and speak on Death Row or Tupac or anything to help him promote stuff when they know his involvement with the assassination of Tupac. His own words put him in the cell. So It's so sad that when something comes out, these guys turn around and try to flood the media with different stuff, with different narratives. Reggie Wright Jr.
Let me ask you.
And his family,
let me ask you.
Say cops.
I hear you. Let me ask you directly now just about the Diddy trial, because you've said that you believe he should definitely walk, which is pretty extraordinary given what you've just been telling me about, Diddy's possible involvement in trying to kill you. But why do you think he should walk from this case?
Well, number one is this. To say he's part of a racketeering and make a case, they would have to put other executives in custody also, which they would never do. It's a guy named Jimmy Iovine. I consider him family. Been knowing him forever. Jimmy Iovine used to be a second engineer, and then he started working for Interscope, and I made that company. I built that company, me personally. And Puffy beat up a girl named Capricorn. Beat the shit out of her. Jimmy Iovine, one of Puffy guys, and Puffy approached Capricorn. And Jimmy told Capricorn, you're going to take this money and you're going to shut your mouth and leave it alone. And I'm going to give you $1 million. Puffy didn't give Capricorn $1 million. Jimmy Iovine gave Capricorn a check from Interscope. And Universal should be ashamed of their fucking self that this big old publicly traded company will allow Interscope to give this girl $1 million check.
And this woman, Suge,
not a singer,
just to
not
be
a
clear,
producer.
just to be clear, Capricorn Clark, she's actually been giving evidence in the case. She was your former assistant, and she.
No, she wasn't my assistant, but she did hang around Death Row. She was Puffy's assistant. After she hung around Death Row. But what I'm trying to say is,
she worked for Death Row.
Jimmy gave her that $1 million check. She got mad because she felt that's a settlement check, and the settlement check, you don't supposed to take taxes out of it. So when they told her she had to pay taxes on it, she get pissed. But I feel bad for Capricorn, not because she's just lying, but I feel bad for Capricorn on the simple fact she went through a lot. But the other part about all this, if you're not going to say nothing to Jimmy and Interscope for doing something illegal, why would you just put Puffy in prison? The other thing is that, do Puffy do weird stuff? If Puffy got on the stand and told the truth, I know he'll walk. If he get on the stand and say, look, I'm gay and straight. I mess with guys. I mess with women. I do it all. Puffy not guilty for the things he did to these people. He's guilty for being a cold, freaky man that want freaky things done to him. But in the Cassie situation, they could not say he was having sex with the men also, because that'll make him like it's an orgy. It won't be like sex trafficking. It won't be like forcing stuff to do. But at the end of the day, there's no way Puffy should go to prison for the rest of his life. He should have.
I mean,
I think that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Suge, you talked about Capricorn Clark, that he beat her very badly. He beat Cassie Ventura very badly. He was clearly very violent towards women. That's not a nice man, somebody who does that, clearly. But what you're saying is you don't.
My point is this. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's like this. I'm not saying Puffy not guilty on majority stuff. He should go to, and he's done, right? Because even if he went to prison, it'd probably be a better thing. He'd probably be more happy in prison than the streets. Because at least in prison, he can get all the baby all he wants. He can have all the men he wants, anyway, anyhow, and all day and all night. But what I'm trying to say is that some of the things, the charges is not true. But I know they're not going to let Puffy go to prison. You know Puffy not going to go to prison. They been knew that Puffy was beating these women. They been knew what Puffy was doing with these men. They been knew. I told people before that in Hollywood, and by the way, they never tried it with me. In Hollywood, we go out there with Andre Young, we go out there with Puffy, we go out with any of these people that used to be in that building. They go talk to Jimmy and all these other guys. Russell Simmons, Andre Arell, they had the thing where they take a hard-boiled egg. And it sounds nasty, but if the egg can go in these guys' rectum and it don't bust, they think they're doing a great job. And if you look at the pictures, you'll see Puffy and another actor. The guy was married to Katy Perry. After I said this, people start finding pictures of these guys holding up the hard-boiled egg. Only thing I'm saying is, the bottom line is this. That because Suge Knight don't wear a shiny suit and dance in the videos, I'm in prison illegally. I'm kidnapped. If it was anyone else, they'd give me a warrant and I'd be free. But since that is the other way around, they can get Puffy telling people they want to kill me. They can say they come in with guns to kill me. They can say they come in and do this. They can have a people who shot me in One Oak do songs about shooting me. If you look at those people, who is those people in bed with? That's the question. It comes back to Puffy. If the FBI can tell me that they're trying to kill me, if authorities can say they're trying to kill me, and I've been shot different occasions, and the very first time that they try to kill me and I get away and somebody happens to die and I get to go to prison, when you really look at it, Puffy didn't have sex with too many higher up people in the industry. Now, I'm not talking about women. To get convicted. That's what I believe.
You're talking about senior male record company executives.
Exactly.
Extraordinary. Let me just finish, Suge, by asking you this. You were there when one of the all-time most famous music icons was killed. You were sitting next to him. What was the last thing that Tupac said to you?
Well, the crazy thing about it, nobody followed us, nobody came, nobody come to help. And as we sitting there, I looking at him, he looking at me. I said, man, look, we ain't gonna go straight ahead this way to the hospital. I'm gonna do a U-turn, and we're gonna go to the hospital off of Las Vegas Boulevard. He said, why? I said, because it's more lights and more people. And he said, well, let me drive. I said, I'm driving. He said, man, you bleeding all through your head. You can't see, I can see. And we was listening to oldies at first, but on the way towards the strip, he put in a song that says he did it about me. And I said, I did, you know, that's me talking about you. The song was, you ain't never had a friend like me. I take your collect calls, you shot of the last Hennessy. And as we riding down Las Vegas Boulevard, the police ran us off the divider and fucked the tires up and pulled guns on us and was talking about killing us. So I always think about that. For a long time, I wasn't able to listen to Tupac's music because it put me in a place of anger, rage. And my mother, who passed away when I was in county jail, always told me God loves me. And I know I'm not perfect. And I take accountability of everything I do. And I listened to my mother to try to make myself better, to improve myself. And I'm going to say this, and it's very important I say this because it's true. Some people can't be helped. There's a guy named Reggie Wright Jr., and I say this guy's name a lot because he keeps lying all over the internet about Tupac, and he know what he did. So when I knew that he was trying to kill himself because he can't walk and he got to wear steamy shoes to make himself better, he got a great mother. I even know his father. So when everybody was laughing and said he wanted to commit suicide, I called him to give me some encouragement. He goes and take that to be negative and try to bring down everyone, mainly because he hates Tupac. If anybody had a lot of involvement of the Tupac situation, I know Perk Bud had his hands in it. I know the fact that people can get a show and call it Bomb First behind Tupac's saying in his songs. And every person they bring on that show talks bad about Tupac. Talking about he was raped, he was a punk, he was scary, he was stupid. All these things are definitely not true. This person involvement of assassination of Tupac Shakur. I do know one thing. Crooked cops destroyed hip-hop. When I talked to Tupac and I said, look, man, you and Biggie need to do an album together on Death Row, of course. We can make it 4 CDs in one package. Reason why I said that, I was in a hotel room, me and Tupac. All the bitches was, you know, in the bedroom, in the living room, the penthouse talking. And he was on the phone with Biggie. When they having their conversation, I didn't see enemies. I seen that Tupac was hurt because he loved Biggie. And I knew Biggie loved Tupac. The reason we bothered Tupac so much about Biggie because he felt Biggie set him up when he got shot in the studio in New York. And that's all he wanted to say. But Biggie, I used to beg a bitch to let you sleep on the couch. Biggie, I always held you down. You my brother. At least you was my brother. And then now he put Biggie on speaker. And you can see Biggie telling Pac, I would have never set you up and, you know, get shot. That wasn't me. And then to the point where, to one point, he sort of threw Puffy in the bus. And the reason why I say sort of, because he said, Pac, you my man. He said, that's more like, well, he said, I ain't gonna say all that. Basically, I wouldn't have did that to you. And I could see Tupac was relieved, but he was still angry at the fact he felt that Biggie didn't do nothing to stop it. So me being a businessman, me being a older brother to Tupac, I said, man, seeing you got your answers. I said, I could tell you down about the situation. He said, man, you know what? He said, Biggie's my brother, man, but I hate the motherfucker, but sometimes I love the motherfucker. And he had that old Tupac laughing, agreeing about it. Had a big grin. But I'm going to say this before I go. Ted Carter was a friend of mine who happened to pass away by accident that I'm in it for. And to the point where his family was suing me. I told David Kenner, he related to the lawyer representative named Lance, that I would give the Carters, the wife and the two daughters, $2 million apiece. I was prepared to give them $6 million. They was going back and forth to get it done. Attorney Jasmine Mine got involved and then they helped get the situation for Kenner. But I felt bad because they said, we don't got to give them that. They dumb. We're going to give them less than that because they dumb. Lance made me angry because he told Kenner and them that Lydia Carter is a drunk. But who wouldn't be a drunk? You lose your husband. She said she's a drunk alcoholic and her breath smelled like shit. Her breath always stinks. That pissed me off. But more importantly, Lance sold the Carters out. I knew one thing. Once Attorney Jasmine Mines got involved, and she being a woman, I knew that was going to change the whole, not that she's not smart, but it was going to change the whole look of the case. And then when you look at the thing in court, in the settlement, the last day in court, you got Lydia Carter and the two daughters sitting on one side. You got David Kenner, Attorney Jasmine Mine, and you got Lance sitting next to Jasmine on my side.
Crazy stuff.
The Carters and saying that he sold them out because he rather sit next to a pretty girl.
Crazy stuff. Suge Knight, we've run out of time, unfortunately. It's been fascinating to talking to you on Uncensored. I really appreciate
great talking to you. I'm out of time myself. Hey, put it to you like this. I ain't saying I'm perfect, but I am Suge Knight. I'm out.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
So it has been a very out-of-pocket week for Diddy. You know, the trials just been going off the chain. Trump was about to pardon them. 50 Cent said what he said. Ray J's been talking about it. Suge Knight said Ray J was his important Diddy's lover. And Ray J took to the internet to respond to people who are mad at him because he's supporting Diddy.
Gets mad at me because I'm supporting Diddy. Got weird ass shit to say about me supporting Puff. Not gonna be long on here. I just need to clip this on Instagram real quick. I ain't gonna be on here long. I know it's early in the morning, but I'm a petty when petty with me. If I think he gonna say some shit about me and I ain't gonna go crazy and respond, then don't think that it's okay because I'm petty as.
Yeah, Brandy, come get your brother because he's over here wilding. But this comes right after all his interviews with Piers Morgan, his interview with Amber Rose. Man, take a look at some of this stuff.
And I feel like it's becoming a circus act for stuff that doesn't make any sense for what Diddy's being charged for. I mean, there's a lot of bad things happening, and we all agree with that. But a RICO, racketeering, sex trafficking, like I've been with Diddy a long time. And if I haven't seen any of these kind of heinous acts happening, then where was I when it was happening? If you told me that the Kardashians was being charged for racketeering, I might believe it.
So now he's saying free Diddy. Man, Diddy said the Kardashians were more susceptible for a RICO charge than Diddy? I'm confused.
In today's news, Suge was calling me gay. Saying me and Puffy were lovers. Wow.
That's not true.
But that's how low you went.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Suge,
now,
please.
don't get me wrong. I do love Puff.
Yeah.
But being lovers, Suge, and you know you've been loving everybody in the pen, is not okay, bro.
Do you think Suge is like with guys in
Hold on, he said that Suge has been loving everybody in the pen. Come on.
prison?
Of course.
Do you think he's in prison?
Honestly, I don't think Suge.
But he's doing it. He's not doing the bending.
I ain't saying Suge.
Wait a minute. So Amber Rose just voluntarily said that asked Ray J, does she think that he's getting bussy in jail? And then Ray J said yes.
He's in jail and out of jail. So not only just, but not only.
And he said that he been smashing dudes inside jail and out of jail for a long time. Come on, bro. Why are you talking a little crazy about Suge? Suge. Man, he lucky Suge.
Yeah, you can take.
Like him?
I guess, yeah. I mean,
can we say that on here?
I don't want to say that because I don't want. That's where it gets criminal. But I know it was been taken.
Taken it. Okay.
That's
Wow.
the only. When I say assets being taken, that's the only person that came to mind when I was saying that to the injuries. I just didn't say it was him until we start talking records. The homie will probably be out 2038.
Really?
Well, 2034 you'll get for parole. So you know what I'm saying?
They ain't letting him out, right?
Like if I get at me then in 2034, I don't know. I ain't no big. I probably could take the fade then. In 2034,
he gonna be so old. But
that's why I said that's.
But doesn't he have life? That's only 10 years from now.
That's when I can take
9
the
years.
fade. When he like 90. You know
He'll be dead and gone by then.
I can take Suge on when he like 84. You know what I'm saying? But I can't. You know. But at the end of the day, Suge, you inspired me. We made money together. We rode together. You came over every Christmas. Like you was really family until you started just saying all that stuff, and you hurt me. You hurt me with that, and that's why I responded with some of the most outlandish shit I said because everything I said was true. But you know what you've been doing. Now, it's not cool to talk about us sweet family. I flew into Vegas with Puffy when I got into it with Fabulous. When Puffy then was busy after the Fabulous fight, I called you, and when we went and looking for Fabulous, so I was with Puffy and Suge in the same day because both of them was my friends.
But why do you think Suge is
Now,
saying this now? Like he's just what? Like he's just bored or like what is it?
I don't know. Maybe
he just wants some clout.
Well, if you Google Ray J and Suge and you Google life rights, if you Google Ray J and Suge now, it'll be me going big.
Mm-hmm.
Google Ray J and Suge and you Google the life rights, you see he signed all of his life rights over to him.
Mm-hmm.
And we did some good deals. There was a couple of weird ones going on. And so I signed the life rights back over to him because I didn't want to be the one liable for all the other things that was going on that I had nothing to do. But he signed his life rights over to me 100%.
Okay.
I could have kept them. But
right.
I didn't because I didn't want that stain. I didn't want that on my, you know what I'm saying, just on my conscience.
So to be honest with you, man, I think Ray J is just upset that Suge Knight said what he said. I don't even think any of these allegations are true, but who knows? In today's industry, man, we didn't know half of the stuff that they were saying about Diddy was true. So let us know what you think. Is Ray J really gonna catch the fade with Suge Knight after he get out of jail, or is this all just cap to do some marketing? Let us know. Keep it live. So I thought the Diddy trial couldn't get any more crazier. And I log on the internet and Suge Knight goes on Piers Morgan's news show and he says that Diddy and Ray J were lovers. I'm done.
The Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
Man, he said, of course, like it was written in the Bible. But, you know, Ray J heard this and he responded. He wasn't going to let nobody put slander on his name.
I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean unbelievable, Suge. Like for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to like disrespect the agency and say that I'm doing gay shit when you know I'm not. And if you're not, the agency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the agency, bro, they gonna take me, bro. If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole agency team questioning like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one should. Should I'm only gonna say this because I don't want to talk. I don't want to say too much. The agency here. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but if you remember, I said are being taken. Things are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. It went viral. And guess what? Thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come pressing me. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge take Diddy. Suge is a big raper taker for men, bro.
What?
Like a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up his ass and fuck them, bro.
Whoa.
And females.
Whoa. What? Ray J, what?
You know.
It was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me when you know I got a lot of gay friends and you know the gay community supports me. So you know, like I'm bulletproof unless my been in that hole. And if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest gayest, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro.
Yo, Ray J, I don't know what's been going on with Ray J, but it seemed like he just been crashing out. He been saying this, saying that, doing this, doing that. So I guess Suge Knight was tired of it and went on Piers Morgan and eathed them.
Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer. Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy, that was lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to, to an album. They never put one song like two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. It's just, to me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from the
Just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
Yeah, man. So what do y'all think? Did Diddy get in Ray J? Did Ray J lie about it? Is Ray J part of the community? Or is he just an honorary member of the agency? Let us know. Keep it locked.
I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean unbelievable, Suge. Like for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to like disrespect the agency and say that I'm doing gay shit when you know I'm not. And if you're not, the agency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the agency, bro, they gonna take me, bro. If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole agency team questioning like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one should. Suge I'm only gonna say this because I don't want to talk. I don't want to say too much. The agency is. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news show. It's called The Reality Check. Me and Amber Rose just closed a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I said are being taken. Are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. It went viral. And guess what? Thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come pressing me. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge taking Diddy. Suge is a big raper taker for men, bro. Like a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up niggas' ass and fuck them, bro. And females. It was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that, but since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me when you know I got a lot of gay friends and you know the gay community supports me. So you know, like I'm bulletproof unless my dick been in that hole, and if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest gayest, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was in the in the ear, the nose, everything, bro.
Small circle. You know, Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer. Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to, you know, to an album. They never put one song of two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. You know, it's just, to me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from
just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
Niggas mad at me because I'm supporting Diddy. Niggas got weird ass shit to say about me supporting Puff. I'm not gonna be long on here. I just need niggas to clip this on Instagram real quick. I ain't gonna be on here long. I know it's early in the morning, but I'm a petty motherfucker when niggas is petty with me. If a nigga think he gonna say some shit about me and I ain't gonna go crazy and respond, then don't think that it's okay because I'm petty as fuck. I'm petty as fuck, nigga.
Day 7 of Sean Diddy Combs' trial is ongoing. Diddy's former assistant testified that Puff made him take a lie detector test over stolen jewelry. He also revealed that he quit working for Diddy after a wild bang out between Diddy, his security guard, and Suge Knight. AUSA Slavic, did anything ever go missing? David James, they said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Paulie came to my hotel room and searched my belonging and those of my girlfriend at the time. AUSA, could you have said no? Agnifilo, objection. Judge, move on. AUSA, Slavic, did you ever have to take a lie detector test? David James, yes. AUSA, who was present? David James, just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand. AUSA, could you refuse? A, not to keep my job. AUSA, Slavic, did this happen again? David James, yes, when Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen. AUSA, what was the result? David James, the gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, sure I am. David James, once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector to prove she wasn't part of a heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry. AUSA Slavic, was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight? David James, yes, I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. David James. D-Rock said, "That's Mother Fen Suge Knight. He went over and said, 'What's up?' Suge didn't recognize him." D-Rock said, "I'm Biggie's boy, AUSA Slavic. What happened next?" David James. "We noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot." David James. "I saw someone hand Suge Knight a pew-pew." D-Rock said, "We gotta get out of here." We drove back to the house. AUSA Slavic. "What did you find there?" David James. "Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 pew-pews on his lap." David James. "I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming, AUSA Slavic." "What did you find at Mel Diners?" David James. "Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs said, 'Drive around he block.'" AUSA Slavic. "What did you decide?" David James. "To leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk." AUSA Slavic. "No further questions. Judge. Mr. Agnifilo, Combs Agnifilo. You didn't tell all this the first time." David James. "They told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me." Agnifilo. "Look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me." David James. "Okay." Agnifilo. "How'd you recognize Suge Knight?" David James. "I listen to hip-hop." David James. D-Rock says, "I'm Biggie's boy," and then Suge recognizes him, gives him a dab. Combs Agnifilo. "What's a dab?" David James. "Handshake." Agnifilo. "Did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling?" David James. "'Cause that's a crazy question. Why would I?" Combs Agnifilo. "Didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner?" David James. "That makes no sense." Agnifilo. "I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking, did you?" David James. "No." Agnifilo. You saw Cassie and Mr. Combs?" David James. "Yes. Mr. Combs told me to drive." Agnifilo. "You don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you?" David James. "I didn't know we had guns until then." Agnifilo. "Have you ever been in a situation like that?" David James. "No." Agnifilo. "You didn't say, 'I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns'?" Number Combs. Agnifilo. "What exactly did you do before you got this job?" David James. "I was a door-to-door salesman, then personal assistant." Agnifilo. "Now you were going with guns to confront someone?" David James. "It was not ideal." Combs. Agnifilo. "You knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right?" David James. "I frequent there all the time." Agnifilo. "You've never seen guns before, right?" David James. "No." Agnifilo. "This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement?" David James. "It's the understatement of the day so far." Agnifilo. "Do you have immunity?" David James. "Ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement." Agnifilo. "Proffer." Combs. Agnifilo. "You didn't tell anyone about this?" David James. "Only my wife." Agnifilo. "Did you meet with the government this morning?" David James. "Yes, briefly, about what might come up in Cross." The Diddy trial has heard from many different explosive witness testimonies so far, including from Cassie Ventura and from Kid Cudi. However, according to Suge Knight, one of the most important people who should take the stand is Sean Combs himself. As reported by TMZ, the former Death Row Records boss recently spoke to CNN's Laura Coates this week via a phone call from behind bars. He thinks his bad boy rival could actually benefit from testifying in his own trial if he humanizes himself and tells his side of the alleged story. Of course, this is far from the first comment Knight has made about Combs, as he previously advocated for his acquittal. He probably was advised not to testify, Suge Knight expressed concerning Diddy. "But I feel if he do tell his truth, he really would walk. He can humanize his own self, and the jury might give him a shot. But if they keep him sitting down, it's like he's scared to face the music. He should just have his faith in God, pull up his pants, and go up there and tell his truth." Then Coates asked Knight if other witness testimonies have convinced him if Combs will receive an acquittal. His answer spoke to how badly the prosecution does or doesn't want to jail him for his alleged crimes. "Well, one of the things you got to believe is that I don't feel that the prosecution wants him that bad," Suge Knight alleged concerning the Diddy trial. because a lot of stuff they had on him, they've left out. It doesn't really seem like they're really coming that hard at him. They're not proving the steps like actually showing the RICO. I don't think they want to connect the dots. FBI, they can connect the dots if they want to. I think that Puffy did a lot of favors for these people over the years, and I'm quite sure they owe Puffy a lot of favors.
A real taker, and he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them and fuck them, bro. And females, it was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me, when you know I got a lot of gay friends, and you know the gay community supports me, so you know like I'm bulletproof unless my been in that hole. And if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest gayest, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was in the in the ear, the nose, everything, bro.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? I got some old crazy news for y'all. All gloves is off, including condoms. Ray J just exposed how Suge Knight been obsessed with Diddy because he had a relationship with Tupac that wasn't professional. I had a feeling that Tupac, rest in peace, and Suge Knight wasn't nothing but some booty goons, and their infatuation with Diddy done spilled over into the streets just like Gangstalicious on the Boondocks cartoon. The rumor is Tupac and Suge Knight took Diddy's manhood, and that's why Diddy started getting all zesty like that in the 90s. He was getting chased down the street by them West Coast booty goons, and he ain't had no choice but to turn into a freak, because everywhere he went, he ran into a horny Tupac and a freaky Suge Knight that made him do some very kinky things. Ray J telling everything. Y'all need to listen at this.
I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to like disrespect the gagency and say that I'm doing gay shit when you know I'm not. And if you're not, the gagency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the gagency, bro, they gonna take me, bro. If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole agency team questioning like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one should. Should, I'm only gonna say this because I don't want to say too much. The agency here. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news show. It's called The Reality Check. Me and Amber Rose just closed a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I said are being taken. Are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. It went viral. And guess what? Thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come press me. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge take Diddy. Suge is a big raper taker for men, bro. Like a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them and fuck them, bro. And females, it was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me, when you know I got a lot of gay friends, and you know the gay community supports me, so you know like I'm bulletproof unless my been in that hole. And if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest gayest, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was And the and the ear, the nose, everything, bro.
All hell breaking loose in the music industry. Suge Knight should have never said what he said about Ray J. Now Ray J going off. He ain't got nothing to hold back. Plus, he was real good friends with Diddy, and he know the whole story. The public know what the public know because these people in the industry don't want to be exposed. If you expose one, you got to expose everybody. It's going to be a domino effect. So now that Suge Knight called out, that mean that Tupac was with it too. And everybody Tupac was affiliated with, it's starting to make sense why he had all that beef. It was a love triangle going on. And since Suge Knight exposed Ray J and Diddy for being lovers, now everybody getting exposed.
Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer. And Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to, to an album. They never put one song of two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. It's just, to me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from the higher up.
Just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
People been saying that all along, that Diddy and Ray J was closer than what people believe. But Tupac and Diddy had something going on too, the same way Suge Knight and Tupac allegedly was involved with each other. And the only reason why Tupac ended up on death row is because him and Suge was madly in love and obsessed with Diddy because he played both of them the same way Cassie played Diddy and Kid Cudi. What goes around comes around.
He's mad at me because I'm supporting Diddy. Got weird to say about me supporting Puff. I'm not gonna be long on here. I just need to clip this on Instagram real quick. I ain't gonna be on here long. I know it's early in the morning, but I'm a petty motherfucker because it's petty with me. If I think he gonna say something about me and I ain't gonna go crazy and respond, then don't think that it's okay because I'm petty as.
It's going to be a lot of people coming out supporting Diddy now that it's looking like he coming home. And why not? They ain't going to do nothing but find somebody else to try to throw in jail or put them in the same situation. They might as well show some unity so they'll quit getting picked on. All them black millionaires, they need to come together, hold hands, kumbaya, give us free. Because Diddy ain't going to be the last one. I'm trying to tell y'all. And if he do go to jail, it's going to be a problem out here in these streets, man, because they ain't proving what he did wrong. But one thing about Suge Knight, he been in jail for a long time. They claiming he been messing with a whole bunch of boys, and I believe it, because when Tupac got to death row, Danny Boy was already over there. And Danny Boy came out and let the world know that he gender fluid. He exposed some things about Mary J. Blige, just a freaky music industry. And a lot of people commending Ray J for sending his support and showing his love for Diddy because he know what Suge Knight did to Diddy. He know that their relationship ain't have nothing to do with the streets because they lived on two different coastuses. And whenever they got together, whenever Diddy touched down in LA, he get with Suge. Whenever Suge touched down in New York, he would get with Diddy. The one thing led to another. Now they catfighting like some girls in the street. Ray J know what's going on, and that's why he riding with Diddy to the fullest.
Let's get into the Diddy situation. Okay? Everybody's flipping out. Nobody knows what to do. Nobody's saying nothing. I know I did the first interview on News Nation, and now I see a whole lot of interviews coming after. Are you guys waiting for somebody to be the front runner to speak out and to say what they feel? Because I'm not scared. Are there really tapes? Are a lot of people being implemented into this crazy criminal investigation that's going on right now? How many people are in it? How many celebrities are involved in what they're saying? Or it was important for me to come online, to do interviews where it not just shows you that I'm here to help and I'm here to be a voice of reason to try to find a solution for the future young entrepreneurs. It's also saying, listen, Diddy was my friend. Not was. What do you do? What do you do when you've never been in the room? What do you do when you've never seen all this shit that people are talking about? Do you believe it? Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. So should I fall back and wait? Should I be a voice of reason now? Should we create roadmaps so new young entrepreneurs don't go through things like this because you might catch it before it happens? Are there enough mentorship programs for people to follow? Are there other leaders who have an outstanding track record who can help create a new blueprint? So when some of these young entrepreneurs and people who are making money, who have influence, are falling by the wayside and have not jumped over the edge yet, can you save them? Can you save us? Can you save people who are making a lot of money, who have power, who have not been raised under a certain household that shows them how to respect and love and have moral integrity? Is Diddy all there is? Is this what represents hip hop? This is what represents hip hop in its entirety. That's not true. So what do we do now? If you look on my Instagram, if you look on all of my social media platforms, I created a roadmap that I felt could help. And I've implemented a lot of things that we can do as a society in unity to try to stop this from happening for our future industry. Do you forgive somebody for taking somebody's ass? There's a lot of people out here taking from people. Not only like people are getting robbed of not only their money and their spirituality, they're getting robbed of their womanhood and manhood. Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. Do you chuckle? Do you laugh? Do you help? Do you criticize? Because I see a lot of jokes out there right now talking about baby oil. Everybody got a joke about having baby oil and lube. Is that okay? Is that the message? Ha 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 ha. That was funny, fam. Now what? I don't use baby oil. Lube sometimes in sex makes it better. Should I come out with Ray Y jelly and do some kind of like skit and say, KY just gave me a deal. Ray Y jelly, I got 1,000 of them. Ha 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 ha. Ray Y. That funny to you? It's not to me. Because there's a victim out there that has been caught up in something that has affected their lives. And if it has something to do with that, or it has something to do with any other products or any other thing you're hearing about, it's distasteful. What do? Who do we talk to? God bless you. I'm exhausted with the negativity. I'm exhausted with the people in this industry that have power who are abusing the power. I can say a lot of names. I won't today, but I will soon. Just stay tuned. Everybody eventually will get the reality check that they are looking for.
Ray J smart for coming out and doing what he did, because he could be next. They might want to target him for everything he got going on. Y'all thought Diddy had zesty allegations. Wait till they get around to Ray J. He got TV shows with all different types of madness on there. If they wanted to pull somebody down, he would be an easy target. But as far as Tupac, Diddy, and Suge Knight, and they freaky little love triangle they had going on. I hate speaking on Tupac because he no longer here. But if these rumors are true, what Ray J saying about Suge Knight, and Tupac was there, and they was singing about that thug passion, all them dudes fresh out of jail going up to Death Row Records, I'm pretty sure it was females that was too scared to go up there and be in a room full of gangsters fighting pit bulls and things. That ain't an atmosphere where the ladies want to hang out, unless it's some thug-ass California women, which is a whole lot of those. Suge Knight might be the #1 booty goon in the game. I don't know, but one thing for sure, Ray J going hard for Diddy.
What is your view of how this case is going?
I think it's kind of becoming a circus, and with all the allegations, and now with everybody explaining like what's happening in the bedroom, I mean, every day it just sounds crazier and crazier and freakier and weirder, right? And I'm like trying to understand, with all this being said, like with Kid Cudi going on and saying everything that happened, but then ended up saying Cassie played both of us. It's like, where are we trying to go? Are we just trying to like tell all of these crazy stories and then that equals out to sex trafficking? I mean, it's starting to become outrageous. It's a RICO case. It's really only Diddy and maybe one other person. Like, I'm just starting to feel uncomfortable and I'm starting to feel weird about this whole thing.
Well, it was certainly interesting last week when I interviewed this guy who had the pseudonym The Punisher, who was hired, and it was Cassie Ventura. Right. So it was a sort of very interesting interview because Cassie Ventura did all the negotiating, did all the payments, and did all the texting to him. Diddy would sit in the corner of a hotel room naked, and he would watch, with her apparent full consent, this guy come in and have sex with her. And it happened maybe a dozen times over a 2.5-year period. Now, none of that says to me that that is a serious crime. If she is the one that is organizing it all. Now, she is arguing it was coercion and so on. You know all these people very well. You know Cassie Ventura. You know Diddy well. When you saw that interview, maybe you saw the one that I did, but when you saw that guy talk, what was your takeaway from that?
I was just thinking, like, what year are we in? Like, it feels like we're in this vortex of like this dominatrix story about all of these different characters that are coming out and the names and the nicknames. And I mean, it's intense. I think that it's entertaining for sure. And it's definitely press worthy. But at the end of it all, it's like, this is what Diddy is being charged for, and this is what he possibly might serve a lot of jail time for. I don't understand it, and I really want to know where this is all gonna go and where does this lead? Because again, it's weird, it's freaky, like the whole oral thing with the 19 guys and the blisters. I mean, it feels like they're just trying to paint these pictures of Diddy. And I was around Diddy all the way pretty much up until the arrest. And all I got from that when I hung out with Diddy, and this is word to my mom and kids, he's always inspired me to be great. When I left, I felt like I could do more for my business. I felt like I had more power because I wanted to be more vocal in running my companies and call my wife if we were getting into it and send her flowers. I mean, these are all the things he was instilling to me and all of the young guys around that were inspired and look at him as a mentor. So now these private things that happen when we were around and never even got a chance to see this kind of crazy stuff, it just sounds like this was a private, personal thing that was happening, and now it's starting to become it's diabolical. I mean, if that's the right word, it's chilling and it's scary for a lot of people out there in this business like us who are trying to walk the right path and connect with the right people when there's things that you do when you make bad mistakes. But this is like an overflow of just complete negativity.
So it sounds to me, unless I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you think that there's been a massive overreach here. This is personal behavior between Diddy and Cassie Ventura that we've seen so far, that it doesn't cross the line from where you sit into serious crime under the RICO law, which of course was intended for mafia members and so on. Do you think that's what we're witnessing here with this case, that this was consensual? It just may be freaky, it may be sexually deviant, it may be all these things, but it was apparently consensual behavior and not a crime.
I agree, and there's things that we saw in these videos, they were disturbing, and that's not okay, right? But looking at the crimes that he's being charged for, this is where it starts to go overboard, and it's like whoever was mad at the top was really mad, and I think we're here now, and I think it's a flex because like. What are they trying to get out of this in this court case? Does everybody that's talking about these stories, do they want to see Puffy rot in jail? Is that what we're here for? Because I just think that that's unfair, and just knowing everybody, it just could have been done a different way. And now it's starting to worry me. And I honestly think that Diddy will get out. And I think that there's nothing here. Right? I think they made their point, whatever they were trying to make. Your point is made. Now let Diddy out. Free Diddy.
Wow, you think he's going to walk?
I think so. And I think I personally think it's going to happen faster than a lot of people think, because I think we're all starting to see what this is. Even if you're on the other side of it, I mean, the justice system is the justice system. Where does this fit in right? As opposed to right and wrong, it's off, and I don't like it.
Here's my problem.
And I want to be vocal about it.
Right. So I've met Diddy a couple of times at social functions many years ago, and he was perfectly polite and nice to me, and we had a perfectly civilized conversation. One was an Oscars party, one was an event in London. I have to say, when I watched the video that was leaked of him attacking Cassie Ventura in that hotel corridor, I did think then, well, you're not the person I thought I knew from everything I'd read and heard. You're a very violent person, capable of beating up a woman. That is despicable. And if you're capable of that, and that's just what we saw on a CCTV bit of footage by chance, then what else are you capable of? So, what do you say to people like me who looked at that and go, well, this guy is a vicious, nasty piece of work?
Listen, I was very hurt when I saw the video. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was very disappointed, and I still am. And my heart goes out to Cassie for me just watching that. Right? It's not okay, and there's nothing about that was okay. And I can't say but after that, because that's just what that is. And I feel the same way you feel. But on the top of what we're doing now, and even with the tape being altered, I heard, and they're not going to be able to use it probably in court because it was altered before it was put out, that puts a spin on it. It doesn't put the spin on what he did. But the altered tape, that as opposed to sex trafficking and a RICO, and now it's in this mafia setting, it just doesn't, they don't go together. If he was charged for something else that maybe had fit what we saw, we all kind of would understand what's going on. But the charges and what's being done, it's not okay.
Man, I just don't know. Y'all got to let me know how y'all feel about this in the comment section. This news get crazier and crazier every day. Diddy gonna be home, and I'm pretty sure Ray J gonna be there to embrace him when they let him out the courthouse. It's gonna be a whole bunch of people waiting to get their hug. They gonna pull up in them SUVs the same way they did Gunna when he came home. His big booty baby mama gonna hop out with his baby. He gonna kiss baby love on the cheek. He gonna squeeze her booty. He gonna hop off in the truck, and they gonna be gone. And y'all ain't gonna hear from him in a long time. And why would he want to speak to the public? Why would he want to do an exclusive interview after people don't crucify him? I'm pretty sure after this, Diddy gonna be done with everybody. And Suge Knight, he just gonna be some zesty man in jail, taking an interview wherever he can take one. And I got love for Suge Knight, but all that gangsterism they was doing in the 90s, you know they had to be fruity, especially the way they was disrespecting women. I mean, I was talking to my friend earlier about how when we was younger, listening to the West Side Connect gang, they talking about all this hatred towards women, and them fools sitting at home married. Then you got people that grew up off this music, idolizing these people, not knowing that they was some undercover fruity booties, had to be. If they ain't got no love for women for real, Y'all gotta let me know how y'all feel about this in the comment section, man. I ain't got nothing but love for y'all. Make sure y'all do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. And one more thing, subscribe to my channel if that's what you want.
Subscribe to my channel if that's what you want. But if that's not what you like, then you must be a punk. Hold on now, here we go. Who is this girl? She got that junk in her trunk. Baby girl, back it up, poke out your rump. It's SAT that you want, and my music hit so hard, make you say, oh my God.
Well, the first time I interviewed Wack, your name came up, and I didn't know this, but he said you're actually a Pyru, blood yourself.
When you know me, I wouldn't let one of my people talk crazy to you.
No. See, that's the problem.
See, but that was my rationale.
Y'all
at the
both
time.
see Ray as an R&B singer.
Yeah.
Ray Pyro.
Okay.
He on the phone with a G homie.
Got it.
He ain't got no chance, no
Okay, fair
option
enough.
but to stand with me.
I mean, I grew up in Centerview, and, you know, since I was like 13, like maybe even 12, you know, I was extremely banged out. And it's kind of hard to believe, but, you know, I really don't speak on it because if you're from LA, then you know what it is. But if not, then it's kind of like a fairy tale in people's mind. And so I don't really try to like
glorify it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because,
I was
usually,
surprised. As long as we've known each other, I never knew that side of you because you never put it front and center.
Yeah,
so when
I
he
mean,
said it, I'm like, oh,
I mean,
that's interesting.
I was extremely activated.
Okay. So how old were you when you officially became Pyru?
You usually don't say when you became anything, like it's embedded in your like soul.
Okay, but you didn't get jumped in at a certain age or that type of thing.
I mean, yeah, but I just don't like to get into it because it's irrelevant to like what it is now, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
it was the whole process was intense, and I was super banged out. I used to hit up outside of the hood every day, the hood.
Spray
you know
paint.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I was 12 and 13. But usually when you start doing shit like that, you like a little kid. And then it goes into like the teenage years and it goes into like high school. And then by that time after that, you kind of start to grow out of it, whoever you are. So when people start gangbanging later on in life, it's not the same as when you like actually just lived in the neighborhood and just caught up with whatever the people that you love, and whatever y'all doing is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
What do you think during that time in your life was the most serious situation you got into?
I mean, it wasn't one crazy situation. It's just when you young and you get with the wrong crowd, and if you gangbanging, that's the wrong crowd. Period. And I love all my homies, and all my homies will tell you, most of my homies is dead. Mostly everybody that is close to me is dead. And that go from when I was with Suge every day. That goes when I was in Centerview every day. That goes when I was around anything in that kind of world. So the celebration behind it is not there. You celebrating because you love your people. And then if it's all burgundy or all red or blue or whatever, wherever you're from, you love your people around you because they got your back. But it doesn't end well in any of those situations.
Yeah.
So I advise everybody not to do none of that shit because you better than that.
Now, isn't there a Lil Ray J that's still running around?
A Lil Ray J?
Yeah.
Like what? What you mean?
Like a little homie that named himself after you.
There's no Lil Ray J.
Okay, I heard there
Now,
was.
again, when you from
You've never heard this before?
When you from a certain neighborhood, I'm from Centerview, Pyru.
Right.
That's where I grew up. That's where all my people is from since I was way before 11, 12. We talking 6, 7 years old, right? And it's just what you adapt to in any area. When I was on TV, the homies used to call me movie star blood because I used to be on TV at that
Movie
time.
star blood.
Right? And so that's what they called me because none of the homies felt like I even needed to be still in that certain mindset. None of my big homies, Solo, all the homies that I was with that really had my back was telling me I was tweaking. You need to go and be great. That was a message. For me, it was embedded in my soul at the time I was young. It was like the homies was all we had. And so looking back and fast forward into now, I understand what they were saying. And we lost a lot of people, literally. Like all our like close homies that we love is dead, bro. You know what I'm saying? So for me to glorify any of that shit will only be speaking to the young masses saying, oh, it's all good. I was that. If niggas really don't know, like what I was, that ain't okay. It doesn't end well. It's like, I'm trying to find a place in time where I can actually make my mom, my dad, and my sister proud. I'm trying to find a space for it. I'm trying to see what I can do to do better, right, in 2025. And so glorifying gangs and glorifying the streets and the negativity of what it leads to, I can't be a part of it.
Well, I don't think it's glorifying because I think it's a cautionary tale. Because I've interviewed literally hundreds of people like this, and these stories never end well.
They don't end well.
Ever.
And
no one ever rides off into the sunset with $100 million. It's always, in fact, when I went through kind of the kingpin stories, it's always about, for every year you ball out on the street, you do about 5 years in prison. You'll have a 5-year run in the streets, that'll go 25 years in prison.
Ray J apologizes after being called out by Sexy Red and Hitmaker.
You ain't got a meter. You have a meter? I slept on the plane with her.
Man, that shit.
Bro, I slept with her, bro, on the plane.
Yo, look, this guy ain't never met Sexy
You're
Red,
dead
so
homie,
he don't
bro.
know. He
I
don't
gave
know.
Sexy Red all my cheeseburgers, bro.
Bro. Hey, yo, we gotta school. So look, so let's talk. Like, look. Let me explain for him. Look,
cheeseburger.
This good tripping, bro. Like,
Bro, I gave
Sexy Red, yo. I'm a lie. I ain't gonna lie. Sexy Red is a good.
No, she might.
Like, yo, like, I think that a lot of people got shit fucked up. See, look, this is why I learned it. I learned that shit with Suki, Summer, Sexy, all these different. Yo, bro, these people ain't like that. Like, don't get that shit fucked up, man. These real people, real feelings, real women, man. Shout out to
Suki every day.
Shout out to that whole crew. You know what I'm saying? For real. Take that.
Shout out to Suki.
Damn. But I forgot about that.
Yeah, my nigga. Yeah, shout out to Suki.
Really was shouting Suki out.
Yeah, shout out to Suki, man. Just forgetting, bro. I'm really I'm Himothy, nigga.
I'm good off that.
Bro, I'm Himothy. But Sexy, I'm sorry.
I thought I was coming here to do you a song.
That's what I'm saying. We're gonna do a song. Hitmaker's about to give me we about to do a whole album.
He about to.
No, we not. We said our song.
Don't
The whole album.
But you, brother, don't shut it down like that. Just make it like seem like that, bro.
You said a song,
bro. Exactly.
Yo, this
But when
is
I'm saying
unbelievable,
when I'm
bro.
saying a whole album, bro, you gotta
You got
ride
a
with
girl coughing behind you when I come in the studio. Like, how sanitary is this place?
Dude, bro, it's super sanitary. I just got it. Bro, I swear to God, bro, I just got it ordained, bro. Bro, I just got it ordained in here.
Lysol.
That's on the dead homies, bro.
You know, I had to go to the media room after talking to you.
What happened?
The other day?
Yo, you did such a good job, bro.
Hell no.
Bro, we going crazy. Yo, shout out to the like the streams are going crazy. And then shout out to my new investors who's about to cut these checks. I told y'all like it's really serious, but I don't want the checks yet until we understand. I was gonna say the meat of it, but you know, it's a lot of meat talk.
Bring some water, bro. I'm on the water.
Can I get some water? I mean that water.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna put this here anyways.
Let's see what they talking about. Man. Let's say some. HA is insane. I agree. Let's see.
Now we on Twitch though.
Man, this nigga Ray J got a Boost Mobile. What the fuck is this,
bro?
This nigga Ray J got. This nigga got a fucking computer.
So look. So I got the street.
Is this a phone or an iPad?
That's a Which one is that? Is that the Ultra 25 or is that the iPad?
Bro, this phone is this shit is a VCR, bro.
No. I got it on VCR mode. On my Instagram, they got the little. It's on VCR mode under there. It's like old school, right? What's up?
That's crazy.
Hi, mom.
That ain't never mom.
So my mom's not here.
Oh, okay.
But I feel bad, sexy, like, and the homies mad, and I promise you, I'll make it up or whatever. They're not doing that, and I'm not doing it either, yo. That's the whole thing. I hate what I did.
Why you did it though?
I did it because I was loaded, bro. I was loaded, and I don't know. And Amber told me not to do that kind of shit.
Bro, we love Amber.
No, because I slept with Amber too, but I just slept with Amber for 2 weeks in the bed, but we never really did it.
Bro,
It's like we didn't do it. We didn't do it, but I said I slept with Amber. Then I tried to double back with the sexy red thing on the plane, and it backfired on me, bro.
See, look,
and I never do it again.
But look, you could say that about Amber because that's your people.
I know.
You don't got a relationship.
And that's why I learned my lesson, bro. And I apologize, sexy. I didn't know. I don't know you like that, and I shouldn't have played with your name,
bro. I think that you out of line, bro.
I was out of line.
I'm trying to figure out, like,
I was out of line. I felt terrible, bro.
No, you don't.
I don't never apologize, bro. I only apologize to Sexy Red and Pastor Jamal Bryant. That's it.
Right.
I didn't apologize to nobody else but Pastor Jamal Bryant and Sexy Red, bro. I said some shit like I'm gonna snatch you off the pulpit or something like that, and it wasn't cool. And he like the biggest pastor in the world, and I was tweaking, bro. And I should have got whipped for that. I should have got lashes for that, bro.
Can you stop having Las Vegas moments? Outdoor pool moment.
But I had an indoor pool at the time,
bro. That pool was so polluted,
bro. Don't talk about my pool, bro.
Yo, anybody like
don't ever talk about my pool, bro.
Anybody that's watching this live, go listen to J. Cole podcast. Like I'm like a hip hop R&B historian. I know everything. I'm like one of them niggas. Like I don't know what they call them, but I think historian might be the word. Gee, everybody had that house. You had it first.
I had it, bro, like
you didn't have it first,
bro. I had it. I had it 11 years before.
Soldier Boy, everybody say he had
Soldier Boy wasn't even an artist when I had it. He wasn't even MySpace wasn't even there. MySpace wasn't even there. Swear to God. Like I had the indoor pool spot before MySpace even existed.
Can you take the rag off?
Bro, I got a fat bro, but my neck, bro. My neck is fat, bro. On the dip, bro. My shit out of shape, bro. My shit got lines on it. I don't like it, bro. I gotta get neck tox. Oh, what? Bro, I gotta get neck tox.
do you be saying? Yo, so look, I went to get the media room today, right?
What happened?
All they talking about is your ass, bro.
Bro, what's up with the media, bro?
Why you ain't go? You
I
going
don't
to the awards tomorrow?
Nah, bro.
You not going?
Nah.
Well, I'm not going. Shit.
Like,
you gotta get some of this
I
flag.
don't even think BET got a ticket for me.
For real?
I don't know. I got a show on there right
You
now.
did everything.
I know I got a
with
show on BET right now with Miss Pat called Miss Pat Settles It. It's a jewelry show.
What's that like the judge, the fake judge O'Brien?
I'm on the judge, yeah, but I don't know if I got a ticket. I want to see. Maybe somebody can DM them in here tonight and tell them like Ray J won his tickets, but they ain't called me, so I ain't sure. Maybe I think it was just the shit that I've
How
been
many
a part
tickets
of.
you want?
Just one.
You can just have my seat, bro. We can do the red carpet together. I'll give you my seat.
But if we do the red carpet, they gonna just give me a seat. They'll find one for me, but I'm only going by myself, bro.
No, let's go.
I feel bad.
I think that you got a lot of explaining to do.
I do.
Now, let me take this before. I think this is how we start a great record because this might be the topic, like accountability, you being apologetic, vulnerable.
Yeah.
I think that you played yourself. You'll never get a Sexy Red feature ever. You got the 20th anniversary of your fucking what is it?
It's One Wish. Wow, you want to shoot it down like that is not cool. It's the
You
one with
really
it's
lying. You know I was there with
it's the one
sanctuary.
It's
with
the One
Matthew
Wish
Knowles and all
it's the One Wish 20th anniversary. 20 years since 2005.
Where Rodney at?
Rodney
no. You better.
Rodney is in Hidden Hills. I think he over there like, with
Rodney live in Orlando.
I think he do live in Orlando too. That's where he did One Wish. We did it in Lake Mary, Florida. And rest in peace to Big Shiz, man. Big Shiz is really the major component to.
Yo, this room is giving me flashbacks, bro. It's giving me like,
and I got the whole theater in here too, bro.
Bro, remember when this was the Underdogs room?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't here with them, but I remember when Kanye had it. Yo, did you see Kiki and Usher? Was she saying in front of Ush?
Wait,
and he was
Wish?
Yo, she said, I love your song, Ush. She said, as a matter of fact, that was what she said.
Wait, pull up on your phone. Let me see it.
The Kiki thing? Yo, it's crazy. Usher was like, no, nigga. Shout out to Usher, but he was mad, but he was happy.
Yo, you are ill, nigga. You got the 10 type in password. Like you went to the maximum.
I know.
Like,
I had to. Because
you had a lot. Yo, bro.
One Wish. Look, Usher, Kiki, One Wish. Wait. All right. That's just it. I love Kiki.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
She ain't never tell that to us.
No, I was the wrong one.
Yeah.
Look.
Hell, you just go, huh?
Whoa. Go.
Rewind.
Hey, watch.
This was like the one album that, would make a difference in my life.
As a matter of fact, there was one. No.
Oh, yeah. Kiki.
Just go, huh?
Kiki. That was crazy. Yo, shout out to Usher.
Yo,
Kiki.
And then for the shit that happened at the that's why she went big at that concert. Remember when she had the outfit on?
What she had on?
Remember Usher had the Las Vegas Resin beat?
Yeah.
She had
She went big. And you pull the camera up in front of her, niggas, where it's from the back. Oops. Yo. Did you see Kiki?
Yo, but
Kiki's
look,
fine too. Shout out to Kiki. I love you, Kiki. She like my cousin.
Yo, but look, now y'all get to see this in the studio. I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. Y'all gotta see him. Yeah, you gotta. Yo, bro, the nigga.
Bro, it's hard to
Where's
think.
the other? Hey, that record that we.
Which one? The one with RSVP?
Yup. You sound good on that shit, bro.
Yo, shout out to RSVP.
You believe again.
I think after my verse, it gets weak though.
It's heavy.
I know. I'm sorry, group. But it doesn't bang after my verse.
Pause.
I'm sorry, but it's just not hot after my verse, bro, in this song, or I would have kept it.
You know what's so lame though, bro?
What's up?
Like that, even the shit that we talked about Diddy, like if that case wasn't going on or whatever, it wouldn't even be like a conversation. It wouldn't even be like a thing. Free Diddy. That's what I said on the verse.
I said, you said free Diddy? Yo, Hitmaker says free Diddy. Yo, you got to
be in jail, bro.
Yo, they getting a homie for it's not okay.
He's a nasty.
Like even if Puffy don't want to ever see me
What's
again.
that? What's the Wi-Fi here?
It's called traffic.
Are we looking at what's up? Can we looking for my cell phone? What it looks like on Twitch? Go to your Twitch. It looks good. Let's zoom in. Let's get the autofocus. Look from there. Let's check it out. Give Danny the look what he's looking at after.
Oh, Kiki went crazy with that shit though.
Yo, Kiki's so fun. She like my cousin, bro.
And
no, let's play it on here. Oh, let's go big. Yeah. We got the studio, bro. Me, Suge, I got it for 3 months, bro. Straight, 24 hours.
Yo, I hate LA. I'll never.
No. Just when you working on projects, just bring them here and make it work. And I'll be out. Like I got it, so we can work out whatever I can eat.
No, you gotta come drink like a half a bottle and then just inspire whatever artist I bring in.
I'll come through, as the chief inspiration officer, but that's it. Like no background.
That's a different CEO, huh?
Well, I was
CIO.
Yeah, exactly. Chief inspiration officer, CIO. Because you need to be like, yeah, you putting that shit on, yeah, you like that kind of shit.
Nah,
bro, nah. That you don't understand.
You gotta say, you gotta.
Thanks for tuning in to 9mag TV.
It's not right to blame everything on Puffy. It's just not right.
Suge Knight speaking from prison about Sean Combs' trafficking trial as his one-time music industry rival, the bad boy for life, fights to stay out of prison for life. I talk with Suge about the trial, Combs' life, and what he says Puffy should do next.
Child, when Suge Knight opens his mouth, the whole industry shakes. And this time, he came with receipts, bitterness, and a whole lot of unfinished business. Suge didn't just take shots, he dropped bombs. From behind bars, the Death Row founder claimed he's a victim of a corrupt system that wasn't just targeting him, it was targeting hip-hop itself. And baby, when he says corrupt, he means top-tier manipulation from the legal system all the way up to industry giants. He talked about shady plea deals, crooked attorneys, and how they played him like a pawn to strip him of his empire.
From what you know about Diddy, Puffy, as you call him, Sean Combs, do you think that he will want to testify in his own defense?
He probably was advised not to, but I feel if he do tell his truth, he really would walk.
According to Suge, names like Johnny Cochran, David Kenner, and prosecutor Larry Longo weren't working for him. They were working to silence him. He says his $1 million defense turned into a setup, and before he could blink, he was handed a sentence he didn't even earn. 2 strikes, he says, that didn't legally exist. Now tell me, how do you double somebody's time for something that ain't even on their record? But Suge ain't just bitter about his own fate. He believes the takedown of powerful black men in music wasn't random. He said it plain. When you build something too big, too powerful, and too black, folks get uncomfortable. And child, the way he said it, you could feel the weight of betrayal in every word.
Puffy go up there and say, hey, I wasn't in control of my life at the time, or himself. And he can humanize his own self, and the jury might give him a shot. But if they keep him sitting down, it's like he's scared to face the music.
But that wasn't even the juiciest part. Now y'all know Suge couldn't go 5 minutes without bringing up Diddy. And what he said next had folks clutching their pearls. According to Suge, Diddy didn't climb the industry ladder the traditional way. He alleges that Puff got close, real close, with some of the most powerful men in entertainment. And we ain't talking boardroom close, honey. We talking baby oil in prison close if you catch his drift. Suge painted a picture of an industry that rewards silence and submission. And he swears Diddy was playing the game like a pro. From alleged relationships with male executives to hush-hush settlements over messy situations, Suge hinted that Diddy's power came not just from talent, but from his connections.
He set the tone by immediately as the first witness taking jurors back to 2016. It was March 5th when Flores said he responded to a call from hotel staff of a woman in distress on the 6th floor.
He even claimed some of these high-up folks protected Diddy, paid off victims, and made accusations vanish with $1 million checks. And child, the way Suge told it, he made it sound like everybody knew. They just didn't say nothing. He dropped one name that had folks doing double takes, Jimmy Iovine. Suge said Jimmy personally paid off a woman named Capricorn, allegedly beaten by Diddy, with $1 million check from Interscope, not from Puff. Now, if that don't scream industry cover-up, I don't know what does. But Suge wasn't done pulling skeletons from the closet.
We have the latest from federal court in the Sean Combs criminal case. Status of jury selection, what Diddy's going to be wearing, violation of a gag order, rejecting a plea offer.
Next, he dragged us straight back to the night Tupac got shot. Now let's get into the real heat, Tupac. According to Suge, the night Tupac wasn't just random street beef. Nah, baby, this was a hit. And Suge, he says he was the other target. Sitting beside Tupac in that BMW, Suge took a bullet to the head and lived to tell the tale. But what he remembers ain't no mystery. It's a setup. He said security protocols were mysteriously ignored. His own team, folks paid to protect him and Tupac, were nowhere to be found when they were needed most.
For it to go so fast, for a federal trial to finalize a jury, do the strike process, and there was a little contention about that. The defense argued that they struck 7 of 9 black jurors, so there was a bit of a disagreement about that.
Ain't that suspicious? He called out Reggie Wright Jr., the head of security, as a key player in the breakdown. Suge claimed Reggie intentionally pulled bodyguards off duty that night. According to him, Tupac had just beat down a known gang member, and everybody knew retaliation was coming. Suge ordered extra protection. Reggie said, nah. And the most chilling part? Suge said straight up, it was a murder-for-hire hit, and baby, when Suge says it like that, you can't help but listen. He's not just speculating, he's accusing. He believes it was a coordinated setup involving more than one shooter.
Did the check, did he ever make $1 million deposit from anybody in the record business? Puff was friends with Jimmy Henchman.
And that Tupac never stood a chance, but Reggie wasn't the only name he dropped. Suge had something real specific to say about Snoop Dogg, and child, it only got messier from there. Suge didn't hold back when it came to Reggie Wright Jr. Child, he said that man was the beginning of the end. And if you believe Suge, Reggie ain't just guilty of bad security. He's guilty of betrayal. That night in Vegas, Tupac was vulnerable. And Suge claims it was Reggie who made sure of that. He says Reggie told multiple bodyguards not to bring weapons even though everybody knew tensions were high.
Everyone knew he was the devil. He's been the devil for 30 years. He's been covered and protected by not only Clive Davis, but Lucien Grange.
He even told one bodyguard, Michael Moore, to go home if he didn't like it. And that's exactly what Moore did. What's more shocking? Suge says Reggie had already been fired by Tupac. So why was he still calling the shots? And why did Frank Alexander, another bodyguard, suddenly get promoted back into position even though Pac didn't trust him? It didn't add up, and Suge made sure we understood just how suspicious the whole setup was. The missing security, the blocked escape route, the delayed response, it all screamed sabotage. And guess what? Suge claims Reggie wasn't even there when the shooting went down, yet tried to rewrite the story anyway. And if that ain't enough to make you raise an eyebrow, wait till you hear what Suge had to say about Snoop Dogg, walkie-talkies, and some secret audio that could have changed everything. Now, baby, let's talk about the Snoop Dogg part, because this right here, this had everybody's jaw on the floor. Suge didn't just hint. He flat out said Snoop knew Tupac was going to get hit. And not only that, he implied Snoop might have been listening in real time. According to Suge, Snoop skipped the Vegas trip that night. But get this, Warren G allegedly told Suge that Snoop showed up at his house carrying a walkie-talkie. Now, this ain't no regular walkie-talkie you get from a toy store. Suge said it was the same kind used by his security team, meaning only select people had access to them. Then boom, while they're chilling through that walkie-talkie, Snoop allegedly hears, "Got him." And that's when Snoop reportedly stands up and says, "They just got Tupac and Suge." Baby, how would he know that fast unless he was in on it? Suge even said there's a secret audio recording where Snoop basically admits why Tupac had to go. But Suge held it back. He said if he released it, Snoop would be behind bars for life. That's how serious it is. And it don't stop there. Suge claims that same walkie-talkie later showed up in a box of legal files, proof that someone was real sloppy or real confident. Either way, Suge's been holding receipts. But child, Diddy wasn't staying quiet either. let's talk about that wild night when Suge confronted him in public. Suge says there was only one time he tried to confront Diddy face to face, and baby, it ended with Puff running out the building. The moment happened at the Roosevelt Hotel, where Suge says he was invited to a Prince show. Yup, the Prince. And as soon as Suge walked in, he was seated at a table with Diddy, Nas, and a few other heavy hitters. Prince, being the slick genius he was, walked right up to them mid-performance, made eye contact with Suge and Puff, then just laughed, like he knew what was about to go down. Suge leaned over to Puff and whispered something cold. "You got a lot of explaining to do, rat." And before he could even finish that sentence, Diddy jumped up. His people threw coats over him like a human shield and rushed him out the hotel like it was a fire drill. Suge said, "That man ran." And here's the kicker. Suge says that was the only time he got that close to Diddy after everything went down. Every other time, Puff allegedly ducked him, avoided him, or found a back exit. Suge made it real clear. He's been chasing answers, and Diddy been running. But things got even messier when Suge brought up a different kind of relationship between Diddy and someone else in the industry. It was Ray J. Now this next part, whoo, child. Suge Knight dropped a bomb that had folks' ears ringing. He claimed, without hesitation, that Diddy and Ray J were more than just friends. According to Suge, they were lovers. He said it like it was common knowledge in Hollywood. Suge alleged that Diddy gave Ray J $10 million to produce an album that never happened. But baby, he ain't talking about no failed business deal. He said it was hush money, plain and simple. In Suge's words, the money wasn't about music, it was about keeping a relationship quiet. And let's not forget, this was during a time when the hip-hop world was a whole lot less accepting of that kind of thing. So if what Suge says is true, that would have been career-ending tea back then, but Suge wasn't judging. In fact, he said Puffy's not guilty for being freaky. He's guilty for being reckless with people's lives. He painted a picture of an industry full of secrets, where men at the top do whatever they want, with whoever they want, and money makes the mess disappear. And just when you think it couldn't get wilder, Suge doubled down. He said Diddy wouldn't even mind being locked up. Why? Because prison might be a more comfortable fit for the lifestyle Suge says Puff been living. Phew. But despite everything, Suge said something nobody expected next. After everything Suge said, the setups, the cover-ups, the violence, the chaos, he hit folks with a twist. He said straight up, Diddy should walk. Now that's the plot twist nobody saw coming. Suge explained that the case against Diddy was bigger than just one man. He believes if Diddy goes down, a whole chain of executives should be going with him. Folks like Jimmy Iovine and others behind the scenes who, Suge says, were just as guilty, if not more. He called the racketeering charges one-sided, claiming they're using Puff as the fall guy while the real puppet masters stay in their glass towers untouched. Suge says if you're gonna take down Diddy, you need to drag the whole industry into court, cause it ain't just him doing dirt. Now Suge wasn't defending Diddy's behavior. He admitted Puffy got issues, especially with how he treats women. But in Suge's eyes, prison ain't the answer. He guilty for being a cold, freaky man, Suge said, but not for the charges they trying to stick on him. And just like that, Suge flipped the narrative. Instead of burning Diddy, he showed sympathy. Because according to him, prison might not be a punishment for Puff. It might just be where he feels most at home. But this story ain't over yet. We still got Capricorn, cover-ups, and conspiracies to deal with. Suge wasn't done exposing folks. He zeroed in on Interscope, Jimmy Iovine, and a woman named Capricorn Clark. Suge claims that after Diddy allegedly assaulted her, it wasn't Diddy who paid to keep her quiet, it was Interscope. He says Jimmy Iovine personally handed over $1 million check, not out of kindness, but to cover up bad behavior. And Capricorn, she took the money, but got mad when taxes hit the check. Suge said she expected a tax-free hush fund. He made it clear, these aren't just Diddy's demons, this is a system that protects the powerful and erases the victims. Suge said it loud. If you're not going to charge Jimmy, then why throw Puffy in a cage? And just like that, he shifted the blame up the ladder. In his final moments with Tupac, Suge remembered one thing clear as day. Pac looked him in the eye and said, "Let me drive." Suge refused. He was bleeding. Pac was hurt, but they were still fighting to survive. They listened to "You Ain't Never Had a Friend Like Me" as the police. Suge never forgot that moment or the silence that followed. He said the assassination of Tupac was the beginning of hip-hop's unraveling. And at the center of it, greedy executives, crooked cops, and betrayal from those closest to them. Suge ended it like this: crooked cops destroyed hip-hop, and in his eyes, some of the biggest names in the game weren't victims, they were architects.
Suge, happy to have you back, my man. The floor is yours, man. I know some things you want to address, so I'm gonna let you do what you do.
It's just crazy how when you try to do something positive, it always comes back negative. And I did a lot of things in my life, and I take accountable for everything I did and everything I do. But the more you try to be positive with God, the more some of these weirdos want to lie. What I mean by that, I treated Ray J like a man should treat a younger man. And for him to go on Glad on his other guy's show, and he asked me questions, and I'm saying, look, don't go on nobody's show talking about the real Death Row, Tupac, or myself. And the reason why I said that, because he wasn't around then. You know, Ray J went to home study. He didn't go to elementary school, junior high school, high school. He was a child actor. So he don't know those things. And to go on there and speak on stuff, even when it comes to Snoop, Ray J, all these calls are recorded. All the stuff we be talking about, or y'all talk about, bringing me saying what Snoop said he had something to do with the homie and all this, and Baby Style. Everybody throwing gossiping, playing these games. I try my best to be a bigger man, even to forgive every person I can possibly forgive and move on in my life. I did my best to find something good to say about Snoop, or I wouldn't say nothing at all. I know he didn't want it, because he wouldn't be on the run. But when all you guys tell me, everybody play both sides and let him be talking and recording, and when he goes and y'all have y'all little joke, murder was the case, the murder for hire, Tupac rest in peace, what that mean? Because y'all pounding y'all chest about it. Ray J. The reason why I started in Can-Am, and the reason why I started in Can-Am, and it's a situation where I had to find a studio where I could build out a bedroom, a bathroom, a shower. Since you idiots don't know, I had house arrest. So I figured if I'm going to have to do house arrest, I would be doing it at the studio before I can work. I know everybody claimed they was in the studio, but we know who be in that studio. So I need to be there. That being said, Ray J, as my homie I love more than anything, rest in peace, Pooh Rider, the one who used to call you Ray Dog. Now I get to that in a minute. But Brother Rim was not done at Can-Am. It's the Platts, it's the studio to show where it was done at. Doggy Star wasn't done there. The Chronic wasn't done there. Only album was technically really done there was All Eyes on Me. And Ray J, you've never been in the studio with us, nor Pop. Never. When it comes to anybody in my past, everybody got a problem with the past because today they live in a lie.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Anything you check, you're going to see the credits on that album. Anything you see made that company, you're going to see who made that company. But when it comes to Ray J, you saying you got my life right. Let me tell you something, little boy. Now I'm going to tell you the truth. First of all, now you playing with my kids and my family. So we're going to play with yours. Since you say you got my life rights and you trying to mess up the money that my family gets, now I'm going to sue your little punk ass. And I'm going to get every dime you get. Every dime your mama hide for you and everybody else. Now let's break it all the way down. I love Danny Boy. Danny Boy not my biological son, but I always loved Danny Boy as a son. So you get up there and say that you didn't know Danny Boy was gay, Ray J. You knew Danny Boy was gay when Danny Boy was slipping and slide. What I love about Danny Boy, he owns it. And I'm proud of him for that. And I'm not running for that. That's who he was. That's who he is. Now, I call Pooh Ryder like we all call Pooh Ryder that. All of us who know him and love him. Because Pooh was a rider. I'm going to say this, I'm going to get off you, Ray J. But you call him Pooh Ryder because you know he was riding. You. All those things you said about Puffy and all what's going on, how Puffy was bragging about he had something to do with the homie not being here. And I'm telling you, this is a recording penitentiary phone call. For you to record me, because I'm telling you, whatever I say once, I can say twice. When I told you, since you fuck with Snoop, you fuck with Puffy. You was living with Puffy. Y'all was sharing beds. I said, don't go on there talking about Pac because you fuck with his enemies. That's what I said. I believe that a man should be able to forgive every person relying on me. I forgave them. Y'all been doing these shows, these podcasts, telling lie after lie after lie. I'm going to say something about singing Danny Boy. And this ain't no disrespect. DB, you know what's up. But Danny Boy is a cold player, man. All those dudes know Danny Boy in and out on him. In and out. In and out. Out and in. Shit. Making them think they're a woman. So everybody want to throw Danny Boy in the bus and be like, oh, he was the gay one. Okay. Who was hanging with Danny Boy? Who was hanging with Puffy? And you know one more thing. It's like this. I ain't never known Danny Boy to lie. Now Danny Boy might get some shit confused and think somebody said something about him, he might go on one or whatever. But Danny Boy, Ray J, Young Buck, they say Baby Styles, E, was some one of those other dudes. Well, anyway, Danny Boy is telling their face and said it more than once. Who get the best head better than the bitch? Number one. Danny Boy, I ain't never, like I said, I ain't never known him to lie. But at the same time, Puffy and Ray J was living together. When Corona came and everybody's being quarantined, shit, that Miami Beach house, Store Island, was their playground. All of a sudden, when you try to get brownie points from these dudes, make no sense. I'm starting to figure that the more you try to be positive, the more they want you to be negative. I do want to come home and be with my family. But I'm always going to stand on facts and on my hands. If y'all want to get dirty with it, and I ain't talking about that sex shit y'all be doing. I'm talking about the real live shit. It is what it is.
Just when you thought you heard it all, Ray J comes out and says this shit. We're going to talk about it after a word from our sponsor. Want a live interview with Viral Hip Hop News? Email me, Sam Ant, at dlsmediainc1@gmail.com. Let's go. You heard it. If you're an artist, an entrepreneur, if you want your music or your brand promoted here on Viral Hip Hop News, I'm running an artist spotlight where I interview you and you get to promote your brand, in front of a live audience, or your music in front of a live audience in an interview with me. If you're interested in that, please email me, dlsmediainc1@gmail.com. Or if you have a brand that you want to promote it in the form of a commercial, if you want your commercials in the front of Viral Hip Hop News, all the videos, just like this one, email me, dlsmediainc1@gmail.com. I got a great summer promotion going on. If the summer promotion doesn't work for you, holla at me. We can make something happen. Appreciate you. Let's get to work here on Viral Hip Hop News. All right, so Ray J, my God. So Ray J, I don't know if he was on a stream or he was having a conversation, but he responded to Suge Knight's comments alleging that he and Diddy, that being Ray J and Diddy, slept together, right? And then we heard that the comment from Ray J a couple months ago that asses are being taken, and that prompted a response from Diddy's sons. They got into it back and forth. They had a conversation, hashed it out. And in the video I'm about to show you, Ray J talks about that incident as well as what he was referring to when he said asses was taken. And my God, just when you thought you heard it all, right? You're about to. So I'm about to play the video and then we'll react to it. Let's go.
Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. That shit went viral. And guess what? Niggas thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come pressing me. I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. Nigga, I'm talking about Suge, bro. I'm talking about Suge taking niggas, not Diddy. Suge is a big ass raper taker for men, bro. I mean, a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up niggas' ass and fuck them, bro. And females. It was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me when you know I got a lot of gay friends and you know the gay community supports me. So you know, like I'm bulletproof unless my dick been in that hole. And if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest, gayest niggas out, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was fucking bitches in the ass, niggas in the ass, bitches in the ear, the nose, everything, bro. Like, forget being gay. You was like nose. You was like ear, nigga. I don't know what that's called. Fucking people in the ear? What sexuality is that? And I want y'all to clip this. Suge used to take niggas, right? I used to go upstairs. Like, I don't know if you saw Pulp Fiction, but when Ving Rhames, they tied the nigga up. They had the ball in the nigga mouth. They had him in the chair, and then the nigga came down, right? That's the kind of shit Suge did to niggas. And you know, it's crazy because Suge had this other thing. It's called handlebars. He used to strap it onto the nigga, and then they got the handlebars like you riding on the bike. Think about it, like a waist trainer, and then the handlebars on the side. Then he used to grab the handlebars and then take the niggas, bro. Like, we'll be right back. More Suge Knight. You are not my friend. You're not my family. You have disrespected the gay community. You disrespected me by saying false stories, and I'm gonna just tell the truth, bro. I've never seen a bigger homosexual than Suge Knight. He is an ass lover.
So clearly I didn't listen to that entire video until just now. I heard the bits and pieces. I knew the overall premise of where he was going with it, hence the reason why I wanted to do the video, but I didn't know all that shit now. I kind of put a hold at when he bought the stick of butter. Like, that's where I was kind of, I guess I stopped because I didn't hear that part, and then the rest shit got worse. Look, listen, I don't know whether to believe Ray J or not. I'm not saying I don't believe him. I don't know whether to believe him. I'm not saying he's lying. I'm not saying he's telling the truth. I'm saying I don't know. But goddamn, if Ray J ain't one of the biggest sex slaves in Hollywood, my goodness. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but allegedly Kim Kardashian's mom made you do that sex tape. You had an alleged situation with the late, great Whitney Houston. Allegedly, you had a situation where people thought she was effing Puffy. Now you know for a fact that Suge was out here taking ass. No matter what was in the front, his ass was being taken everywhere. Suge Knight was just a bully for ass, and you knew all of that. And just, my God. I don't know what to believe, but listen, y'all leave a comment in the comment section and let me know what you think. God damn, man. Suge's a big dude. I don't know what to believe, man. I know we talked to Suge Knight's son. Respect to his son. I don't want to be overly disrespectful, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what to believe. I don't know if it's true or not. He's sitting in prison right now, so obviously he can't be charged for RAPE like Ray J just threw on him. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know the statute of limitations or what he did or how he did it, and nobody's coming out. And I don't know if people will start coming out based off of this allegation that Ray J threw out there, man. So this is wild stuff in Hollywood, wild stuff in the music business, and more. What I will say is these people expose themselves for who they really are every single day. Every day. They show us something new. They unveil just a little more and expose just a little more and show us what they really about. My God. Leave a comment in the comment section. Let me know what you think of the situation. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Sam Ant, CEO of Brand Viral Hip Hop News. As we enter the month of June, summer is here. It's time to get hot. It's time to warm it up. Let's get it popping. Love each and every one of y'all. Love yourselves and love yours. I'm out of here. Deuces.
Suge's on the phone? Yeah. All right. Should we bring Suge in?
Put him on speakerphone?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for using Global.
So we want to, I told you I texted him from jail.
Got your text message. Check this out. Why is he talking about Death Row shit? He went around.
Huh?
Unmuted.
Why you talking about his shit?
That's it. That's all I'm talking about.
No, that's all he's talking about. They were asking.
Why you asking about questions about that with Vlad? You know what I'm talking about, nigga. You don't talk to nobody. You talk to motherfuckers. You want to talk to motherfuckers when you want to talk to them. Motherfucking line they drawing the sand. Well, motherfuckers get at motherfuckers when they feel they can, when they want to, and bullshit motherfuckers, and act like, well, if you talk to stick motherfucker ass, nigga. Don't be talking about pocket same breath, you motherfucking with Snoop. Because Snoop said some fucked up shit about the army, and shit coming out, and shit gonna be dealt with.
You want to put it on speakerphone?
I know y'all hear me talking. I ain't talking to my motherfucking self.
Yeah, I hear you.
The shit y'all be doing ain't homie shit, ain't family shit. It's selfish shit. Now, here it is. Pop ain't this motherfucker. That's a little bro, that's a little homie, that's all the answer. Then y'all with Snoop and the rest of these niggas, nigga, fuck Snoop, nigga. And the minute the motherfucker run to him, he know what it is. Y'all can't, listen, there's nothing wrong with being on Snoop's side and gangbang on that side of the way. Nothing wrong with none of that shit. The motherfucker can't play both sides. Both sides get motherfuckers mixed up. Every time motherfuckers turn around, motherfuckers see you motherfuckers love and love the shit up you little niggas. But y'all only fucking niggas when it's convenient. And you say shit that won't nobody else say shit. If somebody else would say shit, the homies will want some answers. Because it's you, we ain't tripping. But you still say shit. Then when it comes to talking like real family, you bullshit a motherfucker. On top of that motherfucking shit, when it comes to some shit where like you feed your family, it's my responsibility to feed my family. You gonna Shay Shay bitch ass, show whoever that faggot ass motherfucker is, fuck Shay Shay. Okay? And he tell you, you got my rights, my life rights, and even if I'm talking on anything or doing anything, like if I throw a bird in the sky and somebody pay me, I gotta pay you. And so yeah, I need to check on that too. When you know the truth. If it was something different and it was true what you said or no, it's true. But you know you don't got my life rights. So I would never say present me having something on you to fuck with your motherfucking family like you did with me. And you know you did that shit. And I told motherfucking either motherfucking ass to tell you about it and tell one to holler at it, and everybody just go backwards and backwards and forwards. And he's your motherfucking ass. You wanted $8. The boy was it ain't shit. When I'm in prison, motherfucker loan you something, you just say, oh, I'm not paying it back. Oh, it's hard now. So you're gonna take from me and my kid, and that shit good. When I've been the nigga to turn it down like that. Everybody do real disrespectful shit. Be different, I do that disrespectful shit to you motherfuckers, which I don't. Every time y'all men end up in the hat with the homies, I be the first motherfucker like, no. And then you know, the minute I came home, I get all those good niggas. And those good niggas on my yacht and tell them what it is with you and what you mean to me. And if any problem with you, nigga, we're gonna deal with a red eye head. But at the same time, y'all don't get the full respect. And you up there doing a podcast, this weird ass motherfucker who always got something to say negative about every motherfucking body that ain't true. And y'all still entertain these motherfuckers.
I'm on the phone with Suge all the time. And so sometimes the homie mad, sometimes he not. At the end of the day, people keep talking about whatever I said about the life rights. Suge signed all his life rights over to me. I signed them right back to the homie.
Okay, yeah, because I remember I interviewed Matt Barnes, who at one point thought that he had bought the life rights to Suge. He tried
That's
to
what
do
he
something
thought
with it.
because he wasn't in the circle that we was in. So Matt Barnes probably got duped by somebody else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Suge signed his life rights over to me because I signed them right back to him for something we was doing. That's it.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying?
And Suge just called from prison just now.
Yeah, I told you I was gonna text the homie, but at the end of the day, the homie always been A1. And at the end of the day, it's like when somebody that close to me tell me to do something, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
And then whenever niggas need whatever back, here it go. That's why niggas can trust me, because it's never no janky motives around me. Like if it's family for life, period.
Shout out to Suge, man. Like I said,
Yes,
we got
man.
to talk for the first time recently. You know,
Yeah.
we got some stuff possibly coming up.
No
It's really
doubt.
on me at this point. I'm supposed to send him some stuff. But yeah, man, it was interesting to talk to him. He's a legendary figure. No one can deny that, regardless of what you say.
Yeah, like he one of the most creative people that's ever lived.
Ray J, I don't want to be the one to push you over the edge and make you commit suicide or something. I'd be lying if I say your life don't mean nothing to me, because it do. Been knowing you since you was a little bitty boy. But Ray J, you was born in 81. You said Tupac came to your 21st birthday. How is that if you born in 81 and your 21st birthday had to be around 2002 or somewhere along those lines? Pac passed away and went to heaven in 96. Where are you going with this? Another thing, Ray J. You posted a thing up there when you came to visit me in prison and they didn't let you in because whatever y'all was doing in the car, and to do a book deal. All the phone calls recorded. Just a book deal. That's all you wanted to do. So I agreed to do that. The lawyer left out with the paperwork. I'm quite sure the paperwork you posted. At the same time, you and another gentleman were doing some activities in the car. That's why you weren't allowed to come in. Because he came to talk to me, he was going to go back and get you. And they said, yeah, I was on some weirdo shit. And I ain't going to put that out there, but you know what it is. And you know what they said it is. But at the same time, I got the proof to show you. Time they got out of jail, but that was a whole nother lie you lied on everybody about. You signed it right back over. But you go on these shows and you go on these live things and you try to interfere with my family got going on. But I'm going to show you how grown people do it. The lawyer going to sue you for $200 million for lying. Also, Lil Ray, you need prayer, little homie. Everybody should be praying for you. They should double down to make sure you do like mandatory drug testing every day, because nothing only stay in your system for, I guess, 2 days. That's what I heard. Every day. That princess took the wheel. That'll drive you back to safety. You got a gangster in that bitch. Also, for everybody to speak on Left Eye and Tupac, who's definitely not here to defend themselves and be their voice. Left Eye is the homegirl, Lisa, Nina, as we call her. Really close to me. Really a great person. Everybody talking about death row situations, Left Eye situations. These are things that people talk about that never been in their presence. I've never met them. I was not there. You ran across a few things, Ray J, because the motherfucker treated you with respect and bring you around. It's not for no clown shit. I'm starting to wonder now. Same circus, different clowns. It's not too late. People should do stories about their own life, not my life. I'm quite sure it's some interesting things that you guys can put together and tell your story. It's for me to tell my motherfucking story. When it comes to the part where you talk about Left Eye had a problem with it, if he died because of me, that's a lie. But let's talk about some facts. Whitney Houston, it's on your hands. I remember the conversation when she thought her life was in the toilet. She didn't even say your name. She just used the term that Brandy's little brother bringing me drugs and doing drugs with me. Brandy's little brother trying to kiss me and do drugs with me. Next thing you know, she's dead. You brag about all these phone calls recorded. You brag about how Snoop tell you and told you he's a part of the people who put bread to kill Pac. That's why I say don't mention Tupac's name in none of your interviews, because you fuck with the motherfucker Snoop, who said he had something to do with it. So Snoop was involved in killing hip-hop's best all-time artist. You was involved in killing the best female vocalist that ever did it, Whitney Houston. So to get your ratings to go up for Love and Hip Hop, wherever the fuck that is, or wherever you guys got to do to be relevant, talk about that. That alone speaking volumes. And I wish for all y'all's success. I have nothing negative or bad to say about nobody I know. But I will tell the truth. I want the world to understand that everybody who's using these platforms, podcasts, it's a lot of great ones. But we don't have to put nobody down to be somebody. So I'm saying this one time and one time only. I wish all the people in society. Do well. It's rough out there in the streets. You got some motherfuckers with guns and no bullets. Some people with bullets and no gun. It's bad. But once again, I pray for the best. I do prepare for the worst. I want all success to the people we all know, that we all look like each other. Tell your story. It's up to me to tell mine. So the people I got love for, God bless you. Once again, you can get rich with the devil's money, but you can only be happy with God's money. I'm Suge Knight. I'm out.
All right, here we go. Ray J, our first official interview.
I know.
Man, like a decade or so.
I know, man. Congratulations on everything.
Man, congratulations to you too.
Thanks, man. I'm just taking it one day at a time.
Yeah, we're going to get into all that because we've done other pieces here and there.
Yeah.
But I think this is our first real serious.
I think so.
Yeah, first
and
serious
it's
one.
good. It's good now. It's 2025. 24 was just kind of like a way out, twisted, expression, I think, for me. And I think in 2025, we just got a brand new plan.
Yeah.
A new outlook on what we need to do. So you get the calm, collective, kind of boring me. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Well, we have a lot to talk about.
Okay.
And I did a lot of research on you before we started. I never realized Snoop is your cousin.
Yeah.
How are you guys related exactly?
We all from Mississippi, so I mean, all of our cousins go from Jackson down to Macomb, Mississippi, down to New Orleans, all up the coast. And so it's crazy because Daz's mom, Snoop's mom, my auntie, my mom, they all used to ride on the same bus that my granddad used to drive a long time ago. And it's crazy because we all kind of like all came to Cali. We went our separate ways, but then ended up kind of like in the same space. But it was like Brandy was super clean. Snoop was all the way, you know what I'm saying, in his world. And so the contrast was crazy. So it was like trying to like keep that at a minimum, but I was the one to kind of like break the ice.
Now, when did you start hanging around Death Row?
When I was like, I think like 14, 15.
Okay. So that was like, what, 2003, 2002, something like that?
Yeah, I think, man, when you get older and the way we kind of like lived our life, a lot of this shit is a blur. So yeah, I think.
Well, okay, well, hold on. But you were hanging around Death Row when Pac was there, right?
Way before Pac was there.
Before Pac was there. So you're talking about before 2002, because Pac died in 96. So you're talking about the 90s.
Yeah, so it was two waves. So it was the 90s wave, and then it was the wave when Suge got out of jail.
Okay.
So it was two waves. So when Suge first got out of jail, he had all the bread. You get what I'm saying? So it was like fresh out. And then before that, it was I was hiding. Like I used to tell my dad, and Pops, don't get upset, but I used to tell my dad that I was going down the street to do my homework. And Snoop and Dad used to pick me up in the old school Cherokee Jeep, and I used to just hide under the back of the seat, and then I used to go to Can-Am every day. That was way before Pac came on.
Okay, so when you were at Can-Am, what projects were they working on at that time that you got to witness?
At Death Row?
Yeah.
Everything from like Above the Rim, all of Snoop's albums, Corrupt, The Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, OFTB,
Everything. All the real pivotal
everything.
projects.
Yeah, Tupac, like when Pac was recording, we was all around. Like it just kept waving. You know what I'm saying? You know what's crazy though? Throughout all of that, I still never really been in the lab with Dr. Dre. I don't think. I probably was, but I don't know. It be certain shit that people be telling me I be doing, and now we had this run, and I don't even be remembering, but in my mind, I don't think I ever been really locked in with Dr. Dre. Even though like Dre is the greatest, you know.
During that 90s era death row, I heard a lot of stories, a lot of people I interviewed that were there. And also it was a very tense time because you had Suge, then you had all the Bloods in there. And, you know, one would have a bad day, get into a fight with his girl, then goes just smack somebody. And, you know, there was a door that didn't have a handle on the inside. That
Wait, what? Wait.
You didn't hear about this? The door?
The door.
There was a door that people used to just...
Which one?
The red room.
Yeah, there we go. The red room.
And what happened in the red room?
People used to just get hands and feet put on them in this room. From what I was told by multiple people. I'm not making this up.
Nah, shit.
your man just keeps... Okay, see? Your man just keeps you in on it. Well, Danny Boy was over there during that time. He said at one point you guys were friends, but then something went wrong and you guys had some sort of issues at one point. Do you know anything about this?
With Danny Boy?
Yeah.
You know, it was just so much stuff happening. It was just went in so many different ways. Like, it was like you had the Danny Boy situation. You had just the overall like death row situation. You had your personal life situation. And then for me, like I was with Suge every single day. And I really wasn't with nobody else inside the bigger wave of thing. And then at times I would go and like, you know, I was around a lot of different people inside the bubble, but it all came back to Simon. So it's just a gang of shit happened, you know, that's just life, you know. I don't remember the details. These niggas be remembering like exact days what be happening, but you know, when you get older, you kind of just try to make peace with everybody and say, fuck whatever happened.
I'm looking through this interview and Danny Boy said some interesting shit.
Okay.
He said while he was drinking and smoking with some of the barbers, they were shocked he was smoking and insinuated he had a drug problem. When he asked where they got the information, they said it was from Ray J. And they said that Ray J also said that Danny Boy was trying to force some gay shit on him. That's what Danny Boy said. Did you know that Danny Boy was gay during that time?
He said he was gay now?
Yeah.
So he's gay.
He's gay. He's out in the open. I've interviewed him about it. He cried, felt bad about his son. And
shout out to Danny Boy.
Yeah.
You know, shit. I don't like to, you know, point the finger. I think that like everybody grow up and everybody trying to understand who everybody is, you know what I'm saying? And what everybody is about. It's a lot of rock and roll shit going on out here. It's a lot of shit happening in real time that most of the time you would never really get to see or never really get to experience because it's like there was nothing nobody couldn't do. You get what I'm saying? Like we could do whatever we want to do. And so, as far as enforcing shit like that on me, you know, I don't think enforce is the word. You know what I'm saying? I just think that I was real vocal about like what happened in certain situations back when I was younger. So I was more like, and this nigga did this, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, and this, you know what I'm saying? So I was more like sporadic on my experiences. Is sporadic a word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 for 2.
2 for 2.
I was just like, when you look back at me, it was just, I was real loud and I just didn't give a fuck. And so I said a lot of shit. A lot of that shit's true. But now, you know, in 2025, it's like, how do you make peace with everybody and move on? Niggas said they admitted that they was, you know, who they were, which is good. I mean, I got a whole gay agency that's on my team, you know what I'm saying? And I got a lot of gay friends and I work with a lot of gay people. And it really don't matter if you're gay or not. It just matters if you show up on time and do your fucking job and then and go live your life, right? In any aspect. So good for him, you know. And I don't want to enforce any negativity on what it was. It just is what it is.
Mm-hmm. What changed in Death Row when Tupac signed?
What changed?
Yeah, when he started, you know, being part of the mix. Now you got the superstar along with Snoop and Dre and everyone else. But Tupac had a very interesting type of fame that I don't think anyone really had ever.
Well, I just feel like when you get around Suge is really the person in the studio, like giving you your inspiration, especially in that kind of like intense, like vital beef moment of wherever Pac was in his life on whatever he had to get off his chest, as far as whether it was the naysayers or whether, you know, whatever somebody did to him or whatever was going on. And Suge supported that in a way where you feel unstoppable, you know, and a lot of things, like anytime I've been in the studio with Suge, he always kind of broke down like what niggas should talk about on songs and stuff and how it should be said pretty much in song. So that's just my experience with Suge, because I was always with him. Now you got Dr. Dre and Snoop, everybody, they do their own songs. Suge not in the studio, you know what I'm saying? But every session I've been in with Simon, he always really pretty much gave you the experience first, where we went on like a week and a half crazy run, just living crazy, and then you go to the studio and you talk about it and you like sing about it or whatever.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk to Suge for the first time a few weeks ago.
Oh yeah, the first time?
First time. I've always said that I'm never going to talk to Suge, but over time I said, well, why am I on this high horse right now? Like,
yeah, why you didn't want to talk to him?
I just felt like so many bad things happened around Suge that I was sort of concerned about being around that energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I always kind of kept my distance. Even when me and Suge, when he was out, we'd be in the same room and I'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to go. I'm like, I know he knows who I am.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm like, I'm just not going to talk to him because I've just had too many people that had bad experiences. But then I remember I was on Drink Champs and I mentioned that, and Nori was like, well, what about the people who had good experiences like Ja Rule or Gotti? And he started naming more and more people. And I'm like, okay, that's a good point. Maybe I need to get off my high horse at one point. And we talked, you know, a couple of times actually. And we might do something together.
That's dope. Yeah, I talk to Suge all the time.
Yeah. Interesting guy.
Yeah.
Interesting guy. Very unique.
I mean, he just understands scale. He understands the creative process. Outside of anything personal, you know, he has the magic to like inspire and coach.
Well, you said that you saw Faith Evans sitting on
I
Tupac's
knew
lap.
he was gonna do it.
Yes.
That's what I was getting. Hey, yo, Faith is so mad at me. She don't even speak to me. I swear to God.
Over
she
that
don't,
comment?
I think so. But she cool with like Princess. She always like show love to like everybody around that I'm cool with. But she don't say shit to me, yo.
Because of that.
And I don't bother her about it either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't bother her about it. Like, I love you, Faith, and I respect you. Again, like, there has to be a time in people's life where they kind of flip the script and start to move in a different way. So you look back at everything you did, like Ray J. Like, I'm not Ray J no more. I'm Tron. I'm no longer Ray J. There's no J to Ray no more.
Playing Ray.
Ray Tron.
Ray Tron. Okay.
And Tron is because we're inside the digital system now, right?
Right.
We're
Like the movie
inside
Tron.
of, it's in that space, but we're in the game, but we're in a digital game. We're in a robotic game. We're in an electronics game. We're inside the system. So Jay is everything that I did, everything I said, all the shit that people can pile up and go, damn, when I was with Ray J, he did this. When I was with Ray J, he said that. When I was with Ray J, he did this. That's all Ray J. That's no longer who I am.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm trying. I've been trying to get my whole team to call me Tron. They keep calling me Ray J. I'm like, they not really like understanding. Like I'm already working on changing my whole government.
All right. Well, Tron, I will say this. I interviewed Faith, and in her book, she wrote that, you know, she did some music with Pac, and then when they went to the hotel room, he tried to push up on her, and she wasn't with it, and she left. I will say this, though. I do know someone that was very close to Tupac during this time.
Yeah.
And they said that after Pac and Faith had relations, Pac called him like in the bathroom right away and was like, yo, me and Faith just did our thing.
Yeah.
Which this is something he told me off camera.
Yeah.
So I tend to believe that Pac and Faith had relations, and the other day, there's nothing wrong with that.
So what I say? What did I say on the thing a long time ago? What did Ray J say? Not trying, but what did Ray J say?
You saw Faith Evans sitting on Tupac's lap.
Where?
Not sure. Don't remember.
That's it?
That's it.
Not even specifically where I was.
I don't remember
what we were doing.
I have to pull up the actual clip to get all the details.
Okay, got it.
Do you want me to do that?
No, I'm a journalist.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, pull it up?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Shout out to Art of Dialogue.
You did an interview back in 2008, right? Where you made a comment saying that you seen Faith on Tupac lap.
See, that's what I'm saying. I ain't want to go viral again because I done said when I was younger, bro, that I don't even feel like I should have said because it was probably nobody's business. You get what I'm saying? And so that's what took me back to that.
Here's what it is. I'm kind of saying the same thing I'm saying now.
Right.
Where you see me trying to change.
Right.
And this is 10 years before now.
Mm-hmm.
But they just keep calling me back in. They keep bringing me back into a character.
The Godfather. Every time I try to get out, they pull me back in.
Well, into Ray J, into the character of what Ray J is.
Yeah.
And it's exhausting, right? Not only to me, more importantly to the family and to like my mom and dad and Brandy and everybody. You know, it's exhausting watching Ray J go.
Well, at one point, Suge Knight signed over his life rights to you.
Yeah, like, okay, so you know what everybody called Suge, right? No, nobody, if you was around Suge, you really didn't address Suge as Suge. Everybody called Suge Simon.
Right, that's his real name. Well,
right?
no, wait, Marion Suge Knight.
No,
so
Simon is like in the same verbiage of Simon Says.
Okay, that's what it's from.
Could be.
Okay.
Could be just another kind of nickname, right? But that's what everybody called the homie and still does. Simon used to call me Lil Simon. So everybody around had to call me Lil Simon.
So you were his little homie, basically.
That's
right?
how you want to put it.
I mean, that's where the little name usually comes from, right? It's a term of respect to the big homie, right?
That's the homie.
Okay.
But Suge, you know, would come around for Christmas and like Thanksgiving and come and chill with my mom and dad and talk to my mom on the phone every single day, frequently about a bunch of different things. So it was a lot there. You know, it's a lot with me and Suge and just everything that he did with me in business and just a lot of shit. You know, it's just a lot going on. Still to this day, like we got a lot of stuff coming out, like some really dope stuff. And I can't wait for people to see it because it's gritty, it's honest, and it's something that I think he would want people to see because the approach is spot on. It's not friendly, it's not kind. There's no positive ending to what it is that we're showing you. It's very grimy.
Well, Whack 100 is a regular on my show. That's who got us together, by the way.
Shout out to Cash Jones.
Cash Jones. Me and him have very interesting
Because
history.
WAC 100 is not WAC 100.
Mm-hmm.
WAC 100 is inside of his own Tron, his own system.
Right.
His own digital vortex of what it is.
Yeah.
Cash Jones is who he really is. Every day on a personal and business scale.
And I gotta say before I go on, I have to applaud WAC's growth since I met him back in 2013. And we'll get into the story later on. But right now, like, WAC really has not only been a regular on my show, and the clips have all performed very well, which is why you see him on there all the time, but he's also went out of his way to like get me on the phone when Nick Cannon, because me and him had a falling out some years back, and you're here because of WAC. You know, he's the one that kind of brokered this and everything. And I just feel that overall WAC has just grown into a business person.
Well, that's not WAC.
That's Cash Jones.
That's Cash Jones.
Well, I'm just saying the person
so you
formerly known
can't,
as WAC.
Well, no. WAC 100 is for entertainment purposes.
Right. On Clubhouse and so forth.
Everything that comes with the entertainment side of WAC 100, that's something that people are entertained by. And so he gives you a stellar performance.
Right.
With facts.
Yes.
And everything along with that makes it extremely credible in a lot of different ways. So right or wrong or right, there's always something credible inside of what WAC is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Good or bad in people's eyesight.
Mm-hmm.
Cash Jones is just a different person. Cash Jones, when it was 2:02, I was supposed to be here at 2. I got here with like 2:20, 2:25.
Something like that. Yeah.
Right. So I was 20 minutes late, and I apologize, right? Because I'm usually on time.
Yeah.
At 2:02, Cash Jones hit me like, "You late, bro." And all I got is my relationships with everybody. So he talked to me. I shared my location. That's how extreme Cash Jones is. So that's why with Ray J and Tron and, you know, people that are really portrayed as villains, like in this network, there's always a positive side to what it is. And there's always smoke and mirrors to everything, you know, and I don't want to expose all smoke and mirrors and how it's trolled and how people are bringing you in to attract you into this emotion, good or bad. You can hate it as long as you feel something. Hate me all day. You're expressing an emotion for somebody. It only takes me one time to change the emotion to love, as long as you're giving me your energy. And so a lot of people just don't understand the magnetic tools that happen with hate and love and how it goes together.
Well, the first time I interviewed WAC, your name came up, and I didn't know this, but he said you're actually a Pyru, blood yourself. When you know me, I wouldn't let one of my people talk crazy to you.
No. See, it's the problem.
See, but that was my rationale.
Y'all
at the
both
time.
see Ray as an R&B singer.
Yeah.
Ray Pyro.
Okay.
He on the phone with a G homie.
Got it.
He ain't got no chance, no
Okay, fair
option
enough.
but to stand with me.
I mean, I grew up in Centerview, and, you know, since I was like 13, like maybe even 12, you know, I was extremely banged out. And it's kind of hard to believe, but, you know, I really don't speak on it, because if you're from LA, then you know what it is. But if not, then it's kind of like a fairy tale in people's mind. And so I don't really try to like
glorify it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I was
usually
surprised. As long as we've known each other, I never knew that side of you, because you never put it front and center.
Yeah,
so when he said it, I'm like, oh.
I mean, I
that's interesting.
was extremely activated.
Okay, so how old were you when you officially became Pyru?
You usually don't say when you became anything, like it's embedded in your like soul.
Okay, but you didn't get jumped in at a certain age or that type of thing?
I mean, yeah, but I just don't like to get into it, because it's irrelevant to like what it is now, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah. It was the whole process was intense, and I was super banged out. I used to hit up outside of the hood every day, the hood.
Spray
You know what I'm
paint.
saying?
Yeah.
When I was 12 and 13. But usually when you start doing shit like that, you like a little kid. And then it goes into like the teenage years and it goes into like high school. And then by that time after that, you kind of start to grow out of it, whoever you are. So when people start gangbanging later on in life, it's not the same as when you like actually just lived in the neighborhood and just caught up with whatever the people that you love, and whatever y'all doing is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
What do you think during that time in your life was the most serious situation you got into?
I mean, it wasn't one crazy situation. It's just when you young and you get with the wrong crowd, and if you gangbanging, that's the wrong crowd. Period. And I love all my homies, and all my homies will tell you, most of my homies is dead. Mostly everybody that is close to me is dead. And that go from when I was with Suge every day. That goes when I was in Centerview every day. That goes when I was around anything in that kind of world. So the celebration behind it is not there. You celebrating because you love your people. And then if it's all burgundy or all red or blue or whatever, wherever you're from, you love your people around you because they got your back. But it doesn't end well in any of those situations.
Yeah.
So I advise everybody not to do none of that shit because you better than that.
Now, isn't there a Lil Ray J that's still running around?
A Lil Ray J?
Yeah.
Like what? What you mean?
Like a little homie that named himself after you.
There's no Lil Ray J.
Okay, I heard there
Now,
was.
again, when you from
You've never heard this before?
When you from a certain neighborhood, I'm from Centerview, Paru.
Right.
That's where I grew up. That's where all my people is from since I was way before 11, 12. We talking 6, 7 years old, right? And it's just what you adapt to in any area. When I was on TV, the homies used to call me movie star blood because I used to be on TV at that time.
Movie star blood.
Right? And so that's what they called me because none of the homies felt like I even needed to be still in that certain mindset. None of my big homies, Solo, all the homies that I was with that really had my back was telling me I was tweaking. You need to go and be great. That was their message. For me, it was embedded in my soul at the time I was young. It was like the homies was all we had. And so looking back and fast forward into now, I understand what they were saying. And we lost a lot of people, literally. Like all our like close homies that we love is dead, bro. You know what I'm saying? So for me to glorify any of that shit will only be speaking to the young masses saying, oh, it's all good. I was that. If niggas really don't know, like what I was, that ain't okay. It doesn't end well. It's like, I'm trying to find a place in time where I can actually make my mom, my dad, and my sister proud. I'm trying to find a space for it. I'm trying to see what I can do to do better, right, in 2025. And so glorifying gangs and glorifying the streets and the negativity of what it leads to, I can't be a part of it.
Well, I don't think it's glorifying because I think it's a cautionary tale. Because I've interviewed literally hundreds of people like this, and these stories never end well.
They don't end well.
Ever. And no one ever rides off into the sunset with $100 million. It's always, in fact, when I went through kind of the kingpin stories, it's always about, for every year you ball out on the street, you do about 5 years in prison. You'll have a 5-year run in the streets, that'll go 25 years in prison.
So I've been in the game since I was like 13, 14.
Mm-hmm.
So you can even ask like Lil C's. He'll tell you right now, when Biggie was out here, right before he died, they came to a Moesha party and they found out that I smoked weed and I was turned up. And I'm just Brandy's little brother.
How old were you at the time?
I don't remember. This is all
97.
Probably.
So you're how old at the time?
Who knows? I would have to think about
You were
my
15 to 16.
Right?
About 16 years old, yeah.
I was 16 because I could drive. Now,
Yeah,
okay,
16.
now I'm remembering.
Mhm.
So my sister let me have the Range Rover 4.6. That was at the time where the 4.0 wasn't popping. The 4.6 was popping. That was the big Range Rover. So long story short, I ended up smoking with Big that night. They end up inviting me to the hotel like a day or two before everything happened with Big in LA. We spent all day together. We smoked out. These niggas was tripping it. I was like a young, crazy little loony, like bad kid. So we was connecting. And then all that shit happened. And I could tell you stories about everybody that was big, that had money, all the kingpins, all the bosses. Like, it don't end well for nobody.
Yeah.
Not one of them.
Yeah, I agree.
Name me one.
I can't name any. Not Freeway Ricky Ross, not Big Meech, not Lil D from Oakland, not Convertible Burt, not Alizo Adam. I could go on and on and on and on and on.
So what does that say? It says that we gotta do better. And we also gotta take everybody's story, compile them together, and try to find some kind of remedy for the new future to understand what to do for this not to happen again.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's the approach.
There was a rumor that when Kim and Kanye got married in 2014, you sent a marriage gift of all your profits from that tape. Is that true?
Ray J did a lot of crazy shit, Vlad. I'm trying now.
Okay.
Right? Ray J did shit that was uncalled for at times. That is unexplainable. That's not okay.
Okay.
And so, looking back, even though everything is always factual, I got a song called Factual coming out and it's stating all the facts. Doesn't mean it's right that I stated the facts. Could have kept them to myself. Facts remain. Timing, why I said it, why anybody should know it, it's questionable. Because a lot of times, moving in silence is always better. But when you're activated in this industry and people are tuned into something that they have no idea about, a lot of times you want to give them information. Sometimes it goes left, sometimes it goes right.
Ray J 2025. Do you wish that chapter of your life never happened? Or do you feel ultimately you turned into a positive over time?
Yeah, well, as Tron now, where I want to give back, meaning like I got the Tronics Network. If you look at Tronics 2024, I put a lot of money behind Tronics. The subject matter behind Tronics is at an all-time high of ratchet television. It's probably some of the worst situations anybody's ever been in. It's over the top. So morally, now having the shows and then saying, I'm gonna put the money up for marketing, I started to look at the shows and I started to go, what's the benefit any of these cast members have after doing this show? I'm gonna profit from all of this negativity and trauma from everybody really just opening up their doors and exposing who they are. And so everybody's relating, but these people are going through a hard time when they finish doing these shows. If your people go to church, church is tripping. Your friends, your cousins, your mom, your dad, because most of the people taking this serious. And so I had to pull back from Tronics because I'm like, all right, I'd rather lose all that money, restart the network in 25 and become an opportunity network where I can build a community of people and audition the greatest stars from every column of whatever entertainment it is and give them a chance to become big and become a star and focus on making people stars the right way. So 6 million gone, 2 million to build all the data and understand that you didn't even need to do that. All you needed to do was just go on a platform that was a la carte. Gone. I'm good with that. I can't compete with all the shit that I've already done. And that's all I was doing. And so the morals and the integrity behind where I'm trying to be in 2025 supersedes the shows that I was about to produce. So everything got shut down and now I'm restarting everything.
Did you and Kanye ever have a relationship of any kind?
Me and Kanye?
Yeah.
I don't know if he was Kanye or he was Ye at the time. But yeah,
Have you guys ever sat down and have a long conversation together?
I spent like a week and a half with Ye.
Okay, there's my answer.
I spent like a week and a half with Ye. He came and picked me up on his jet and we went all around the world. And it was a dope experience. And we was able to like kind of squash everything. And it was during the time where all of this other drama was going on in his life. When he was at an all-time, like, I guess, red light for the industry. And he went on Drink Champs and he like broke down really what happened with me and him, but it was overshadowed by everything else that was said and that was being done. So people really didn't get a chance to see what he said, but you could show him if you run the clip. But yeah, nah, he's definitely somebody that you can look at and go, okay, you're doing what you want to do.
Have you seen what he's been on the last couple of days?
Not really, because I've been having like, I don't know what I ate, but I've been having like, I got allergic to something, so I've been bed rest.
Okay, well, if you go to Yeezy.com, there's only one item that's being sold right now, and that is this t-shirt right here for $20. It's a swastika in the middle of a white t-shirt. Oh, that's not a joke. You could actually buy a swastika t-shirt on Yeezy.com right now. I mean, well, what else is there? At this point, his Twitter account has been deactivated. He put up this one here. Jews were better as slaves. You have to put your Jews in their place and make them into your slaves, as well as showing his admiration of Hitler and you know, and so forth.
I can't speak on that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'll speak on it. I think the ironic part of all this is, I don't know how Kanye doesn't realize that Hitler also hated black people, you know, and as well as in Germany, kids who were biracial were actually sterilized so they couldn't reproduce. Kanye has 4 mixed biracial children. So to show admiration to someone who really would have put you in a gas chamber, it just seems.
What does that do? What is that? What happens now?
You know, as well as slavery is a choice and, you know, all the other anti-black stuff.
What happens now when that's done in that capacity? What happens?
You know, he probably loses a couple shows and, you know, he doesn't really have business deals anymore. He doesn't have corporate deals anymore. I think that, you know.
Do you think that somebody's going to wear that shirt?
I hope a Kanye fan does wear that shirt and gets exactly what's coming to them. That's what I hope. I hope somebody does. I do.
It's not okay.
Of course it's not okay. I'm Jewish. I had big chunks of my family killed off by Nazis. I get it.
It's not okay.
My grandfather had 10 brothers and sisters who all were killed off during World War II by Nazis. So, you know, I would have had a bigger family if it wasn't for the Nazis. It's not okay. And it's just sort of interesting that a person who's actually hated by the same people who he's bringing up is praising this person. You see what I'm saying? It just seems like mental illness to me.
Is this at an all-time high
of we've had it up to here. Are we there? Are we, because what does cancellation mean at this point?
Well, I don't think, and I've said this, me and Wack were talking about this the other day.
I mean, can he go outside? Is he safe?
Of course
to
he's
be
outside.
around? And so how is that?
I believe,
if the magnitude is that heavy.
I believe, and I have to explain myself after I say this, because Wack pointed out how this could come off the wrong way. I truly believe the only way to truly cancel somebody is to put them in prison or kill them. Now, I don't want either of those things to happen to Kanye.
Yeah, God forbid.
I don't want it. I'm not implying that this should happen to him. I'm saying that while he's still alive and while he's not in prison, he can't be canceled. He will keep putting out projects, and certain people will look past it because they might like the art, and certain people will still go to his shows, and people will buy his merch, hopefully not that merch, but other merch. And artists will still collaborate with him that don't feel personally offended by the things that he says.
Now
we've seen that happen, and
right?
we're seeing it happen again.
Now, I'm a journalist, right?
Okay.
And I have a show called The Reality Check. And, we tap into issues that a lot of people don't tap into. And you saw me last year on News Nation. You saw me on the Reality Check News. And I had a lot to say. I had a lot to say about asses being taken. I had a lot to say about turning cheek to cheek. And then, I don't want to turn another cheek, because at that point in this mode that we were in, all I was thinking about was butt cheeks, right?
Okay.
This is all on the national news. People are tweaking. They're going, yo, Ray's bugging out. But they're missing the point of what I was trying to say, is that we're creating all of these stories for people to inject their emotions into. If you watch SNL, you understand that the troll is real. It's a spoof, right? It's acting, right? You watch a movie and they're on drugs and they're doing all these profound things. They're doing crazy shit. It could be a story about somebody from another country, whatever it is. You're watching it and you're enjoying it because it's a movie. When are we going to get to the point where we can see through the troll in the real life promotion and real life shows like reality shows? Because a lot of that has the same element to it. It has a very spoof troll kind of like recreated story that riles you up. But the only thing that is different is that the reality side of it, or if it's non-fictional and putting that, that title and then that column, it's doesn't get the same effect because you think it's real. But a lot of this shit is all smoke and mirrors. And all of it has this troll spoof kind of like moment that's really not real. And then there are real moments to it. Just like in movies, just like when people say what they say that they shouldn't say.
Look, is Kanye doing a social experiment to see what would happen in his own mind? Possibly. He even kind of hinted at that.
But it's still, and Ye can say whatever he wants about me after I say this or whatever. And we've talked and we went back and forth plenty of times. That's not okay. Period.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not okay. And as a crisis manager, because I do other things too behind my desk, have nothing. There's nothing that I can create to justify it.
From my point of view, it appears that Kanye is going through a manic episode.
That's not fair to say, man.
You don't think so?
No,
have you
man.
seen people go through manic episodes? I have. I've seen it firsthand, and it reminds me of this.
I think that people are geniuses and they understand how to poke and how to pick and how to create their own campaign that generates organic marketing. I don't think, honestly, it can't be real. That's what most people are doing. I'm only speaking for the masses. That can't be real. He's just trolling. He doesn't believe that. He's not Yadoff. That's not okay.
He called himself that.
I know. I'm a journalist.
Yeah.
I know about all of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Kodak in the middle of the street eating chicken.
Right.
The Rolls Royce is on the other side of the camera.
Right. But he's in the middle of the street.
He's chilling.
Yeah.
He's hungry. He wanted to sit down and have a meal.
In the middle of the street. Yeah.
Atlanta loves him. He's not going through anything. He's Kodak. He's a fucking genius. He's not with a sign saying, "Thank you for this food you gave me. Please give me more and I'll rap for food." Like, and if he did that, then okay.
But Kodak has had documented drug issues over the years.
That's fine.
Not to say that he was
just eating
definitely on drugs that day, but if someone has drug issues for years and you see this type of behavior, you could say, okay, this is probably the drugs.
In
it might not be, it might just be trolling.
In a 30-second clip.
Yeah.
With all the things on the other side of the camera that nobody can see. He could have had a motorhome. He could have had people with earpieces. He could have been shooting a whole documentary about something.
True.
Right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that I'm here today to expose the smoke and mirrors that I've said, that I've done, that everybody's doing. Like, this is entertainment. Enjoy. The more mad you are, the more clicks you get. You don't get it. You need impressions. You want to start a new Twitter site and you want to start a new Twitter account. Okay, you need 15 million impressions in order to monetize. Generally, you start spiking that shit up and you are somebody that can just say, okay, my pants are down and my dick is out. Okay, right? Now I got 20 million impressions. Okay, monetize me tomorrow. Now I'm monetizing. So all the shit I did to monetize, yeah, I went the extra mile, but now I'm getting 25,000 a month. Now my dick is out every motherfucking day. Guess why? Because I get 25,000 a day. While everybody's feeding into it. Great job. I would love to have my dick out every day for 25,000 a day. Unfortunately, that's not enough for me because that's not my rate. I'm joking.
Well, 365 days a year, that's not bad, though.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. That's a lot of money. That's millions.
Oh, my God.
Is it? Hold on. Let me do the math.
It's crazy. It's 25,000 times 365.
365. 1, 2, 3. 9 million. It's 9 million.
So you're almost there with me.
9 million.
We're 9 away.
9 million.
We're 9 away.
9 million is pretty good.
So we're at 50 for me a day.
50,000?
I need 18.
Okay, so you'll get 18.5 million.
And what's crazy about me is that when I go outside, you know how I'm not as tall as people think I am. So I go outside and they're like, oh, okay. You shorter than what I thought, but you still, whatever. That goes for all body parts.
I just interviewed this guy who actually got height surgery. He went from 5'5" to 6 feet.
I know. I seen those
You
guys.
saw that?
That's allowed. That's not okay.
From 5'5" to 6 feet, 7 inches.
That's not okay, man.
No? Why is that? What's wrong with that?
Because he got to cut his whole leg off to start over again. He got to train back
He had to
again.
cut both of his legs off in 2 places, upper leg and lower leg.
Just to be tall.
Just to be taller.
I got a homegirl, she's 6'7" without heels.
Yeah.
When she walk in the club with me, I'm taller than her. Perception.
Well, 2011.
Damn, we still ain't even got to 14 yet.
No, we're not at 14 yet. We're in
God
2011.
Damn.
This was when me and you, I think, met around this time.
We had beef before, huh?
Who? Me and you?
Me and you?
Yeah.
We did? Or no? I don't. I think it was like a.
You want to talk about it?
I think we had beef. No, I don't remember.
We had some. We had a little something. We could talk about that. You want to talk about it? All right, let's talk about it. Okay, because this actually talks about our last issue. Okay, the last topic.
So he said, "Fuck it, move this out the way."
Fuck it. Okay.
Bring this back in.
Well, this happened at the I Hit It First video shoot.
Wasn't Wack tripping?
Let's talk about it. So what had happened was I had met this director, and he said, hey, you want to come out to this video shoot I'm doing with Ray J, and Game was supposed to be there. But
Game didn't want to show up because Game was playing both sides.
Right.
See, he was playing both sides when he know I ran him to play at my birthday.
Right.
Because I like, if somebody told me that giving a fuck existed, I never believe them because I still haven't seen it to this day that I gave one.
So I had just moved to LA that year. I was invited to this video shoot.
You have the guns around you. You have people
I had my
around
man
you.
right
Yep.
here. Who
Yep.
you see? He was
Yep.
right there.
Right.
My man Biggie.
He had a
we
gun.
came in there. We were strapped.
No doubt.
You
he had a
know,
gun.
just in case.
And I advise everybody to just leave your guns at home and do all your drugs in the bathroom.
So I'm there. Me and you already knew each other, so we was chilling. Oh, what's up? What's up? Whatever. And I remember saying, "Hey, do you mind if I take some photos?" And you're like, "Yeah, go ahead." Now, I wasn't completely clear as to what I'm doing with those photos, but I thought it was somewhat assumed because, you know, I had the website and so forth. I met Wack 100 that day as well.
Yep. Now, what year is this again?
2013.
13, you guys. This is 12 years ago.
Yes.
2015.
No, it's 2013.
Oh, yeah. So
2013.
So it's what, 14 years ago? Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like no.
13.
12 years ago.
12, 13, yeah.
12 years ago. Right. So I met Wack 100. You know, we talked, got to know each other a little bit. He said that he was working with you as well as working with Game and so
Well,
forth.
first off, I'm the first one that believed in Wack 100.
Mhm.
I'm the first one that said Wack is coming into the industry and he about to take the industry by storm. Wack, this is what we about to do. Let's go.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that what?
You're right.
Ray J
discovered Wack. There you have it.
I didn't say it. You said it.
I said it. I'll say it. So I was chilling for a while, took some photos, hung out with everyone, went home, uploaded the photos to Vlad TV, not knowing there was anything wrong with this because at video shoots, you take photos and you upload them if you're a media channel.
Yeah.
I didn't know that the concept of this video was like a secret, right? No one told me this.
Yeah. Well, where was Wack's full video? He paid for everything. It was his song. I did one.
I understand why these photos after the fact were a problem, but I'm telling you, my story has never changed. I did not know they were a problem. And then, I remember I sent them to the video director. He goes, okay, that's cool. Just tag me in the photos or mention me. I said, okay, cool. So then I get a phone call from Wack. And he is furious. He is screaming at me on the phone.
He's very mad.
Very mad.
Yeah, because he put all his money up on the song.
Right.
Wack told me to do I Hit It First. We did I Hit It First 7-8 months before that. It was perfect timing to drop it then.
Mm-hmm.
When Wack wanted to drop it, it was like a little bit in a crazy time to drop it.
Yeah.
But Wack wanted to drop it. And shit, he put all his money up and he put it on the set.
And I guess there was other investors involved and
he
some
had
other
all
people.
kind of shit going on.
Exactly.
So I'm like, fuck it, homie.
So,
let's do that shit.
So I guess the investors were upset that this was up and so forth. So Wack was upset. Now, this is Wack from 12 years ago. This is not.
This is before he understood patience, time. This is when he was
Business
activated
relationships
on the other side.
And so forth.
This is in the beginning of me saying, Wack, I want you in control, but I'm going to need you to learn how to balance it because it's working on one way. But I need you to make sure you balance it with the professional side. So let's find a place for Cash Jones in.
Right. So he's screaming at me on the phone. And I'm like, listen, I'll take it down. It's not a problem. I'm not pushing back. But he's screaming at me. Now, the way the conversation went, me and him, slightly different, our recollection. He said some things that I took as threats. He claimed that it wasn't threats and so forth. But, whatever, it doesn't matter.
He's just expressing himself.
He's expressing himself.
I didn't see any threat.
Right. And at one point he goes, I'm like, listen, I apologize. I'll take it down. And he said, you got to apologize to Ray J. And then I realized that you were on the three-way call as well. Now, me and you had a conversation. You said you weren't on the call, But then me and Wack, when he was on Vlad TV, he said you were on the call.
If Wack said I was on the call, then I probably was.
Okay.
I probably just nodded off.
Okay. And this is where me and you, I felt kind of had a little bit of a problem because I'm like, you were on the call, but then when me and you talked privately, you said you weren't on the call. And I felt like a little like,
yeah,
we should just be honest with each other at this point.
Yeah, transparency is everything.
Yeah, at this point, there's nothing to hide.
And honestly, like, again, there's been so much stuff that's happened. If I was on the call, I was on the call. If I wasn't, I wasn't.
Yeah. I remember what I said to Wack was where I had the problem with you at that moment was if one of my people started speaking crazy to you, I would step in and I would handle it. But he said, well, what you're not realizing, Vlad, is that you're not just talking to Ray J and Wack. I'm a Mob Piru general, and Ray J is, you know, a Mob Piru, so he can't tell me to do certain things based on street politics. And I'm like, okay, I get it.
I don't know about Ray J being a Mob Piru. I think that
that's what he described on camera.
No, and probably again, it was probably in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
Ray J's nothing but just a loving father, a businessman. I always try to approach everybody with respect and kindness. So I think that was where the Mob Piru stuff is where it got a little shaky.
Right.
But I think that we all know that, you know, I'm nothing but a professional and things are being said in the heat of the moment.
From that point, I said to myself, I'm not fucking with Wack. If this is where an argument leads to, into threats and crazy screaming, I don't need to have any more conversations with him. And it even got to the point where you want to do an interview with me, but I'm like, you still fucking with Wack? I'm not fucking with you.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly, right?
The whole thing happened. And then maybe about a year and a half ago, I was working on booking Game for an interview. And I expressed that if we're going to do it, Wack is not going to be part of this. And that was fine. We tried to book it. It fell apart. And I said, let me just give Wack a call.
Yeah.
And talk to him.
And just flush it out.
And we got on the phone. And I said, look, we could sit here and argue over what happened 10 years ago. But at the end of the day, you made millions since then. I've made millions since then. And that situation didn't affect anyone's money.
What about me? Did I make anything?
You made millions since then.
I don't know what I made.
You made millions since then. But it was just me and him talking.
That's what I made connections.
Right, exactly.
I haven't made any.
We laughed it off. He came in, did an interview. We talked about it on camera. And what we said, which we both agreed on, was that because of that situation, if we had just gotten over it back then and worked together over the course of those 10 years, we probably lost about $1 million each by the stance that we both took.
I agree.
Had we just worked it out in a reasonable period of time and worked together over the 10 years, there'd be at least $1 million in our pocket.
But, you know, I think that shows the growth and where Cash Jones and Wack 100 played a part because, again, Cash Jones and Wack 100 are two different people. And I think the Wack 100 overshadowed the Cash Jones. I think once he settled into this business and he understood just what needs to be done as far as due diligence, patience, understanding. Sometimes it might go up, but then you also make the call to bring it back to make it reasonable and make it understandable. I think that's where it's always at, you know, just creating peace.
And you can't just sit there and threaten everybody because at the end of the day, everyone who's really getting it, no one's really a punk.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
You got to understand. But
I may not physically want to get into it with you.
100's defense from back then, he didn't understand that at the time. So all he resorted to was violence in that capacity.
Yeah.
And a lot of people can tell you, you know, I felt bad for some of the homies that I work with today, and I promised them that that'll never happen again. Some of my friends didn't understand how to do it professionally, so they did it another way. And I want them to forgive me. I want them to give me another chance at doing business with them another way. Bringing Wack and the squad in, it was crazy at first because I didn't give a fuck about burning bridges or nothing because I felt like the industry was so tainted that they needed this kind of like understanding of when you say you're gonna hit me back or you say you're gonna do this deal and you're not doing this deal, that it's an extreme problem if you don't do that. Fast forward it to now, there's always a better way to approach everything.
Yeah. It's like conversations work better.
Absolutely.
Because certain people at the point where you cross the line and say, oh, I'll have you killed or I'm going to fuck you up or whatever, those people just say, all right, well, we're not going to talk again.
Exactly.
I'm not going to try to one up you. I'm not going to say, well, I'm going to call my homies. I'm going to get my gun. Like, no, professional people don't function in that capacity.
And I think
they'll just stop talking to you.
And guess what? And that's where we all are right now. Suge's on the phone? Yep. All right. Should we bring Suge in?
Put him on speakerphone?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for using Global.
So we want to, I told you I texted him from jail.
Got your text message. Check this out. Why is he coming to death row shit? He went around.
Huh?
Unmuted.
What he talking about his shit?
That's it. That's all I'm talking about.
No, that's all he's talking about. They were asking.
Why asking about questions about that with Vlad? You know what I'm talking about, nigga. You don't talk to nobody. You talk to motherfuckers. You want to talk to motherfuckers when you want to talk to them. Motherfucking line they drawing the sand. When motherfuckers get that motherfuckers when they feel they can, when they want to, and bullshit motherfuckers, and act like, well, you talk to Snoop motherfucker ass, nigga. Who ass them? Don't be talking about fucking same breath, you motherfuckers with Snoop. Because Snoop said some fucked up shit about the army, and shit coming out, and shit gonna be dealt with.
You want to put it on speakerphone?
I know y'all hear me talking. I ain't talking to my motherfucking self.
Yeah, I hear you.
The shit y'all be doing ain't homie shit, ain't family shit. It's selfish shit. Now, here it is. Pop ain't this motherfucker. That's a little bro, that's a little homie, that's all the answer. Then y'all with Snoop and the rest of these nigga, fuck Snoop, nigga. And the minute the motherfucker run to him, he know what it is. Y'all can't listen. There's nothing wrong with being on Snoop's side and gangbang on that side of the way. Nothing wrong with none of that shit. The motherfucker can't play both sides. Both sides get motherfuckers mixed up. Every time motherfuckers turn around, motherfuckers shoot you motherfuckers love and love the shit up you little niggas. But y'all only fucking niggas when it's convenient. Then you say shit that when nobody else say shit, if somebody else would say shit, the homies will want some answers. Because it's you, we ain't tripping. But you still say shit. Then when it comes to talking like real family, you bullshit a motherfucker. On top of that motherfucking shit, when it comes to some shit where the motherfucker that you feed your family, it's my responsibility to feed my family. You go on Shay Shay bitch ass show, whoever that fuck Shay Shay. Okay? And he tell you, you got my rights, my life rights, and even if I'm talking on anything or doing anything, like if I throw a bird in the sky and somebody pay me, I gotta pay you. And so I need to check on that too. When you know the truth. If there was something different and it was true what you said or no, it's true. But you know you don't got my life rights. So I would never say present me having something on you to fuck with your motherfucking family like you did with me. And you know you did that shit. And I told motherfucking motherfucking ass to tell you about it and tell her to holler at it, and everybody just go backwards and forwards. And he's your motherfucking ass. You wanted $8. The boy was it ain't shit. When I'm in prison, motherfucker loan you something, and you just say, oh, I'm not paying it back. Oh, it's hard now. So you're going to take from me and my kids, and that shit good. When I've been the nigga that turn it down like that. Everybody do real disrespectful shit. We definitely not do that disrespectful shit to you motherfuckers, which I don't. Every time y'all men get up in the hat with the homies, I be the first motherfucker like, no. And then you know, the minute I came home, I get all those good niggas. Send those good niggas on my yacht and tell them what it is with you and what you mean to me.
Any problem with you, nigga, we gonna deal with it right out here. But at the same time, y'all don't get the full respect. And you up there doing a podcast, this weird ass motherfucker, who always got something to say negative about every motherfucking body that ain't true. And y'all still entertaining these motherfuckers.
I'm on the phone with Suge all the time. And so sometimes the homie mad, sometimes he not. At the end of the day, people keep talking about whatever I said about the life rights. Suge signed all his life rights over to me. I signed them right back to the homie.
Okay, yeah, because I remember I interviewed Matt Barnes, who at one point thought that he had bought the life rights to Suge when he tried
That's
to
what
do
he
something
thought
with it.
because he wasn't in the circle that we was in. So Matt Barnes probably got duped by somebody else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Suge signed his life rights over to me because I signed them right back to him for something we was doing. That's it.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying?
And Suge just called from prison just now.
Yeah, I told you I was gonna text the homie, but at the end of the day, the homie always been A1. And at the end of the day, it's like when somebody that close to me tell me to do something, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
And then whenever niggas need whatever back, here it go. That's why niggas can trust me, because it's never no janky motives around me. Like if it's family for life, period.
Shout out to Suge, man. Like I said, we got to talk for the first time recently. You know, we got some stuff possibly coming up. It's really on me at this point. I'm supposed to send him some stuff. But yeah, man, it was interesting to talk to him. He's a legendary figure. No one could deny that, regardless of what you say.
Yeah, like he one of the most creative people that's ever lived.
2011, you were in this documentary with Floyd Mayweather where you were playing the piano. And Fabulous made some comments about you in a joking manner. And that escalated into some sort of physical incident.
Honestly, like the whole thing with you and Ray J, which started off on Twitter, it seemed like you were just joking around, and it turned into something.
But it really turned into something because Ray J just wasn't in his right, sober mind, I guess. You know what I'm saying? He will tell you that. I'll let him discuss that if y'all ever do that interview with him. But, you know what I'm saying? That's why I just went a different place, because it shouldn't have went to a different place, but it did because, you know what I mean? I guess if you're sensitive about something, sometimes you take some drugs to bring that sensitivity up. But, you know, that was over. It was a long time ago.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know. It's the time when Floyd had a fight. I don't know who he was fighting.
Victor Ortiz.
Victor Ortiz. Shout out to Victor Ortiz too. That's the homie. And yeah, shit just got shaky. I mean, I don't know. Puffy was there. Suge was there. It was a lot.
Yeah. Allegedly, you confronted Fabulous and you punched him.
Did you see the shit on Drink Champs?
When
they spoke about what happened with the fight?
I missed it.
All right, you know why? Because Puff was doing the whole shit, I think, with Groovy Lou later, so it got mixed up with what they said. But you should, if you about to break this down, you should break down what they said. Him and Jadakiss, Fab, kind of explaining what happened, and then it doubled back to like whatever we talking about.
Well, yeah, I remember me and you were talking at the time. Well, no, I was at SRC and Billy J was there.
Shout out to
and
Billy
you and Billy J were
That's
working
my fucking
together.
brother. Billy J he really brought me into the Tron.
Yeah.
He really gave me my name.
And I remember I'm like telling Billy, I'm like, yo, after I heard about the incident, I'm like, yo, have Ray talk to me because I'll try to, look out for him and try to present this a certain type of way where we could de-escalate it and make him look good and so forth. But you decided to go on Breakfast Club instead.
I don't know how I ended up on Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
Billy J put me on the Breakfast Club. That's when the homie Low was alive. Rest in peace to my nigga Low, because he really held me down that night. I was going through a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you had quite a verbal tirade during that part.
That's when like shit like that was just starting to go viral.
Yeah, you talked about booty goons and
never talked about booty goons.
No?
Angela Yee created booty goons.
Okay.
I said some shit that was way more activated than that.
Didn't you say that you could get them raped or something like that?
It was something like that.
Something like that.
It had nothing like them two words, booty goons. That's Angela Yee.
Okay.
Shout out to Angela.
But that's the way it was coined afterwards.
Yeah, she cleaned it up.
Okay.
Yeah, she cleaned it up.
But that was some wild shit to say.
It wasn't okay. It wasn't okay.
It
bro.
wasn't okay. And you apologized for it afterwards.
I mean, I did, you know, and again, that was Ray J. That wasn't trying. That wasn't 2025 trying. That was Ray J. And so, of course, I did that.
You said that you were
Ray
going
J
through a
did a
lot
lot
of
of shit.
depression during that time.
I don't know what the fuck I was going through. All I know is that the homie gave me too much, you know what I'm saying? Too much to handle. And so I had the red shorts on with the red slippers, no socks, with the red hoodie, with the red hat. I had that shit on for like 3 days, bro. I ended up at the concert 3 days later. That was my pool outfit I was wearing at the pool. I ended up with that shit 2 days later at the concert.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a time where I was very vulnerable and really nobody like was there to save me. Like everybody wanted me to crash. And that's when I realized that nobody was my
I was
friend.
trying to save you. Like what I'm saying, you could ask Billy J. I was saying, yo.
But Vlad, you should have grabbed me and tackled me, bro.
Well, see, I was around you. I was around Billy.
You should have grabbed me and
I should've
tackled me.
grabbed you
If you cared me, if you cared about me, somebody should have grabbed me and tackled me and took me to the room, and it didn't matter how it looked.
Did you and Fabulous ever have a conversation after that? And
Never.
Okay.
And I said what I said, meaning like, you know, I was tripping. But we never really sat down and talked about it. He had this other story about how it happened. And you know what? I'm going to give it to Fab. Whatever story he said on the Breakfast Club, he could have that story because I was wrong.
Yeah.
So have it. But it wasn't accurate.
Listen, man, we've all done wrong. We've all.
Yeah, but his story was way inaccurate, but I was wrong. So I'm going to take that.
Vince Staples said you're top 5 hip hop West Coast all time.
Man, he was trolling.
Say the first blood on record that was certified.
Yo,
you say you like Kanye West music, don't you? You like Moesha, don't you? You like VH1, don't you? Ray J had a hand on all that.
Nah, he was
current of black culture.
He was spitting some facts, but Vince was trolling too. it had a mixture of both of them in there. I love that nigga though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2016, you got married to Princess Love.
Damn, 16, 17, 18, 19
9 years.
Fuck. I've been in this game for a long time. And I love her. I love Princess.
Shout out to Princess Love.
I love her. I love her more than I never love another woman like I love her.
You know, being in this industry, a lot of men don't want to get married because there's so many women around and there's so many options and so forth. Why did you decide to actually get married? You were 35 at the time.
She was the same person as me. When God speak to me, I don't argue. When God say something to me, I don't argue. And I went for it. And now we got 2 beautiful kids.
Mm-hmm.
And we're friends. And whether we go up or whether we go down, our time together has been unmatched. Like I wouldn't take it back for nothing. I had the greatest time with her, just building this family. So moving forward, just now that I'm back just on my own, I'll never love again. You know,
You'll never love again.
There's no point to. I made
Really?
it out. Absolutely.
You're young. Good shape. Successful.
6-pack coming back.
6-pack coming back. You
That's
know,
not for the
it's a
ladies.
keg right now,
That's
but
not-
the 6-pack is coming.
It's a 2.5.
It's a 2.5.
Maybe
Okay.
3. Maybe 4 is on the way, but
Okay.
no, I never love again, man. I made a vow to her. So even if it's not there no more as far as divorce or whatever, like my word is everything.
Well, you know, when we talked about the whole Fabulous incident, that was at Floyd Mayweather's house. And you and Floyd had a good relationship. That was Floyd's ex.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
No.
So why was this story pushed like that?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
Yeah, I mean, they was in whatever they was in,
Okay. But it wasn't a serious relationship.
but it wasn't as serious as I wanted it to be.
Okay.
My serious looked totally different. This was serious look like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You guys got married in 2016. In 2020, she filed for divorce the first time. And over the years, you guys both filed. And I believe in 2024, she filed for the 4th time. Is that accurate?
Did she filed the last time?
Yeah.
That's her?
Yeah, that's when we were at the Tarzana house and
I
you
found
were
out
sitting
about it.
outside smoking and then
Nah, she sent it to no. She sent the divorce papers to the Tarzana house.
that's what I'm saying. Me and you were sitting out in front.
Yeah.
And the server came
That
and
shit
said,
hit me like a freight
Willie
train.
Norwood?
Yeah.
And you said, is there a celebration? She handed you the
He said, yeah, there is a celebration.
Divorce papers.
Hold for sound. I don't.
Let me ask you a question. You guys file for divorce and then you guys work it out. Then you file for divorce and you guys work it out. File for divorce, work it out. What keeps you guys coming back? And then what caused you guys to file again?
I think that we love each other as friends, and I think we lack extreme transparency. And, because we care about each other's emotion. But I think we're the same person. And I think sometimes you got to restart it completely to understand if you do want to start over. Starting over means to totally deactivate what is. Because if you don't deactivate what is, you never really started over. Like if I say I'm going to take everything off my Instagram, I got it in my archives. When the archives is done, all those memories are over with. And you start over. If we always got archives and we keep coming back and putting all the archives back up on the map, we'll never be able to wipe the slate clean. And so I think wiping the slate clean like we're doing now is important for us as parents and friends, and telling ourselves that, hey, that was a good run and I'll never take it back. And for me, I don't know what she wants to do, but I'll never love no other woman again.
Well, I remember there was an incident that happened in Vegas, and I recently watched the talk that you guys had. I think it was on Zeus Network, where you guys
That's when Zeus started to get popping.
Yeah.
There was no Zeus before that conversation.
Yeah, it was a hell of a interview. It was like 3 hours long.
There was no Zeus Network.
And that launched it.
Before the conversation. There was a 4-year Zeus Network. But the Zeus Network activated when we gave them the conversation.
It was difficult to watch because it triggered a lot of stuff in my own relationships and so forth. It was like, both people trying to be heard, but both people trying to control the conversation at the same time.
Yeah, it was tough.
It was tough.
It's tough to watch, man.
Yeah. She kept going back to the strippers, going back to your room, and you kept trying to explain what happened leading up to it and so forth.
Strippers are strippers,
Yeah.
Why you lie?
No comment.
I love strippers.
Everyone loves strippers.
And I support strippers.
That's right.
I support strippers in whatever they want to do. And that's always going to be my campaign. I'm going to always support strippers.
Shout out to the strippers.
That's all that's all I know.
February 10th, 2025, today, you guys are still living together. Is the divorce actually going to happen from your point of view?
Well, think about it like this. So we got the house, and in the house is a lot of toys. Upstairs, there's a guest bedroom, and then there's the kids' rooms, and then you go to that side, and then there's Princess's room. She got her room, she got the bedroom, she got the closets, she got all that. Downstairs, you come down, and it's like a little office. That's where all the dogs are. We got the rabbits. We got 2 rabbits. We got two cats. We got 3 dogs. We got 1 gerbil. We got 2 bunnies, and we got 3 chickens, right? So that's all on my floor, right? So it's just like, it's all kind of shit going on the first floor, right? A magnitude of stuff. And when I order Chick-fil-A or when I order, you know, Popeye's chicken, which we love, with the hot sauce and the honey on it, right? I got 3 chickens outside running around as pets. So I'm eating a leg. I'm like, I don't like chicken no more. They my pets, right? I got 2 cats too. So in that situation, 2 weeks from now, I'm gonna get my own spot too. And then we'll be able to balance the world that we in. But I sleep on the couch. So we really don't live together. It's just a rest stop for me until I move on, until I get exactly what, you know, she's getting as far as having her own space and her own world. I don't have that yet. I'm a nomad.
Well, ultimately, when I look at situations like this, when I speak to people that have gone through that, it's a tough process to go through, but when it's all said and done, both parties are happier.
I think so.
That's what I think will happen with you guys.
My kids love for me to be there.
Yeah.
But they don't mind me having another spot that has different amenities, that has different things for them to explore. And then they can go from mom's house to dad's house.
Yeah.
And I want to give Princess her space. I know she hates me being there. She's over it.
Yeah.
And she can't wait for me to move out.
Do you guys have a prenup?
Do we? We have a prenup?
Yeah, but
It doesn't matter. It's just, I'm going to do what I got to do.
Okay.
Because I love her and I love my kids. Whatever I'm driving, she's driving. Meaning like whatever car she has, I have either the same car or less. And then with this new bag that's coming in, which is completely would change my life, I'm going to make sure she's good and make sure the kids are good before me. I'm the kind of person where if everybody got a room in the hotel, I'll sleep in the car.
2017, you founded Raytronics and Raycon Global.
Well, in 2017, we created Raycon Global, and I think 15 we created.
15.
That's Raytronics. So Raytronics, we sold the Scooty Bike company to a company called Loop Share in Canada. Stock ticker LPPPPF, in case you want to like invest now. It's a Canadian stock. But it is on, you know, all the stock exchanges. But that's Scooty Bike, sold Scooty Bike. Then we got into Raycon Global in 2017. And that's a Delaware, New York-based company with my other co-founder, Ray Lee, and Mr. Lee and family.
Well, you reportedly sold Raycon for 31 million?
No. So 31 million is the number that we got for Raycon to start. Scooty Bike and Raytronics is a different company that I sold to Loop Share in Canada. So these are 2 different companies.
Okay. So can you say
Raycon and Raytronics is 2 different things.
Okay, got it. So I'm confusing it.
Yeah.
So
and that's how a lot of things get mixed up with me because it's so tangled in with Ray.
Okay, the scooter company is what originally?
Raytronics.
Raytronics.
The Scooty Bike powered by Raytronics.
Okay, so the Scooty Bike, you sold that part
to
of the
Loop
company.
Share. I sold Scooty Bike in total.
Okay,
100%.
How much? Can you say?
To Loop Share. I don't want to say.
Okay.
I never talk about money, but
Fair
it was healthy.
Okay.
Then I ended up buying it back recently.
Really?
Yeah, the trademark, the name, the likeness, everything.
Huh.
To start it over again, to sell it again soon. And by the end of the year, it'll sell again.
Well, at one point, a man sued you for 30 million, claiming that you stole the Scooty Bike idea from him. You know what I'm talking about, right? What happened with that lawsuit?
We ended up settling. I ended up giving him a lot of money, and then we ended up working it out.
Okay. Can you say how much you gave him?
It was too much.
Too much.
Too much to say.
Every settlement is like that. Trust me.
It's not.
I've had to settle with people, and it's always been too much as well.
It's just over the top. And again, if you look at Ray J, the character, you would never even think Ray J was going through anything in this kind of business world, right? Because Ray J is a very loose character. This is all either Tron or Willie Norwood, but we've been through a lot of stuff like that. This was probably one of the biggest ones that we had to pay out.
Well, in 2019, you were on complex, I think, with Speedy Norman, and you had these unbreakable glasses.
So those, yeah.
And you said they're unbreakable. Go ahead and try to break them.
Fucking
And he's like,
broke
"Are you
'em.
sure?" You're like, "Yeah, go ahead."
Dude, he broke them.
He completely smashed them.
Which helped.
It helped?
It helped. I mean, that company it's a company called Bunny Eyes.
Okay.
Jenny Hutt is the owner of that company. I just came in and helped from the marketing side. Charles Koppelman is her dad, and he's a boss. Rest in peace. He passed away. But he used to run EMI. He was a billionaire. And he was helping his daughter start the company. I did some of the marketing. They ended up going on Shark Tank, and now it's like a massive company. So the company's called bunnyeyes.com with a Z.
Did you know that those glasses were going to fall apart? when
he broke them from like a place where you could break them.
Okay.
The glasses are very loose and very bendable.
Yeah.
You could go fishing, reel the shit back in. Like, so it was a different kind of product, but Speedy just really just like did me in. Right. It was one of the big.
You told him to do it.
I did. And then what did I say after? I said, I don't care. I don't care.
I mean, that probably gave it more push than it not breaking.
One of the biggest pushes we ever had for a company. And so when you look at some of the things that go wrong in our campaigns, we started to get confused because we started to go, okay, shouldn't things go wrong? Like something should go wrong because that helps us. If we almost jump off the deep end, doesn't that help the company? Because if we look at the math of every time we fucked up, it worked. Even with verses, I sounded horrible. Couldn't sing. I mean, I over-rehearsed. But we created a reality version of it and created this chaos that happened on stage, which ended up being the highest rated verses they had. 7 million impressions, 7 million likes, 7 million comments, 7 million views over everything on verses. But that's not what gets the props. When you see versus promo, it's not us because that was out of control. It's Brandy and Monica, Jeezy and Gucci, right? These monumental moments. They still don't match our numbers. So for us, I started to get confused. Okay, should I go out and fuck up or should I go out and do good? What works better? You look at the math, fucking up works.
That's interesting. So when you actually plan out strategies, one of the options is to fuck up.
I think that is the only option if you're hiring us, because I've always asked people, so you saw what we did on our last 3 different projects, and it was pretty crazy. What do you want us to do? They go, do what you want. just don't do don't do too much. But do what you want, right? And so at that point, I was like, okay, I need to retire the J.
Okay.
Because we have to say, okay, we know we can fuck up and it works, but we have to sacrifice that for substance and for the right message moving forward, because we know we can do that. How do we train ourselves to say, fuck that kind of money, and start to train ourselves to give them the journey that got us here, the do's and don'ts, and the positive things that will help you along the way so you don't go through the same things we went through? That's the most important thing for me right now. My morals, my integrity is talking to me, and it's bleeding through my blood, and it's saying, fuck all this crazy shit that I know I'm skilled at doing. Like, I'm done, bro. And fuck the money that comes with it.
At one point, you visited Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago.
Several times.
Several times.
At least 8 times.
8 times.
At least. All access.
What is it about Donald Trump that you know that most people don't realize?
I really never get into politics because it's kind of like a personal thing for everybody in politics. You know, what's right for you and your family and where you are today. I can say this. there's always an underdog. And there's always somebody that is doubting what people can do for everybody. And they get overshadowed by the controversy. I can say this, if you're an American, Americans are going to be good. No matter what race you are. It overshadows it. So everybody wins at the end of the day. How we got here to this point, it's like a boxing fight, man. People are going to say what they're going to say. They're going to do what they're going to do to promote the fight, to promote the plan. Once it's done, if you look at what's happened in America when Trump was in, I mean, it goes without saying. Just do the facts.
Well, look, my stock portfolio went crazy after he was elected, especially my Tesla stock. My God.
And
I'm looking at the profit, I mean, on paper, and I'm like, this can't be real. This can't be, like, I'm refreshing, like, maybe there's a glitch right here. No, this is real.
It's massive. And I think it's good for Americans. Even if people don't understand it right now, they will in the next year and a half when things start to get better.
Now, you introduced Kodak Black to Donald Trump.
Single-handedly. I'll send you some of the video of it. It's pretty loud.
Now, at one point, Kodak called you out over claims that you embarrassed him or embarrassed yourself, or I didn't quite understand it.
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Mm-hmm.
And you responded.
What did I say?
Well, you responded and said that the two of you could fight if you wanted to actually settle it, which I assume never happened.
I mean, I handled it very irresponsibly. It wasn't the right way to handle that. I was talking about stress and concerns about a video that he had up that really didn't have nothing to do with me. It was totally none of my business. And I spoke on it. He responded with some crazy shit. And I responded just as anybody would. But at the end of the day, certain things people do online, you got to let them do and trust their process. And I didn't do that at the time.
Well, yeah, this was after Trump had pardoned Kodak Black.
Absolutely.
So this was a big deal. This is the first time they met since the pardon.
Yeah, that's why I said he should come over, because we were there.
Right.
And I was there a lot of times. And shout out to Pastor Scott and shout out to Kareem and all my team that got me close to Trump. It just was like, yo, Kodak, pull up.
Okay. And what happened after he pulled up?
They said, what's up? They locked in.
So what was the issue exactly?
The issue had something to do with a video that he did a long time after that.
Oh.
Had nothing to do with that.
Okay, got it.
This was straight up. And I also hit Wayne that night and said, Wayne, pull up.
He didn't
because
pull up?
I had the authority to call people and tell them to pull up. With Kodak pulled up with 8 people. None of them did background checks. That was all on the strength of Pastor Scott, Kareem, and the connections I had with Trump and me. And it was a good night. And again, later on, we got into it. I'm an old man. Why am I beefing with Kodak? If he got mad at me, I should have just, just called him and worked it out.
Yeah.
And I didn't. The old Ray J came back again. I dye my hair sometimes, so there's no grays. So I forget who I am. I forget that I'm like 15 years older than people.
Yeah.
And so I relapsed. But shout out to Kodak and shout out to everything he's doing. I mean, I was talking about him getting high. I probably get higher than Kodak. So who am I to say, like, we care for you and whack, please look out for the homie. All of these things I was saying because I was concerned. I should be concerned about me before him. So yeah, Kodak is all love, bro.
Well, you made some comments about Diddy. You said, Diddy was my friend. What do you do when you've never seen all the shit that people are talking about?
I didn't say Diddy was my friend. I said Diddy was my friend, not was. Not was.
I believe you said was.
Is. No, I said not was. Even in the video, I said not was.
Is.
I was arguing with myself.
Okay, got it. Okay, so let me correct it. Diddy is my friend.
No, I said Diddy was my friend. And then I went, not was, and I stopped. And I started to think about what I said. It was like a mind challenge. Show the clip.
Okay, we'll
cool.
show it.
And then we're back.
All right. So you said, what do you do when you've never seen all the shit that people are talking about? Do you
What do you
believe
do?
it? I'm sorry?
Who was the first person to speak up for Diddy?
Was it you?
I'm asking.
Well,
Who
from the
was the
very
first person
beginning, listen,
to
I've
speak
been
up for
on
Diddy?
Piers Morgan and I've been asked this question over and over again. And what I've said the whole time has been consistent. And that is, I'm not exactly sure what he's being charged with.
I was the first person to speak up for Diddy.
Okay. And you said, look, everyone's innocent until they're proven guilty. Do you forgive someone for taking somebody's ass? There's a lot of people out here taking from people. People are getting robbed of not only their money and their spirituality, they're getting robbed of their womanhood and manhood.
Mm-hmm.
Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. Okay, you know this.
Yeah. Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. Yep, I know it line for line. I said it.
Now, you also said that Diddy has a demon inside him for
We all
beating
do.
Cassie.
We all do. We all do. We do. None of us are okay with what we saw with the Cassie situation.
No,
but that's
absolutely
not
not.
what he's being charged for.
No, that's past
So
statute of limitations.
we're all upset with that.
Yeah.
And you know, we're all finding ways to forgive that, right? As is Cassie, and her situation and her well-being matters more than anybody. So none of us should try to use this as some kind of bait. So we love you, Cassie, and we're off of it, right? It wasn't okay.
Right. I agree.
Let's leave it there. Now, everything else, I don't know.
We've all been at Diddy parties, but then there is the after party, the freak offs. Have you ever attended any of those?
Absolutely.
You have?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Everybody was naked.
Okay.
100 people.
100 people.
Everybody's fucking each other. Like,
With the baby oil just free flowing like a waterfall.
Right, I'm joking. Vlad said. Really? Okay.
That's when he came up with Ray White jelly because he had been so many of the freaks.
Like,
Well,
yeah,
you know,
no,
I mean,
I
but
don't
that, you know, but the positive Diddy being locked up is that KY jelly is now back on the shelves, and baby oil. You
I mean,
can walk
KY
into a
hit
Rite Aid
me.
and get
Like,
it now.
KY
Before-
didn't want me to put out Ray Y.
Yeah, I know you
But
heard
I'm
about
just
this.
like, I'm
Ray
not.
White jelly.
Yeah, I'm not doing it because, again, all that shit is bullshit, bro. Like, I like even me and Amber was talking about. Amber, like my best friend, Amber Rose, and we doing a podcast together. We doing a bunch of shit together, right? We relate to the same thing, and we both was like, yo, if there was an actual freak off, we would have both been invited. We ain't never got invited to no shit like that. That shit ain't true.
Well,
that freak off shit ain't true. bro.
Well, okay.
Nah, the freak offs ain't true.
Hold on a second.
Everybody freak offs after the party.
Okay, look.
Leo and Jennifer Lopez and Dave Chappelle and motherfucker, everybody ain't in there fucking together, bro. That shit is all a hoax.
No, listen, I'm not saying all that is true, but for example, I interviewed Roger Bonds, who
I don't know who Roger Bonds
Diddy's head of security for a while.
I don't know who that is.
And, you know, he said that, you know, on regular occasions, they would go to hotel rooms. Diddy and Cassie would basically give him the weekend off.
But that's on them. They
Right.
going through a private. That's not a
Exactly.
freak off.
And he said, you know,
that's two people freaking off with somebody else.
Right. And, you know, he said that,
And I do know Roger.
male prostitutes would come up and,
So
and that's
what?
their business.
Man,
that's their business.
So they want to get male. Okay, that ain't no freak off where everybody's together and these white parties freaking off.
I agree.
That's false narrative.
I agree.
Everybody's gonna have private, intimate situations with a lot of different people.
Mm-hmm.
I done seen a lot of freaks come out at night, but I've seen more freaks come out in the daytime than at night. Am I
Okay.
right? I done seen more freaks come out from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. than I done seen come out from. Well, no, no, yeah, I done seen more freaks come out from like 12 a.m. to like 7 a.m. I'm tripping. I'm sorry. As I analyze what I'm saying, yeah, later on at night.
Yeah.
But it don't matter. A lot of this shit is starting to become weird. I was the first one to say it. Niggas want to get the props for defending Puffy first? Fine. I was the first one to defend Puff. I'm not defending what he did to Cassie, because that ain't okay. But that's not what he getting charged for.
No, he's charged with a RICO by himself.
And that's not
He's
okay.
a one-man RICO.
I ain't never heard nothing
Boosie
like
calls
that.
it a FRICO.
Yeah, and that's crazy, Boosie.
Yeah.
Me and Boosie got an album coming out.
Really?
Yeah, the first single is
Oh,
called
shit, okay.
Peanut on the Way. The second one's called Lean in My Interviews.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, there is nothing illegal about having threesomes. There's nothing illegal
Foursomes,
about
fivesomes.
foursomes,
How many sums have you had? Have you had an eightsome?
I've had a foursome.
That's it?
Yeah.
Vlad.
You had a fivesome.
I've never had a fivesome.
Sixsome?
Foursome.
Sevensome.
3 girls. 1
You had a sixsome or a sevensome?
None of the
No
above.
comment? Sixsome, sevensome, fivesome, foursome, a onesome? Nobody know it's you. Just throw up the number. Can't nobody hear you.
I've had foursomes with 3 girls and me.
Okay. Have you ever had a foursome with another guy fucking another girl? So it's been you and the girls only.
I've had 1 threesome with me and another guy and a girl where we were on either end.
Of each hole?
No.
So there's 3 holes.
There's the
not
mouth.
not including the ears,
Right.
the nose.
Yes.
Now you're talking 4 more.
I'd be getting head and he'd be hitting it from the back and we would switch.
How was that?
Didn't really like it. Not really my thing. I actually,
What about
in my head, I actually wanted him not to be there.
So what about both holes?
No, I've never done that.
You never done that?
Haven't done that.
Have you been offered?
No.
Got it.
I'm being honest right now.
What do you think about that?
Teach his own.
Yeah. I've never done it either. I've been offered a
I
feature.
have male porn star friends that have
I've
done
been offered
all
money
that.
to do that.
Oh,
But
money.
I don't want to go ball to ball.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, you can't go balls to balls.
No.
That's 4 balls.
That's too many balls.
It's too many balls knocking up.
Right.
Right? You're like this.
Yeah, no, not my thing. Not my
Right?
thing.
Now.
You know,
I
shout
have-
out to Adam22 who seems to enjoy it. You know,
Danny Boy.
Danny Boy, yeah, right.
The Gagency.
The Gagency.
You got The Rod, who's the CEO. You got Dumpin' D. all those
These
guys probably
names,
like that.
okay.
I mean, never. You never
Dumpin'
know.
D.
Yep. Shout out to Dumpin' D.
Okay.
Shout out to The Rod
Listen,
too.
it's not my thing. And if you,
Well, it is your thing, but it's not your thing to do. But
Right.
it's your thing.
yeah, it's my thing.
Yeah, but it's not your thing to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen,
Pause.
if Diddy wants to masturbate while somebody's smashing his girl, there's nothing illegal about that, right? Totally legal. If you
I
want to be
don't
a
know.
cuckold, be a cuckold.
I plead the fifth.
Plead
on
the
that
fifth.
one. Yeah, I don't know about those, but yeah.
But that's what they're saying he's being accused of, but that's not illegal.
So Diddy should get bond.
I agree. I've been saying that.
Absolutely. He's not going.
In fact, I feel out of everyone in hip hop who's being charged with serious crimes like Lil Durk and YNW Melly and so forth, I feel that Diddy has the best chances of actually beating his case.
Well, because it's in the press. Like you hear the Dirk situation, and Dirk, I love Dirk. I've been knowing Dirk for a long time. Nobody talks about that. It's almost like it's in a can. There's nothing to talk about. It's almost like
Well, there hasn't been any new news around it. I mean, a lot of people talked about it in the beginning.
but still, it's almost like it's different from somebody who almost has more hope than the next person.
Yeah, but there's also not a million lawsuits around the Dirk situation the way there is with Diddy. It's
Yeah.
like every 5 minutes.
But do
there's a
you
whole
think
new
Dirk
lawsuit.
has a chance?
Yeah, I think Dirk does have a chance.
How scale of 1 to 10?
It's a tough question to answer because it's going to depend on who cooperates.
So I'm a good journalist.
Okay.
Scale of 1 to 10.
1 to 10? Give it about a. With Drew Findling representing him, who's my man, who I've interviewed, one of the top, defense lawyers in the country, I would give him about a 3. I'd give him about a 3. Just because the feds are the feds. They have a 98% conviction rate.
3?
A 3. Yeah.
That's the rate she gave me last night when I was in it. So anyway, so let's get back to it. All right.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dirk.
What would you give him? If I gave him a 3,
I
what would you
don't
give him?
know, man. I don't know, but I give him my prayers. Prayers go up to Dirk.
Listen, I went into that case very carefully, and Dirk's biggest problem is going to be the cooperators.
Yeah.
You take the cooperators out, it might
See,
be
I
a
don't really
5 or
see.
a 6.
Honestly, like this is my first time I ever talk street business on camera. Like Vlad TV is a platform that talks street business, jail time, criminals, killing, like all this kind of stuff.
Also talks about music and relationships.
It also
and
talks about that kind of stuff here and
business
there, but
so forth.
but snitching and all this extra stuff comes with Vlad TV. So,
Agreed.
yeah, it's a different kind of platform, but I'm happy to be here.
When it comes to Diddy, I think Diddy's actually going to go to trial. I don't think he's going to take a plea deal because they're probably not going to offer him anything decent at his age. And it's going to be a hell of a trial. I think this is going to be the trial of the century. That's what I think. Once this goes to court, the trial of the century.
Well, the reality check will be there. We'll be reporting it. We'll have our news cameras out. We have a new big news network coming with the reality check. We have a massive budget coming behind it. We have Amber Rose as our counterpart to this kind of news extravaganza. So we'll be there. We'll be there with you. We'll have our trucks right there by your truck.
Now, if you're defending Diddy, what happened with his sons at this one party you were at?
I don't know. That's the problem. They wasn't listening to what I was saying.
Okay.
They were getting caught up in actually the hype of what it was doing, thinking that I was actually trying to troll for hype and for clout. I don't have to do that. I never have to do that. I'm a magician at creating whatever I need to create, whether it's on TV shows or whether it's in the press. And I've tested that and I've thrown it out there and it worked every time. For me, I wanted to state the facts, and the way I explain things just get a little out of control. This is the way I explain stuff. But now you see today, I've been very on the surface. I've been media training myself to understand not to say certain outlandish things that might coincide with something else, but be very dirty, sexual, and out of bounds that mixed in with it. You know what I'm saying? Like asses are being taken, or butt cheeks, or anything that has to do with like the anal area. Like it wasn't okay. It wasn't okay to talk. It just wasn't okay to talk about, to explain it in a very anal approach was not okay.
Now, you and Nicki Minaj got on live.
I love her more than anything. I love Nicki Minaj more than anything in the world. Yeah, I just want to state that right now.
You claim to be a barb.
I am a barb.
In that IG live, you're a barb.
I am a barb.
Okay.
And I'm only a barb for Nicki. I'm not a barb with the rest of the barbs. The barbs hate me. And as much as I love the barbs, they don't love me.
Oh, the barbs hate me, so.
But I love Nicki, and I'm a barb for Nicki. So when last time Nicki went live, I went, I love you. She pinned it.
I've been a barb. You know that. I thought I was a part of this whole movement. Like now my heart dropped. Like if you are a diehard barb and then like you like feel like the ticket was like revoked or it was discontinued. I'm like, damn, I don't know, man. I gotta send you like it'll do something to you. So I'm happy that you reach out back and let me come on live, because am I not a barb? I can't be a barb.
In that conversation with Nicki, and I rewatched it this morning.
It's like 4 of them.
Okay, I watched one of them.
Did you watch the one where she was laughing with me?
I watched the one where you seem somewhat submissive with her.
Yeah, because I'm gonna submit to Nicki because that's what she wanted me to do.
Oh, is that what it was?
I think so.
Okay. It seemed a bit out of character for you.
And you know how many calls I got from that? I got calls from Jill. I got calls from Suge. I got calls from some of my other street homies. I got calls from some of my OGs saying, what the fuck, bro? Why you submit like that? Why you let her talk to you like that? But when it's Nicki and you dedicated to like everything that she doing, then you'll allow to submit. I submit to you, Nicki.
Yeah.
That's the superpowers of Nicki. She was about to make you sneeze because she was gonna say bless you too. You don't play with Nicki like that. She gave me a new name, bro. She renamed me. She named me Raja.
What is that?
That's the name Nicki want me to be.
Raja?
Raja.
Raja Barb?
Nah, just Raja.
Or Raja Minaj?
I don't know if Minaj was incorporated with it, but I just know that she named me Raja. That's my name whenever she calls me, and I'm here for her whenever she needs me. I got 100 things ready for her when she needs me. She's my everything.
Okay. Shout out to Nicki.
Yeah, shout out to Nicki.
I interviewed her once, way back in the day. And that'll probably be my last interview ever in my life.
Okay.
But
It's
hey,
okay.
I'm glad
I don't
to have
think
it.
so. And shout out to the family. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm just a super fan, just like everybody else. This has nothing to do personal. This has nothing to do with her real life where she's married and has kids. I'm just an extreme fan that sees myself with Nikki. So take that outside of the personal world. This is only in the fan world of Barb's.
Well, look, I
Just
mean,
like everybody sees themselves with Nikki if you love Nikki.
yeah, look, Nicki Minaj, regardless of what you say about her as a person, it'd be pretty hard to argue her not being the greatest female rapper of all time.
I don't even know what people would say about her personally. Like everything's perfect about Nikki.
Well, agree or disagree.
I can't.
And I'm not going to get into it.
And what's crazy is that, you got to understand, Little Kim's like this with me.
Okay.
I used to live with Lil' Kim.
Used to live with Lil' Kim.
I used to live with Little Kim in Alpine. She let me stay with her. I had nowhere else to go. I didn't want to pay hotel room. So she let me live with her, right? And so I kind of started the whole Little Kim, Nicki Minaj beef when I spoke out of turn at a Lil' Kim concert.
Wait, you started the Nicki Minaj, Lil' Kim beef.
I spoke out of turn because
What'd you say?
I said some shit. You could pull it up. It wasn't cool.
Okay.
It created friction with them, and they shouldn't have. And so I take full responsibility for that. But after that, just kind of like studying Nikki and understanding the skills that she had and the connection I was starting to have with her as a fan, it started to take over my body, my mind.
Okay.
And I just started to study. And I said, whenever I get a chance to talk to Nikki about it, I'll let her know that I acknowledge the things I did. I want her and Little Kim to be straight. I think that it's on the right path. I don't know where they are now, but I know that what I did, I'm very apologetic for it. And now as a fan of Nikki, I just want to move on into our new wave. We're going to do an album together. She's going to produce it. It's a Caribbean album. It's just self-titled. It's called Raja. And so we're working on that right now.
You and Nikki are working on an album
called Raja. She's executive producing it.
And you're the vocalist.
I'm Raja.
You're Raja.
Yeah, she gave me the name.
Okay.
She told me that.
Is she going to rap or sing on it? Who knows?
She's the EP.
Okay.
I can't tell her what she's gonna do. She's gonna tell me what to do.
Okay. All right.
But it's a big budget.
Oh, I bet.
It's a big budget.
Nicki Minaj behind it. All right.
I don't know if it's gonna be, Def Jam, Warner, Koch, SRC. I don't know. I'm talking about. I'm talking.
SRC still around?
Or Koch. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm naming labels that don't even exist anymore.
All right. I was gonna say. I don't think SRC.
That's how imaginary I am. Like that's how delusional I am about this.
Okay.
But I believe.
You're believing it. Has she actually agreed to executive produce this, or is this still in your head right now?
Well, it ain't about that. Like Nikki, hold on. Nikki gave me, hold on. She named me.
Okay.
Everything after that is all solid.
Okay.
She's my EP. She's my boss.
Got it. All right.
Shout out to Nicki Minaj.
Shout out to Nicki Minaj.
And the whole family too. Like, again, this is straight from an artist point of view. It has nothing, this is a 100,000,000% platonic like thought and relationship with this.
Well, at one point, Princess posted some text message between you and Sukiana. And some interesting back and forth happened. Any comment about that? No?
Not really. I love Suki. And of course, I'll never love anybody like I love Princess.
Well, if you and Princess are on the verge of divorce, sleeping in separate bedrooms.
No, I don't have a bedroom. I sleep on the couch.
Okay, sleeping on the couch.
It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 9 block couch. So I can do 3, 3, 3. I could do 3, 3, 3. I can mix it around.
You guys are on the verge of divorce. Everyone's on the same page. Why does she care that you're sleeping with anybody, much less Sukiana?
That's some of the stuff I be trying to understand too.
Do you feel that, look, I've always done my best to try to keep my relationships private. I've always said that if you're with me, no Instagram photos, no tweets, no nothing. It's just me and you together, and that's that. I'm not here to play this out for the public.
Mm-hmm.
And every woman I've ever been with has understood this.
Got it.
You have always, not always, but certain relationships you have made public, right? You've had very public
Well,
relationships.
most of the girls that deal with me are going to become public because I'm just a public person.
Well, but you could choose to keep it private.
For a little while.
Forever if you want.
No, I don't think so.
It's not possible?
I have a couple forevers, but.
At this point in your life, does it bother you when suddenly personal stuff is blasted all over the internet and it causes back and forths? Because at one point, didn't you and Suki's boyfriend go back and forth, and he was wearing a Tronics chain and stuff like that?
He found a chain, I guess, in Suki's drawer, and he started to wear it.
You were also wearing Suki's chain at one point?
I was. That's when I was with her. I just put it on.
Right. Then she posted the picture, the video of you and Princess when she fell in the, the pool, and it
wasn't cool.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately, this isn't a storyline for a show.
This is real life.
Yeah. So unfortunately, there's no profit from this for me. But I love Suki. Princess is my baby mama. We have 2 beautiful kids. She's on a throne that can't nobody sit on. Right? And Suki's my friend. Like, she's her own boss. And, there was a lot of coochie juice mentioned on the top lip, and just a lot of dirty activity, right? And again, that's just expressing myself in a very graphic way. But at the end of the day, we troll and we have a good time. Suki's her own thing. Princess is her own thing. I'm unfortunately by myself. I'm not with Suki. I'm not with Princess. I'm with nobody. Neither one of them wants me. Neither one of them feels like I'm capable to meet the standards that they both require. And so I'm all alone. And so this is just what it looks like with me out on the streets by myself with a little bit of money, just trying to survive.
Shout out to Suki, man.
Shout out to Suki.
And shout out to
Suki's boyfriend too, that found her chain in the drawer, put it on, wearing it, having I got a Ray J chain on, but he never took it from me. But I said, fine.
Right, he didn't rob you for the chain.
I told him, I said, you got to take it from me, man, in order for it to be okay. But to each his own.
Listen, shout out to Suki as someone who has done a lot of very wild stuff, from, I've seen videos where she was choking on a guy to, I think was the Italy Chopper video where she was wearing a dog leash, I believe.
I think she was farting in guys' mouths.
Yeah, there's all types of real
she has
crazy
great
stuff.
moments. I think she's a superstar.
And now becoming, to take all that and, you and I grew up in an age where if you do porn, that's pretty much all you're going to do. You don't go beyond that. You do porn, you live in your porn world, you get booked by porn companies, you'll never be in a movie, you'll never be on a reality show, you'll never get a commercial, you'll never get sponsorship. You're just going to live in the porn world and get your porn money, and that's how you'll eventually die. But these days, you have people like Suki and other people who have gotten famous off porn movies, who I won't mention, but have really elevated it to multi-millionaire status. So you really got to tip your hat.
Yeah, I mean, I tip my hat every day. And I think she's great. I think she's great. And
I need to get her on the show one of these days. She actually reached out to me back in the day.
I can look it up.
Yeah, you can look it up.
I mean, well, she hasn't called me back, but yeah.
Okay.
I'll see if she answers my call, but yeah.
There you go.
I'll look it up. And again, I love Princess. I'll never love another girl more than I love Princess ever in life. And everybody has to accept that. Whoever wants to fuck me.
Well, Wack talked about you having a wild weekend with a famous NFL player's wife. And later on, he exposed that as LaDainian Thomas's wife.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Nope.
We can't.
Okay.
We can't because it's just
I'll
she
cut
had
that
a
out.
black card.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll cut it out.
They
I got
sued
you.
me. Oh no, you don't have to take it out. I can't. And I can't talk about
You
it.
can't talk about it? So you want to keep this in, but just
I mean,
can't talk about it.
whatever you want to do. I don't do that.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I can't help having a good
Before the interview, I asked Wack for some questions,
Wack
and this is
wants
one of
to
the
do what
questions that he
he
brought up.
wants. He has to be a better person.
So you blame Wack for this?
Of course. I blame Wack for a lot of things. I blame Wack for I hit it first, a lot of other things. But it's okay.
Well, there's a situation in Mexico where you were on a roof and you considered ending your life.
Yeah.
Was it really that bad?
I mean, it was to the point where I was hanging off the roof and I told myself, I'm about to go to sleep because I'm tired. If I wake up in another world, fine. So meaning if I wake up and I fall off, I'll fall off. 100 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors, whatever. It was no way around it. I woke up still on the roof.
How long ago was this?
Like a year ago.
So you mean to tell me Ray J, who has 2 kids who love him, who has fans, who has...
This happened 2 years ago. This happened about 2.5 years ago.
Okay. Your kids...
They're all that I have.
Right. So the kids were still, you still had 2 kids at that point. Both kids were born, I'm saying. You have 2 kids who loved you. You have income. You have a comfortable life. You have fans. You don't have to work every day, wake up every day and go to a job that you hate and, make minimum wage and barely scrape by. What could be going on in your life to say, I just want to get out. None of this is good enough and I just want to check out.
Well, that's how dark the industry can get when you live in a lie and you're walking around saying things that you know is not really real, but there's these checks that's coming into your account that allows you to accept that and continue to do it. So it's a battle between good and bad and right and wrong. And when the number is right, then wrong sets in. And you have to be the person that understand how much does it cost for me to continue to do wrong? Speak wrong, say wrong. Is it 100 million? Is it 300 million for you, Vlad, to create the false narrative? Is it 500, 700, 800 million? What is it? Because somebody can give you 800 tomorrow. You can create the false narrative, walk in with the same outfit on the next day, and nobody would know that you just got 800 million to create a false narrative that's not true about somebody's family, what they've done, who they are, what they believe in, how they treat people. You can make them the worst people in the world for the people who are the worst for a small fee of 800 million.
Well, there's that, but then there's your actual life and your kids. And what I've seen over and over again, let me just say this. Over and over again, what I've heard from Ray J, and I went through a lot of your interviews beforehand, and not every man is like this. You absolutely adore your kids. And you stayed, from my point of view, you stayed in a relationship because of the kids. Am I right? Because I've heard this before. Now, certain men say, listen, I got a insane baby mother. She's making it too hard for me. I'm out and, whatever. You are not like that. You even said that you will forego your own happiness just so you could be with your kids.
Absolutely.
And so your kids could be happy.
And so Princess can be happy too.
Okay. You do realize, though, that your kids losing their dad will make them very, very unhappy.
Absolutely. Yep. I do.
So how do you consider suicide knowing that?
That's because you get pushed up against the wall. And like I said, if I fall, then it wasn't meant. I didn't fall. I gave the higher power a choice to drop me or keep me. They kept me.
Well, there's the higher power, but there's also, driving around without a seatbelt. Sure, you can say the higher power is going to protect you, but, you'll be a lot better off wearing the seatbelt.
Absolutely, but if it wasn't meant with the ledge that I was on, I should have fell.
So you just right there on the ledge, you went to sleep.
I went to sleep for 3 hours.
For 3 hours, and you woke up still on the ledge.
Sun was up. Security was outside on the balcony, waiting to like reel me back in.
Putting the net on you.
Yeah, like so, like at the end of the day, like the higher power made their choice, and so I'm here, and so I'm trying to do better and speak the right words along with all the ratchet, crazy shit that I've encountered, the crazy shit that I've created, the movements that I've created the will for that fuck the industry up. Because I'm a part of a lot of wheels that I've changed this industry to where it's not about talent. It's about fucking. It's about not giving a fuck. It's about the lack of talent and the lack of knowledge, but the more beauty and intensity and controversy and negativity will drive the numbers up for you to win. That shadows everything that good people represent. So who am I? What do? I got to do better. I'm a part of the disease at this point. And to recreate it the right way, you got to sacrifice a lot of stuff. And you got to admit and take accountability to just who you are. This is who I am.
Did you do therapy after that?
I did therapy.
Okay.
But then I fucked my therapist. And it didn't help, man.
Okay. All right.
And then when I got with another therapist who was really strong, she was telling me stuff that made me want to go have a drink and get high. So she wasn't helping me either because she was telling me the truth. You go to an AA class and motherfuckers talking, the first thing you want to do is have a drink. They the wrong people to be talking to.
Do you think that you've had addiction issues over the years?
Nah, I had to do AA class for some shit I did to clean my record up or some shit.
But not any actual real.
Nah, I don't drink like that.
I smoke weed. That's about it. I drink occasionally. Like I'm doing that with you.
You see, we killed this bottle.
Right. Well, we're halfway through it.
Well, we're halfway through. It's
We're halfway
very
through it.
light. But I think that this was a good therapy session.
I think so too.
You know, I don't know anything we got that was extremely controversial, but I think this was strong.
That's what it is. Ray J. Until next time. Peace.
You and Ray J had beef at one point, right?
Yeah, we had beef, pork, potato chips, sleepovers, girls. He was like a friend to me. That was my homie. So when you say we had beef, we shared like homieship for a long time. We ran around in LA. I started a crew called Committee that I actually took from Chicago. And Committee was spelled with a C in Chicago. I spelled it with a K. And Committee was a group of young Hollywood guys that was together, whether they were singers and actors or rappers. We had dancers. It was like a brotherhood that we had put together. And we hung out all the time. I'm talking about before Ray J was driving. Like, I remember times I let him drive. You know, and that, I mean, I'm not being funny by that. Right now, we know, Ray J can buy anything and do anything he wants. And it just tripped me out how he became when he became Ray J.
Why you say that? Go into detail about that.
I mean, as I said, like we was homies, and there was times that, what really kicked it off, as I spoke about in my book, what really kicked it off was I went to LA after not going to LA because it was hard to be in LA for me because I had lost so much. And I had promised that, I'm not going to LA no more. Like, I don't want to go that way. I was working regular jobs. I had worked in the funeral home at this time, embalming bodies, working in the cemetery. I was satisfied I didn't want to be around anything that had to do with Death Row Records, and nothing that reminded me of that because I had came out of that slum. I had came out of that depressed state. And it took a long time, and I finally went back to LA. And I went to a barbershop. I'm bald-headed at this time. I went to a barbershop where I used to go get my little curls cut up at. And the same guys that would cut my hair when Death Row was at its height was still there in the barbershop. These guys was from New York. And when I walked in the studio, they looked at me and they like, boy, man, damn, you looking good, bro. What's up? Hugged me.
I'm like, what's up, man? And, I know they ain't seen me. And I'm happy. And, finally they cutting hair and they getting ready to close. And we doing what we do in the barbershop. Drink a couple of beers, have some drinks, light up a blunt. And, I'm getting ready to light my blunt up. And when I'm getting ready to roll, one of the guys was like, man, you smoking? You good? You can smoke now? I'm like, smoke now? Yeah. Like, what you mean? Basically, the conversation went like that. And he kept insinuating like something was wrong with me smoking. And when I lit it up, he came over and talked to me, everybody else talking. And he was like, man, it's just good to see you, man. After everything you've been through, you look good, bro. And I'm like, thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. And da-da-da-da-da. He's like, man, for real, bro. Like, what you been through, bro, motherfuckers don't even come through that. I'm like, the fuck is he talking about? What you been through? Like, I thought I was like, you're right, man. I'm thinking he's talking about, death row and all the stuff that I had been through and your career got put on hold. And then we smoking. And I asked him he want to hit and I passed him to me, we smoking. He's like, yeah, man, it's like shit. He insinuated to me that I had been on drugs and strung out back in Chicago. I'm like, on drugs? Like, you keep saying that, but he's like, man, Ray said you was back in the Chi, smoking crack, working at a funeral home, and some. And another dude that's sitting in the chair trying to be funny, he hollered from across the room. He's like, tell him the rest of the shit. I'm like, what? Yeah, tell me the rest of the shit. And Ray said that you was forcing some gay shit on him. So, like, when he said it, just to person my reaction, I didn't, I was wrong that I guess I didn't wait for him to get there. I kind of gave a reaction like, shit, yeah, okay. So Ray come walking in the barbershop. And, they wasn't going to say nothing. They keep saying this stuff, and we still drinking. And one of the guys like, shit, he bring it up again. Hey, Ray, tell DB what you said about, the gay shit. Ray like, man, stop playing, man. Something. He say something else. And I'm like, yeah, tell me. And then I just immediately started going around the room and started saying some things I'm sure that made him upset. And I guess other people would probably say I fronted him off. Like, I fronted, like, nigga, if y'all gonna be talking about me, let's say how it really is. And I said some things, and from that time, we just really never talked again.
What did you say?
I ain't gonna say that because I've been really apologetic and trying to talk to Ray. But let me tell you this. I will promise you this. I shouldn't even say that, but I'm gonna say it anyway because I gotta say something. Only reason why I've settled because we share mutual friends that was friends along with us during that time. And they're still friends. They hang out. You know what I mean? And I just try my best not to do anything that's going to damage their friendship or working in this industry. So I just kind of rather not say. But if you want to know from the reaction of him talking about me and putting those type of things out there about me, like, my job isn't to put anybody business out publicly or on front or anything that I feel is a certain way, but I won't allow you to call me gay or faggots or any of those names. When we're quite honest, I don't think you could say those things. We all could say things about each other that people would probably say was gay. And I was hurt that we were friends, that these things were said about him. And then later I started seeing him not talk to me, and now he's around Suge. And she's Suge's little homie. And I didn't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Because I know everybody be saying, you be crying like Suge was your man. Suge, get the fuck out of here. At that time, I'm out at the time, Ray J couldn't even really hang around me when things got hot around Death Row. Even after that, things that got hot. Ray J was one of the people that was suggested because of his career and because of Brandy's career, that it wasn't best that he was around Death Row out loud, and he was young. So he wasn't really able to hang out like we were. But I was still going over to the house, but it was kind of at distance a little bit because all of this heat was on. And then, you know, a few years later, I see him hanging around Suge and like, you don't mess with me. Like, that's just weird to me, man. I bought you around, Suge. And you don't even like, I really believe that we was the homies. And I've seen interviews or heard people say that I was really never their homie like that. And that's just weird.
So Ray J was around Death Row, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, by way of me. He was with me. We hung out all the time. He would come up to the studio all the time, and Suge knew who he was. He knew that was Brandy brother, and yes.
Ray J did an interview some years ago where he claims that he walked in the studio and he seen Faith Evans sitting on Tupac Love. How you feel about him saying that?
Shit, I believe him. I believe him. Because like I said, you know, Ray had a pass. Like certain people just get passes in Death Row, and he was one of those ones that around that time, for whatever reason he had one. And as I spoke about Faith as well with what I said, it matched up. Yes.
Yo, I'm not gonna be long on here. I just need to clip this on Instagram real quick. I ain't gonna be on here long. I know it's early in the morning, but I'm a petty motherfucker when niggas is petty with me. If a nigga think he gonna say some shit about me and I ain't gonna go crazy and respond, then don't think that it's okay, because I'm petty as fuck. I'm petty as fuck. Niggas mad at me because I'm supporting Diddy. Niggas got weird ass shit to say about me supporting Puff. This the one that got wet?
Yeah, microwave it.
I done had too much fun. All right, I'm done with the fun. I'm going back into serious business so everybody can get paid again. Like, if anybody knows me, all I do is pride myself in making sure I get a bag and everybody around me gets a bag. Yeah, I'm about to give out a gang of money.
Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer. Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to, you know, to an album. They never put one song of two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. You know, it's just, to me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from
Just
the higher up.
just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
There we go. Oh, it may be, yeah. Not playing. Big Draco, big love. Yeah. All 2021.
Ray J, my king, listen, the Bible says a male shall not sleep with a male as with a woman. So God is telling you, don't sleep with man. It is not normal.
Roger, tell these kingers, subscribe to the Prophet channel.
It should be.
Okay. And so I just hope that you are happy with yourself. You know, no judgment, because I am not God. I'm not in the position to tell anybody about it. I just I hope that you can look yourself in the mirror and always be happy with your choices that you've made.
Everybody needs a little help sometimes through the process, but yes, I'm looking at myself now. If I had on a wig, I would want to date myself. That's how happy I am with myself, but I don't.
Are you coming out of the closet?
No. I was just.
When will you?
I can't.
Huh?
I can't. If there's nothing in the closet, I can't come out with it. But shout out to the gay agency. I do have a gay agency.
The what?
The gay agency. It's a full-on agency that focuses on LGBTQI plus talent. We've been in business for like 2 years. Well, I do have the gay agency, but I don't indulge, you know what I'm saying? But shout out to the gay agency.
Let me ask you something, Ray J. What do you think about the undercover community?
I think that if you roll in undercover, right, there's no need to, because I think the opportunities are endless if the truth can set you free. So if that's what you like to do, that's why we started the agency, and that's why I'm an advocate for the agency.
You started that?
With Tarod and Dumpin' D. With Tarod and Dumpin' D. And then I also have the Girls Club, which is a full transgender show on my network, Tronics, and it's 13.
Oh, so that's what you've been doing. You've been trying to interact with me to promote your shows, I guess.
No, you was talking about gayness, and you were, and so I had to tell you that I got a full on, like I have a full network that supports that. That's all I was saying. But I'm not. But I got a lot of friends. That's all I was saying. I didn't mean to promote nothing. I'm so sorry.
I know you do have a lot of friends. Me personally, Ray J, I love that I never felt the need.
It muted.
Huh?
It muted. It's something happened. I didn't hear the last thing you said. I'm so sorry.
I'm happy that been thirsty for friends.
Me?
For friends, like, and partying and meeting people. And, I've never needed all of that stuff to be happy. Partying.
You said that's what I did?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
I said I'm happy that I never needed that stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, you're Nicki Minaj.
Hey, you know who it is? It's me. On what's missing? And guess what? We have another reaction video. So this one is it says the title Ray J exposing Suge Knight. But it feels like Ray J explaining himself to Suge Knight more like. Let's get into the video, man. I put up the Nicki Minaj, him talking to Nicki Minaj over live, Instagram live, in the previous, at the start of the video, sorry. Just so you guys can get like a bit of a reference of like Ray J and lately how he's been acting, and yeah, my thoughts on what's going on regarding all of this. Is Suge Knight telling the truth? Is Suge Knight not telling the truth? Is he messing with us? Is he messing with the general public by saying this? Yeah, I'm gonna give you my thoughts anyway. Let's get into this video and then I'll kind of like do what I do. You know what it is.
Lovers? Bro. That's on the dead homies. Bro, Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
That's what Suge's trying to say. Now, anyway, Suge's disappointed me. It let me know that Suge's a complete cunt. I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean ass. Unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to like disrespect the agency and say that I'm doing gay shit.
This is every time you see Ray J talking about, when someone talks to him about like Nicki Minaj, even mentioned, like you saw him talking about with Nicki Minaj, sorry, mentioned something to do with, I guess, confronting him on his sexual, habits or whatever. Is he straight? Is he gay? Is he bisexual? Which I think Ray J is bisexual. And saying that it always goes back to like this gay agency talk. That's the most gay shit I ever heard in my life. I don't know if it's me, or like, why do he keeps avoiding certain stuff and then bringing the gay agency or whatever he's talking about, so his minions, his crew, his clique, his crew, he's referencing are like trans women minding you. So yeah, someone is. Yeah, I don't get what he's avoiding it all. Like we all know, like people are zesty in the how can I say, in the music industry. And I feel like Nicki Minaj is quite straightforward when she talks most of the time. She does like joke and stuff here and there, but she's quite straightforward. So I believe some of that conversation they had between each other, I reckon Nicki Minaj was being quite truthful. She was joking with certain stuff, which like when she asked him, "When are you coming out?" I think she was being like real on that and that question. And yet again, Ray J was like talking about the gay agency and all this, and going, he didn't directly answer her question. Technically he kind of did. He said, "There's nothing to come out to." So he didn't directly say, "Nicki, I'm not bisexual. I'm not gay." Not saying he has to, but like, you know, when someone is straight, that question won't even come up. When you know someone's straight, that question won't even come up amongst conversations. Like, do I believe that? I know you guys must have seen it. Like, it's all over the internet of the uncensored clip, Piers Morgan talking to Suge Knight, and Suge Knight obviously saying that this is what this video is a reaction to that, obviously, saying that he's sleeping with Diddy or has slept with Diddy, and I believe that is, I kind of believe that might be true. Like they had something going on for a deal. Maybe, I don't know, but I reckon to somewhat that might be true, man. That is a high possibility up there. That is true. That something went on between Diddy and him. Because of the way that Ray J acts, like he's on some, like, I think it's a bodyguard. One of Diddy's ex-bodyguards said that the industry, they're full of zesty people. And this puts the perfect type of language for this type of stuff, and people in like R&B and some of the male, if not a lot of the male people as well, and rappers and stuff like that. Everyone in the industry is zesty. This is it, man. This is that zesty thing. He is. If I was to put a picture up, in the dictionary of that word zesty, Ray J would be there. Like zesty Ray J. Like, yeah, that's the perfect picture, man. Ray J. This picture here, you see on the screen, something like, see him there on the screen that I paused it on, the arrow. Zesty Ray J, man. He's zesty, man. And I'm like, I said 99% sure that he is bisexual. I know he has a wife and kids, or a kid, I think it is. They're no longer together, from what I've heard. So because people are saying, because he's gay, he can't have relations and have a kid. He's not gay, he's bisexual, I think. And yeah, bisexual people can do what they want, can't they? And even more now in his silk pajamas, is that with whoever's around yelling and trying to convince us that he's not zesty. When you are, let's get into more.
When you know I'm not, and if you not, the gay agency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the gay agency, bro, they gonna take me, bro. If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole gay agency team questioning.
Yeah, you got your whole gay agency team, a lot of gay people around you, and you're not gay. You're not bisexual. Okay, Ray J.
And like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one should.
If I had my own business and all that, and I had a choice of having hiring people, yeah, I would hire, like Cat Williams, loads of women around me to work with me, to work for me. Why? Because I like feminine women. I'm straight. I love women a lot. Like I love them. I like the way they are, whatever. You know what I mean? This guy, he's got all gay, trans type of women who are around him. Like talking about the gay agency, he has, obviously, I'm not saying he doesn't have straight people around him, but he also has a lot of like, do you get that? What I'm trying to like, the analogy I'm trying to give? Like, obviously, I'm going to have maybe men around that might do certain jobs better than a woman, but majority of the time, if I was to have my own business, I would just have a lot of women around. Give me a drink, certain stuff like that. Like, I don't even mean it in a bad way. It might sound like I'm coming across a bad way. I don't really go crap what you guys think, but that's what I would do. I would hire a load of women to do stuff. If I was in an office, I want to be around women. Well, not in an office. I don't like offices, but if I was to work, have people go on the road with me and stuff like that, I would have like real feminine women, not these other type of women that are masculine and stuff. Like real feminine women that are good at certain stuff regarding, they have their touch that a man doesn't have. Like, I don't know, whatever it is, like this guy's got all weird people around him, and then he's going in so many words, he's trying to convince us that he is not bisexual, gay, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't dabble in that rubbish. As I said, I'm quite 95% sure that something's happened between him and Diddy. Definitely. That one wish that you would be my girl.
Suge, okay. Remember, all right, I'm only gonna say this because I don't want to talk, I don't want to say too much. The agency here. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news show. It's called The Reality Check. Me and Amber Rose just closed a new big deal with a multimedia news firm, so we'll be the new anchors of some mainstream shit happening, right? But if you remember, I said asses are being taken. Asses are being taken in ways that nobody can explain. I said that on the national news. That shit went viral. And guess what? Niggas thought I was talking about Diddy. That's why I got into it with his sons, because they come press me.
Because everyone's not stupid, Reggie, like you. That's exactly what you're talking about.
I'm like, bro, mind y'all business. Y'all don't even know who I'm talking about. Nigga, I'm talking about Suge, bro.
Damn liar.
I'm talking about Suge.
Damn liar. You're a damn liar, man. You know who you're talking about. They came for you. The Diddy's sons came for you because they know you. You said you've known Diddy since you were a little kid. You and your sister. I don't want to bring your sister into this because she's not a part of all of that. As far as I know, she's innocent regarding this. And I don't know anything about her, so I shouldn't say anything. I'll take that back because I like Brandy. But you, Ray J, you are definitely a suspect, and you're definitely zesty, man. And you keep, and for a while when you were talking about that, as I said, you were talking about Diddy, and as I said, you known Diddy, as you said, for so long, so you must know people around him, seen his sons, know his sons quite well, and they know you. They know how you act. So if someone's coming for you, if Diddy's sons are coming for you, they know who you are and why you do what you do. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's why they came for you, because they know who you are and how you act. And I don't know if it's a good, right thing they did or the wrong thing, but they were supporting their dad, their family. Fair play to them for trying to, where they're supporting their family. And you were saying that you've got people's backs all the time. Yeah, everything about it is just zesty, man. You can't tell a zesty person to talk without being zesty, like having people's backs all the time. Yeah, talking about the gay agency all the time when someone's asking you a serious question, saying all my gay friends and stuff like that, how would they feel about me being gay and all that? I'm sure they know, the close ones, and I'm sure you participate with them from time to time when you're single. I don't know if you were doing it when you were married, but yeah, each to his own. Like no one cares. It's just when you're doing this type of stuff, and then people are just like, man, you're just being like weird about it. And people don't know why.
Taking niggas, not Diddy. Suge is a big ass raper taker for men, bro. I mean, a real taker. And he can't deny this, bro. We used to go to the store and get that nigga like 25 sticks of like butter, parquet butter, the sticks. He used to take them back and he used to shove them up niggas' ass and fuck them, bro. And females. It was crazy, bro. I can't even believe that I said that. But since you trying to darken my name, Suge, and trying to say some gay shit about me when you know I got a lot of gay friends and you know the gay.
Yeah, he exposed you and you're upset. That's all it is. And it's the truth. And you're upset, man. That's what's going on. Man, this is all speculation, obviously, but I 100% believe that's true now because of what you just said. He's trying to get back at him because he exposed him. That's what's going on.
Gay community supports me, so you know, like I'm bulletproof unless my dick been in that hole, and if it was, then I'll be celebrated even more because now I'm like one of the flyest, gayest niggas out, but I can't take that credit. I can't do that, bro. And you trying to throw gay shit on me like it's bad to be gay when you know that my dick's only going in pussy holes, bro. It's crazy, bro. But we know what holes you like. Every hole. You was fucking bitches in the ass, niggas in the ass, bitches in the ear, the nose, everything, bro. Like, forget being gay. You was like nose. You was like ear, nigga. I don't know what that's called. Fucking people in the ear? What sexuality is that? Ear sexual?
Ears.
A motherfucking nososexual?
She's aware.
Because that's what it is. Because niggas is giving niggas titles just because they doing ass play. That's the play they chose. Shout out to Tarad and shout out to Dumpin' D. Them niggas is doing ass play every day and having a good time. I can't be there though. Not because it's funky in there. Not because it's a funky room. Just because I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying?
Damn lawyer. Drinking on alcohol as well, like getting lit. Come on, man. You're a dumb joker.
I don't know how funky the room get with niggas getting grammed in their ass with a cucumber. I hate when niggas send these gay comments to my shit acting like it's gonna make me mad because you calling me gay. Nigga, I got a lot of gay friends. When they
Well, you wouldn't get mad. You wouldn't get mad. If you were straight, you would get mad. More so, I guess. A straight person would get a bit more upset about someone calling them gay than a gay person, a zesty person like you would just be like cool with it, cool with that name attached to you. Like just how you just that whole line that you just said about how getting people stinking this and gay this and oh man, yeah, the whole what you're talking about and the lines of what you're talking about is just you're making his point even more, if anything. And it's funny that maybe you see it. I don't know if you do because I don't know you properly, but I know the you on camera, and I know you're a joker to some extent. Like, yeah. So to be honest, it's just all entertainment, isn't it? And it's just funny. Because most people, if you were to come out, they wouldn't care. Like, yeah, they wouldn't care, man. And I don't know why Diddy didn't come out and just say he's bisexual as well. I don't think people would care. Me personally, I don't give a crap. Like, yeah, man. the gayest thing in rap that we've seen so far that I can think of is bloody Little Nas X. And if you can't do any worse than that, then I feel like you're cool.
When they see the gay comments come in, do they get excited? Probably. Do I get excited? No, I chuckle. But if you ever disrespect me in front of my gay friends, I can't help you, bro. Them niggas will take you, bro. Like Suge took niggas. Shit, like, yo, and I'm gonna say this one thing and I'm gonna stop, right? And then I want y'all to click this. Suge used to take niggas, right? I used to go upstairs. Like, I don't know if you saw Pulp Fiction, but when Ving Rhames, they tied the nigga up, they had the ball in the nigga mouth, they had him in the chair, and then the nigga came down, right? That's the kind of shit Suge did to niggas. And you know, it's crazy because Suge had this other thing, it's called handlebars. He used to strap it onto the nigga, and then they got the handlebars like you riding on the bike. Think about it, like a waist trainer, and then the handlebars on the side. Then he used to grab the handlebars and then take the niggas, bro.
What are you doing around a person that would do that? Why are you around all these zesty people and you're not zesty yourself? Constantly. Like, Diddy, you're saying Suge Knight did this, so Suge Knight then. You're airing yourself out even more. So after listening to this, I just feel like more and more you are what he says you are, kind of thing. I don't know about anyone out there listening to this. This is the end of the video anyway. But yeah, AJ is a zesty, definitely zest monster, as they said. My man with the security guard, with the glasses on. You know I'm talking about. Puff's ex, another of Puffy's ex bodyguards, with the glasses on, big dude. Zesty monster, zest monster, whatever he says. That's Ray J, man. The zest monster, with his sitting there online drinking loads of alcohol, hard liquor, trying to convince us of what's going on. In his silk, looks like pajamas, or his top button open, like he just looks, yeah, zesty. Anyway, man, this is the end of the video. If you like what you saw, please don't forget to comment and subscribe. I am the missing link. And don't forget, as always, to give thanks to the Most High, Selassie Rastafari. I'm out. See ya.
Gene Deal, happy to have you back, my man. Week 3, Diddy trial. Gotta talk about it, man. I heard you and some dude got into an altercation up there. Like, what's the backstory behind that before we get into everything else?
I wouldn't call it an altercation, you know what I'm saying? Because that means somebody is capable of challenging you on your level. What happened is that you get these YouTubers, you know what I'm saying, who want to make contact with you by yelling, screaming, and hollering and thinking that you gotta answer their questions. And they talking to a grown ass man like he's some kind of child or hollering at some kind of animal. See, I come to that court because I'm trying to see this thing through. You know, I don't care what nobody say. I'm the one who initiated this whole thing and started talking about this dude behavior, his attitude, how he was treating people, what he was doing, way before any of his employees, way before anything. And I took all the ridicule, you know, from everybody. You know what I'm saying? If you was watching the internet when I first got on here, they was talking about, yo, this bum ass ex-bodyguard. I didn't have this and I didn't have that. I didn't do this and I didn't do that. But then when the facts start coming out that I was a New York State parole officer with my college degree, had my own house, own apartment, was given another house by my family, and they start seeing that I was one of the leaders and the founders of the same gang, which Puff came out of. You know, I helped and I started slicking the family. You know what I'm saying? All these are Harlem crews, and they start seeing that the real people that was in New York City was like, yo, Gene was the man. Gene is this, you know what I'm saying? And they was wondering why I got on the internet. But I was given something to do, man. I don't care what nobody say. So I go to that court to see it through. You understand? I go to that court to make sure that I'm going to see the people that I love who got hurt behind this dude, that we get justice. And I just want to be there to see it. I didn't come there for somebody to be calling me out my name, talking all that, you know, saying things that's irate. Yo, listen here, I'm a grown ass man. I raised 3 girls to be adults. I raised somebody else's sons to be adult men. You understand what I'm saying? So that makes me grown. I've raised people to be adults. I've helped people with their kids for them to become adults. So I'm a grown ass man and I don't need nobody, anybody. You just can't talk to me any kind of way or say whatever you want to say. Because then when we see each other, then express yourself as a man. So here this dude hollering, saying, call all kind of epithets, saying all kind of belligerent curse words, saying all kind of shit to me. And I'm like this. I'm like, yo, I played it cool when we was outside. Then when we got into the court, it was a whole different situation. You understand? It was a whole different situation. I went to him, I said, yo, bro, you had a lot of stuff to say outside. You understand? Yo, I got a lot of stuff to say now. That's what he said. I said, oh, what you got to say then? He said, yo, you got questions to answer. And for who? I said, if you want me to answer questions, do interview. I got a booking number, then you do interview. I answer any of your questions. I ain't got no problem of answering anything that you want to know. All you got to do is pay my fee and I'll be there. He said, well, you ain't going to tell me how to get the contact. And as soon as he said that, and he came like he was coming close to me, I took it back to 92. Wu-Tang. Protect your neck. And that's all I'm going to say. I took it back to that. I took it back to 1992 Wu-Tang. Protect your neck. And he know what I'm talking about. Then when I did that, then next thing you know, a girl came, the guard started coming and stuff like that. And he told the guard, yo, watch the camera. He hit me. That's what he said to the guard. So one guard was like this. One guard got in front of me and I moved. He said, yo, Gene. He said, yo, Gene, because he know me. He said, yo, Gene, you could just knock me down, bro. Just take a couple of days and get up out of here. And so I was leaving. So he ran and got his camera And then somebody called my name. He called my name like that. I turned around and I just said to him, I said, yo, bro, I'm not that dude that you could just run up on. I'm not that dude that you could say whatever you want to say. I'm a grown ass man. You understand? I'm not that dude that you could say whatever you want to say to, because if you run up on me, I'm going to knock you the F out. And that's how that went, bro. And there's nothing I'm proud of. You understand? But you don't talk to grown men. I don't care what kind of YouTube show you got. I don't care what kind of, you want to go viral, you want to do this and you want to do that. You conduct yourself as a gentleman. You want to call yourself a reporter. You don't see all the reporters who went to school. You don't see all the reporters who got their degrees, who got, who worked up the ladder to become who they are, yelling and screaming and cursing and saying all kind of crazy shit to people. You don't see that. But if that's what you choose to do, you choose to do that, bro. But I'm not the one you gonna do that to and then think it's gonna be all right to get on the elevator with me. I don't care where we at. I don't care where we at, what we gotta do, we gonna get it in. And I'm too grown and too old for that. But you're not gonna talk to me any kind of way. And you ain't gonna say whatever you wanna say to me, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna disrespect me as a man and think it's all right to do that because you got a YouTube show, because you want to go viral, you want to do like that, you be ending up. I want to go to the next subject, man. Let's go to the next one, bro, because this is going to go somewhere that it shouldn't even go, bro. On a for real, for real. We all too grown for this shit, bro. But I'm not to be disrespected, and I'm not going to disrespect nobody else. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah, but before we move on, man, let me just add one more thing to this. When Miss Wallace asked me to get on Nick Bloomfield documentary, I got on Nick Bloomfield documentary. That was like in 99, somewhere around there. I got an A&E documentary, 2001. I got on VH1, MTV. All these was in the early 2000s before there was even a YouTube telling the story. You understand? I sat down with each one of those crews about anywhere from 3 to 5 hours telling them everything. Telling them everything. That's why can't nothing come up when I was talking about how what Puff said about Suge, Pac, Big, everything. I told them everything. This stuff has been on, and I've been saying the same story since 99. I've been saying the same story since 97 when Miss Wallace set me in her living room. I ain't changed nothing, and I ain't gonna change nothing. You understand? There's certain things that you find out as we go, because you know my motto. Facts will change your feelings, but feelings can't change your facts. That's my motto, bro. So it's over the years, I found out some more stuff and some other things for professional people. People like myself that's higher than me, FBI agents. People who've been working on the case. You find out other things and you go on with that. But to all these little young YouTubers and everything like that, it's a couple of those guys who've been respectable. Now I'm gonna pull them to the side because I'm going back down there. Don't think that I'm not gonna be going down there, bro. I'm going back down there. You understand? So now, some of those YouTubers that's been respectable, you understand? I might like, yo, you can give me a question, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you one question. You understand? Because they was respectable when I come down there, they respectable. Now, people think I'm hiding. I'm not hiding, bro. You understand? I'm not hiding from nothing. These people don't do their due diligence, bro. When they come out here and they want to do a show, they don't do their due diligence. They let anybody come on their platform that's got a salacious story about anybody and say, oh, they told me. That don't mean a god thing, bro. Because somebody told you some bullshit. That don't mean nothing, bro. Do your due diligence if you want to have a successful channel. But if you just want to go viral, remember, you got to protect your neck. And I'm gonna give you something right now, because I don't want people to go and look at what they want to say because this dude want to go viral and stuff like that. I can beg any money. Gene Deal and Diddy never stayed at the Intercontinental in Atlanta. Never. We stayed at the Swiss Hotel. Do you hear what I'm saying? We never stayed at the Intercontinental in Atlanta. That's how I knew this shit was bogus. We always stayed at the Swiss Hotel. You will not find a debit, a credit, or any kind of card because you got to put your card up for room for your incidentals in your rooms. You will never find no card at the Intercontinental with Gene Deal name on there. None of that. Because I don't care whoever you travel with and whatever you did, they could be paying for the hotel. You always had to put a card up for your incidentals to your room. And we never stayed at the Intercontinental. So people could come up here and be bogus and tell lies and say whatever they want to say for the views, to go viral. It's all right. Just protect your neck, especially when you come around me.
I'm happy you cleared that up, man. And Tuesday, you was up there, right? When Capricorn testified, right?
When Capricorn testified, man, it was heartfelt because, not because she was crying and going through all the pain that Cassie and her went through, and because when you heard her testimony, you found out that she really didn't care for Cassie like that. Their friendship grew. You know, they had grown into a friendship that she cared more about Diddy because she even wrote him letters that she had a crush on him back in the day. So it was kind of weird hearing all the stuff she was going through. And in my mind, I was thinking that, you know, and knowing who Diddy was, he probably slept with her too. That's what I was thinking. I don't know that to be true. You understand? But what people didn't understand in her testimony, because just like Dawn, that he would fire her, then she'll come back, or she'll go get another job, and then she'll have to come back, or whatever didn't work about, something like that. People don't understand this, bro. And when you look at the situation with all the people that were employed by Diddy and that was in the music world, it's this old proverb, the golden rule. And what's the golden rule? The man with all the gold make all the rules. Puff was that dude that he held all the gold. When she went to work for Mark Pitts, that was Puff, that was Kirk Burroughs' protege. Kirk Burroughs taught him everything he know. He was with Bad Boy first. He was the one who Puff was the one who put him with Big, and he was managing Big. So when this lady was coming back and she was in the defense went at her, well, you trying to say that he threatened your life, they kidnapped you, they did all these stuff to you, but you still went back to work with him, because she probably couldn't go back to work for nobody else until she straightened out with him, or till she made him feel good, until she made him feel like she wasn't an issue when she was a problem. If she was a problem, you know, and they thought that because she came from Death Row, I think, I don't, it was somewhere like her and Suge had some kind of, I don't know, family relationship or something like that. I don't even know. I didn't get clarity on that, but it was something about Suge Knight and her that they found out, and then stuff started coming up missing as far as jewelry. They took her to like a warehouse, had a guy up there with a polygraph, giving her a polygraph every day. I think they gave her a polygraph like, they think it's 5 times, they said. up in this old abandoned warehouse like. So she was terrified and she was scared and she didn't want to go, but she had to go. And she put Paul Offord on blast. That's the one they used to call Uncle Paulie. She put him on blast like he was some gangster taking her up there. And if she would have been found, and all the polygraphs came up inconclusive, inconclusive, whatever that shit is. It wasn't conclusive that she did anything regarding stealing any of the jury or something like that. So it was just a fear tactic with her. But the defense was trying to say that how could you be scared of him when you went back to work for him? Let me tell you a story, bro. After Big died, Puff put out a whole lot of bullshit about me, telling people don't f with me, don't do this, don't do that, but he couldn't. He couldn't because I was with a strong team. I was with Black Hands and I was with Slick and the Family at the time. I ran all Chaz Williams security to all his parties where we did all over the country. Chaz Williams, he was featured on BET American Gangster. They had said he had robbed about 160 banks or something like that. But Chaz was an OG that everybody respected. I ran all his security. You understand? I was with Chaz, when we used to go to those big industry parties, the whole 9 yards. So there's nothing Puff could do to stop people who was real in the streets from dealing with me. You understand? Slick and the Family. Slick, one of the powerfulest dudes in Harlem that everybody had a lot of respect for. That was my god brother. That's my brother from another mother. There's nothing he could do to smear my name up. So I was still giving parties. I was still doing block parties, giving boat rides, dances, everything. Block parties. There's nothing he could do. So I wasn't dealing with him no more after the Big situation, when Big got murdered. So they start putting all that old negative stuff against me. He started saying little innuendos. And then my man, God bless him, Redbud stepped to him, man. Gene a good dude, man. Y'all stop putting that bullshit out about Gene. Redbud from Brooklyn. He said, yo, stop putting that shit out about Gene. And they stopped the bullshit. So now, I'm in Atlanta. It's around Super Bowl time. I haven't dealt with Puff about a year. No conversation. He still used to come around the same gang. You understand? When we used to go to parties, I ain't with him. He's same gang. He's same gang. Okay, cool. So I'm in Atlanta in Justin's. Wolf come over to me, and Wolf say, yo, Gene, come to the back. I said, for what? He said, nigga, just come to the back, man. Come on, Gene, stop that bullshit. He said, come to the back, Gene. So I went to the back with Wolf. And Wolf said, yo, Puff, put Gene back to work. Tell Gene he got his job back. He said, Gene, you want your job back? I said, I don't care, man. What's up? He said, meet me in my office on Monday. I went back to work for Bad Boy. Did I need it? Nah. But it was easy money. It was easy money. Why did I go back? When I heard Capricorn Clark say what she said, I had the same feeling that she had. And I understood where she came from. She wanted, and just like I wanted, to let everybody see that they needed me. I'm back here running the security for him. I'm personally for him. I'm his personal, I'm the number one when he's there. So all the people that they talk crazy to and told this shit about, Now they see me. They're gonna put their head down. Because they was acting funny at first. But when I came back, it was something, brother, that you can't make this shit up. It was something whereas that you get this feeling, whereas that, yeah, I showed the MFs. I showed them. So I went back to work too. Not because I had to. I wanted to, because I wanted to show everybody. So I understood what Capricorn Clark was going through. She begged for her job back. I would never do that. But she said she had a kid that was with autism. So she had to take care of a child. And he was making it difficult, and I seen him do Kirk Burroughs like that. He was making it difficult for her to get jobs out there in the industry, in the music industry. And that's what she said she wanted to do. She wanted to be a part of the music industry. So the Capricorn Clark situation, man, it was touching because, you know, how you dragging this woman from her house. You're using your bodyguards to take her up in an abandoned building to get a polygraph test. That she said that the building doors, somebody opened them from the outside. You had to knock on the door and they got to open it from the outside to let you out. She was terrified. So, and then she was talking about all the abuse with Cassie. What she saw, what Puff did to her, how Puff had a plastic surgeon on speed dial. He had a plastic surgeon on speed dial that he would come, stitch her up, and do all the stuff that he needed to do so she wouldn't scar up after a beating. She had a very touching testimony.
That's heartbreaking to hear, man. And to go back to what you said earlier, yeah, I mean, she testified that Diddy, you know, accused her of stealing from him. And she testified that he told her that if she failed the polygraph test, he was going to throw her in the East River.
Yeah, that's the only part I didn't say. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that, you know, if you go back and look at it, you know what I'm saying, and they was blaming her for stealing the jury, bruh, he said that, and she testified this on the stand, that she was going to throw him in the East River if she'd have failed the lie detector test. Man, come on, bro. If that ain't no gangster shit, if you talking about that ain't racketeering, mob style stuff, you got to be out your mind, man. You don't run no business like that. That's some mafiosos that he was doing, bro. If you fail a lie detector test, I'm gonna throw you in the East River. Come on, brother. You did that female, you did that woman like that, and then now it comes that she passed it, and they couldn't, you know, they couldn't blame her for it. What do? She's terrified now. How does she get that back? How does she get that back, bro? She don't.
If I'm not mistaken, she brought up Jimmy Iovine in her testimony, right?
Yeah, man. Capricorn Clark brought up Jimmy Iovine, but they did objection. But it got out before they objected that because she told the story, I went over into Interscope and I was threatened. And then she said Jimmy Iovine, and they said object. Jimmy Iovine, they did some shit like this. She had something on Diddy, whereas that they paid her $1 million. And Jimmy Iovine threatened her and told her to leave Diddy alone. And it was supposed to be a suit. You know, when you sue somebody, you don't get taxes put on that shit. They gave it to her like it was a regular check, and they put taxes on it. So she sued them and got $1 million, but they took $500,000 out of it in taxes. Ain't that some bullshit? They ain't no good, man. And she said Jimmy Iovine threatened her and told her she had to leave Diddy alone. They was doing it to the women like that, bro. But they gave her a check for $1 million, but they gave it to her as it was a payroll check, not a lawsuit. So now she can't come and say she did a settlement with them. It was supposed to be a settlement check. I think Suge Knight said something like that too. That was crazy. But they wouldn't let that come out in the court like that. You understand? They would just say it was a settlement, and they wouldn't say how much money it was, and they would and they try to keep Jimmy Iovine name in there, but he was all up in the sauce, bro. They said objection, sustain. That's what it was. They left his ass out of that one.
She brought up big murder too, right?
They objection. They brought up big murder, and then the lawyers them. I don't understand why the judge didn't let it go no further than that. And it seems like that she was stating that Big's case or the big case is about to be reopened by the feds. And I think the feds had even talked to her and some other people around there about Big's case. So it looked like we might be getting some real justice because they might be opening up Big's case back. And she was speaking on that and about to speak on that, but they did an objection, and whereas that she couldn't talk about it. So it was a lot of objections on her testimony, and they tried to get at her because she went back to work for Diddy. But people do that, man, in this music industry, especially when old boy hold all the gold. He's gonna make all the rules. They don't understand the music industry. They don't understand when one person knows everybody, and he's done favors for everybody. You understand that they don't know that when you are a Diddy or a Jay-Z and you got to dust off your knee pads because you done took care of everybody, they have a certain kind of power. And they could call people up to not allow you to be in the music business ever again.
Diddy a wild dude if he was moving like that.
Well, that's not only that. Even with I think his name Dante Nash, one of the stylists, he testified too, brother. That Dante Nash testified, and he was one of the stylists, and he was talking about how all of them say how Diddy beat Cassie. He even jumped on Diddy's back, him and that girl Mia, to stop Diddy from beating Cassie. You understand? So at least he was one of the individuals who's trying to stop. And he's made the testimony that he didn't even want to come. They had to subpoena him to come because he had love for Diddy. But he got on the stand and he told his truth. He told what he saw, what he heard, and what he did. And he tied all that stuff up that people were saying Cassie was jealous and Cassie did this and Cassie did that. No. Diddy was coming after her. And he made that clear to the jury that Diddy was coming after her. It was a lot of situations where Cassie was running from him. And he would use staff to try to find her, then go get her. It was times when Cassie didn't even want to go to the freak off. No means no. It was no telling him no. He would tell her, yo, I already spent this money, so you gonna do it. And this is the story that Deontay Nash was telling. And this was a dude who had love for Diddy, was calling Diddy. Even after him and Cassie broke up and Andre Harrell died, he called him for that. Then who else died? Somebody else died, and he called him on that. He was staying in touch with Diddy. Tell him, yo, if you need anything, let me know, brother. Diddy was upset with him. Diddy say, yo, bro, that was foul. You should have told me that she was effing the trainer. And that was Cassie's husband. You understand? You should have told him. So, you know, Diddy felt some kind of way with him on that one. But this dude, he was very convincing to the jury, and he was placing people like D-Rock, I think D-Rock and Paul, in situations whereas that they were using their protection status of Diddy to try to force people or bring people into those type of situations that were unlawful. And that's the freak offs. That was buying drugs and holding the drugs and things like that. And that's what's threatening people's lives and stuff. Having people terrified of them. And people got to understand, D-Rock wasn't nothing to play with. Everybody know about the Hot 97 situation where him and Nori and them got into a shootout, and the police found 65 rounds. 65 rounds, bro, out there in front of Hot 97. They used to call it Shot 97. You know what I'm saying? Because all that situation, all that shit that happened out there. So now, you know what I'm saying? They know D-Rock was nothing to play with. And so they were scared, they was terrified. All of them.
So this guy, Deontay Nash, he knew that Cassie was sleeping with the trainer that Diddy hired.
He knew of the relationship, and they didn't get into it on when he found out or when did he knew. No, but he was close to Cassie. And he just made the statement that Diddy was upset with him and say, brother, you could have told me that she was effing the trainer. Because you know, at the same time that he was paying the trainer to train her, she messing with him, allegedly. But she was through with him. But he was still paying a trainer. Whether it was to train him, Cassie, or whoever, he was still on the payroll.
Damn, and you don't think that's a little messed up?
How's it messed up? So, as a man, he could sleep with Gina, Young Miami, Kim Porter, another chick, whoever the F he want to, and then Cassie supposed to wait on him? Cassie don't supposed to do nothing? Wait on his ass whoopings and his freak offs? That's all you saying that she's supposed to be good for, brother? How is that messed up? For you young folks, the grannies used to tell us what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You understand? You know what I'm saying? If a man could do it, a woman could do it. So she found her solitude in the trainer. Evidently, he was something positive for her because they went on and got married and they working on their third child, I think. Still getting paid from Diddy. Still spending Diddy money. Good for him. That's what I say. He still like I said, bro. They still spending Diddy money, man. And that's because the stuff that he did, bro. He was doing things like, and this was, I forgot to say this, man, but I want to bring this up to you. Deontay Nash told the jury about Puff threatening Cassie. Like, they was driving off. They was about to drive off. You understand? Leave. And they had the car, the truck, whatever, stop. And he told Cassie that he was going to release the porn tapes that he had of her to the internet. Now, he was taking Cassie's phone and shooting her doing the porn, and he wasn't in it. He was doing shit like that, taking her phone, shooting the porn, her doing the porn with the dude, and she wasn't in it, and then taking it and transferring over to whatever, however y'all do that. copy paste whatever or file this, file that. He was doing that. So he had all the tapes of her and then told her that he gonna send a copy to her mama's job, to her mama, and her mama's job. Your brother is a bitch ass, a band, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna release this to the internet. And Deontay Nash let the jury know that Puff threatened her like that to keep her under siege to do the freak offs and stuff like that, even though she didn't want to anymore.
How much damage do you think his testimony did to Diddy case?
I think because Deontay Nash, first he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to come. He had to be subpoenaed. And that he was saying how much he still was cool and cared for Diddy, that he cared for Diddy, that his testimony at that point in time was probably one of the most damaging because he had no malice or no problem with Diddy. He just got in there and told his truth and told what he saw and told what he had. And then when the defense tried to go at him, they couldn't break him on nothing. So him showing where the RICO come in at by the threats, by the criminal enterprise, holding things over using bodyguards, using other people, paying stuff with the bad boy money. That was a damaging testimony. I think his was probably, at this time, was probably one of the most damaging that I heard at that point.
It seems like Puffy security was allowing him to beat Cassie, and they wasn't doing anything, like D-Rock.
That's because Diddy security was allowing it because you got a bunch of street niggas. Puff, when he was back in New York, he had about 5 or 6 officers. If you ask any one of those officers who worked for Puff, whether they were correction, whether they were NYPD or myself, state parole, they'll tell you Puff never did no stupid shit around them because people wasn't going to lose their pensions and lose their jobs. They are mandated reporters. Now, when you get niggas from the street that need that job, they're going to allow him to do whatever he want to do. Because he can fire them in a minute, and the only job they will be getting, they won't be in the music industry. They'll be at a club or something. So I'm telling you this to say this, man, that because he had dudes from the streets, Paul, D-Rock, Roger Barnes, it's only so much they're going to do when he's doing crazy shit to people. They're not going to grab him up and say, man, what the fuck is you doing? I ain't losing my job over this bullshit. Chill the fuck out. They're not going to do that because they depend on that. That's their source of income. That's their livelihood. He holds them in the palm of the hand. Puff them asked me, yo, Gene, Puff wants you just to retire because you can, after you get your tenure, you can retire with your gun and just bank your retirement. He told me, yo, we're gonna give you $75,000, bro, a year. Quit your job. Man, you out your rabbit ass mind. I ain't working for no $75,000 a year. And I'm making way more than that just freelancing and having them on the weekend. What I look like? It's 52 weeks out the year. Ain't it about 52 weeks out the year? I got them every weekend. It didn't add up. The $75,000 a year didn't add up. So, nah, I wasn't doing that. Like it was some security that helped Cassie before when Bad Boy security just watched Puff beating her. Other security intervened. They should have been pulling Puff off of her. Because you don't want him to be seen like that in public.
Definitely not. But it seems like the only woman that Diddy was doing these freak offs with was with Cassie. Why do you think that is?
Bruh, I come to find out that, and people gonna think this is weird. Cassie was a die-hard Tupac fan. Cassie loved her some Tupac. Now she was too young, really, and I don't understand, but somebody close told me that she was a die-hard Tupac fan. And because I believe that Puff may have found that out or known that, he put that against that girl. And he treated her like that because, one, he thought he could get away with it. And two, she had love for Pac. I really believe that. And I know people gonna be like, yo, Gene, that's crazy. Yo, Kim Porter loved Pac too. Sarah Chapman loved Pac too. And then I don't understand why he didn't do Sarah like that. But Sarah was a very, very smart girl. She was highly intelligent. So I know he believed that he probably couldn't have got away with doing shit like that with Sarah. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't do that to Sarah and get away with it. Rough her up a little bit, nah, but to beat her and do the freak offs like that, nah, I don't believe he could do Sarah like that. But you know, she dated Tupac before him. So I believe that she did that with Cassie, not only because he knew he could get away with it, and I think it has something to do with that he didn't like the fact that she liked Tupac. And that's crazy. It's crazy he didn't believe that, even think that. But that was brought to my attention. Because you know, and everybody know, and in Kirk Burroughs' lawsuit, he states how obsessed Puff was with Tupac. Taking people budgets and buying shirts and Versace shirts that Tupac had on. Every girl, every woman that he dated, he was trying to date or did date. At his Grammy speech, said the same words that Tupac had said out of his mouth before. And I just believe his obsession, and he was probably just as obsessed with Pac, probably more than as much as Cassie liked him. His obsession with Pac, and knowing that she loved Pac, even though she was too young to even know. But she had a love for his music. Just like a lot of people that's young now today, got a love for Pac and big music, and they wasn't even around at the time, at the height of their music, at the height of their careers. I believe that he hated Pac that much to take it out on that little girl. And that sounds crazy. It even sounds crazy me saying it.
Right. And I know Capricorn, she testified, right, that, you know, Diddy told her that he'll kill her after he found out that she used to work for Suge Knight.
Well, I think it came up to the point where it's that he took her, Paul and him, took her for a walk in the park. Oh, man. They be watching too many movies. They took her to a walk in the park, and they was trying to get some clarity on her relationship with Suge, and that whether she a spy for him or whether she was would turn over any kind of information. And I think if I'm correct, that she had said that Puff was worried about her relationship with Suge and made some kind of accusations to her that if they find out that her and Suge is a certain way, that they would unalive her in some kind of way. That wasn't clear in the court because there was a lot of objections on that. You understand? But I think the judge may have let that ride because of the fact that she was telling her what she heard and her feelings and how they made her feel. So they was worried about Suge, bro. They was worried about Suge. Well, since you brought up Suge name, and I heard a couple of interviews where Suge brought up my name. See, I'm not gonna batter Suge because Suge is in a bad place. You understand? Suge is in a situation whereas that he was a man that had everything in the palm of his hand. You understand? He had cars, houses, could fly, jet set all over the country, all over the world. And he had everything in the palm of his hand. And now he only got Miss Palmer in the palm of his hands. And I'm saying this to say this, bro. I'm not here to bash that brother, but he's getting some felonious and some effed up information that's not true. I don't believe Suge should be in jail for what he did. You understand? Because it was clearly, you could see somebody was coming at Suge with a gun. And the law states here in New York, if somebody is attacking you and you gotta flee, and somebody gets hurt in the interim of you fleeing, whether it's in your car, your bike, or whatever the situation is, that individual who has that gun that's trying to shoot you, and you end up running over a pedestrian or doing something like that, that's his case. That's that dude who did that to you. He gets that murder. And that's what it seemed like to me. He didn't get the proper justice when it came to that. If you look at Suge Knight, everything that he did, God always punished him right then. Here, my son. Oh, you did that? Take care of that. Hear that? Go sit here. Go do that. God always punished him right there. It was different for Puff. I'm not here to batter Suge because God made sure that he paid for his right then and there when he did it. He did Puff in a whole different way. You understand? Before I break that down to you is this. I heard Puff say, I don't give a fuck if Pac gotta die. I don't give a fuck if Big gotta die. Suge Knight can go to jail. I'ma say this for the umpteenth time. That was a self-fulfilling prophecy that this demon got from some other demons because it happened exactly what he said. What he said happened exactly the way it came out of his mouth. Pac died, Big died, Suge Knight went to jail. Now, Puff, God did him in a whole different way, brother. He let him go home without being punished for the city college, for if he played a part of Big, if he, the kids that died in DC, what else? Some other stuff. He didn't let him play the part. He getting all his right now in one whop, in one setting. Suge, brother, you're wrong. I did not know Reggie Wright until my man in Detroit gave me a call. I'm not going to mention his name, but he was a podcaster too. He gave me a call and he said, yo, Big Gene, I want to introduce you to Reggie Wright. And I don't know if Reggie was on the phone knew I was on the phone, but Reggie had said some shit that I overheard him say. And it was about the Notorious Big. He said they should have killed that fat motherfucker. So now, when I heard him say that, I'm standoffish on him now. And I'm gonna tell you the dude named Yo, you can be mad if you want to. Rail made the introduction to me and Reggie. And that was like, I think 3, 4 years ago. I didn't know Reggie from a can of motherfucking paint. I never called anybody from Death Row to his security. That wasn't my job. I was Puff's personal bodyguard. I didn't call to get no security for nobody. When I went to work, I had my own contract, brother. I ain't called nobody to do nothing. So you wrong, and the information that you're getting and the people that's feeding you that, check out them band boys. Because they lying to you, brother. I don't think as one man to the next, and I got a lot of respect for you, Suge. I got so much respect for you, bro, because when this East Coast, West Coast war could have been shut down, Pac was living, Big was living, Eric B, Big D, y'all set up there and y'all was gonna set up a meeting. Everybody who had something to do with it was supposed to show up. And Puff refused to. You didn't, brother. You wanted this shit to be over with. Even though you didn't fuck with Puff, y'all wasn't dealing with each other no more. I remember when you and Pac was in the car behind the House of Blues. You was in the red Rolls Royce, Pac was in the white one. I was in the car when Puff rolled up on you and said, yo, Suge, we got any problems down here? And you said, bro, I don't know any problems you got. That was even after Jake was murdered. You said, brother, I don't know any problems you got. But brother, yeah, you said Gene Deal name, but you had the wrong person. The people that hired security for Bad Boy was Paul Alford, bro. Paul, Uncle Paulie. You put my name out there. So if anybody called Reggie and had a relationship with him on the security tip, it was Paul, bro. It wasn't me. I never, ever hired no one to do security for Bad Boy. I had my own contract with Puff. Point blank. Nothing more, nothing less. So, bro, get your information right, bro. And watch where you get your information from. Because there's a bunch of hater sucker ass niggas out here. And that's real talk.
If I'm not mistaken, a woman named Mia, she testified against Diddy, right?
Well, Mia was another way of saying missing in action. That was the prosecution giving her that name, Mia. They did not want you to know her identity. She came in there looking like a mess. She couldn't hardly go through the interview because of she was upset. She was messed up. You know, we got people in court that's giving that information up. Mia testimony was just like if you take Devontae Nash and Capricorn, she put it all together, but her was treacherous. She knew everything. She knew all about the the drugs, the money, the beating of Cassie, D-Rock involvement, and what he used to do. But the thing that was so crazy about it is that she said that Puff used to rip her repeatedly, damn near anytime he wanted to, all the time. Like several times she was raped by him. It seemed like she had the jury crying. She was raped by Puff, bruh. Now, what I know that in some states, they do rape just like they do murder. In New York City, because in the States, you got to realize the time that you could be charged with rape in most states is from 3 to 30 years. But there are 13 states that do the rape case just like it's murder. That there's no time limit on when you say or you come out and say somebody raped you. You understand what I'm saying? And New York State is one of them. So I was wondering, did she ever get raped in New York? Because if she did by Puff, the state could bring up that charges against him. That could be brought up against him. So now, this girl, the prosecution went through every step with her, and it was difficult because you could see the pain in her. You could see that she was scared. And it was some real emotional shit, bro, for people. That was, I don't know if they're gonna ever get this out. I don't know if they can ever put that out because I know that federal cases, even though it's taped by the feds, they don't release it. But if her testimony was ever released to the public, everybody would need tissue. Because for her to work for somebody and say that they will repeatedly rape her, that's crazy, bro. I was talking with Miss Pleasant, and she was saying that the jury was looking at Diddy like he was a monster. All the ones who really, and they were saying that you could tell like 3 or 4 jurors was on Diddy's side, but after that Mia testimony, they had no, what I'm saying, they had no love for him. I'm telling you, bro, this is not gonna go the whole 6 weeks. The prosecution's talking about that they cut it out from 8 to 6, and they say they might be sooner than that. After that Mia testimony, and they got more. They got more that's coming, bro. Because I look at it like this. They put Paul and D-Rock into too much stuff that was going on. So either if they're not going to be charged as co-conspirators, they're going to be charged. If they're not going to be charged with co-conspirators, they're going to have to come and testify and be given some kind of immunity. Because if you kidnap and hold somebody hostage, and Mia was hold hostage too at places. She testified to that too. So now, hold against her will, made to work 30, 40 hours. It's 24 hours in a day. She working 30, 40 hours straight. Yo, but she was held against her will on certain places and certain things. So if she mentioned D-Rock and Paul played a part of that stuff, that means the feds got to bring them in either as co-conspirators or give them some kind of immunity for their testimony. They want Puff, bruh. But then they want Puff. And what Mia did was, just like a couple other people, they brought in Combs Global and Bad Boy Entertainment as being one. And by them doing, and them being employees, and the employees was made to do crimes for the satisfaction of Puff, paying prostitutes, buying drugs. Now, that's where all the RICO and the racketeering come in at. And those people that testified this week and some of last week show how the prosecution is slowly building the case so the jury could see that that's what was going on. Next week gonna be a doozy.
Yeah, she testified that she suffered from PTSD because of Puffy.
Yeah. Why wouldn't he? Somebody raped her, bro. And they want to know she still continued to work for them. Some victims still, you know, like I tell you, man, like, I guess that's the defense. They have to come in like that. But they know about the Stockholm theory, where captors and kidnappers and people still deal with, they fall in love, or they got love for the people who do them bad. This man held all the gold, and he made all the rules. The golden rule, bruh. And that's the problem. That's the situation, that's the issue. And that's what we're dealing with.
And if I'm not mistaken, she testified about a situation that happened at Prince Club, right?
Oh, Mia and Cassie, they had an invite to Prince party. And they went over there, and somebody told Diddy that they were at the party, because he wasn't even supposed to go, I don't think. That's what they were saying. They was wondering how he knew. So he went in there because he had been looking for Cassie, and she had been staying in hotels, different places. She was dodging him. So when they found out he was there, I think she ran out the side of the back door. Puff chased her and tackled her into some bushes. Prince security, and his security was with him, watching him. Prince security ran out there and got him off of Cassie and safeguarded her. That's crazy. Prince security had to stop Puff from beating that girl.
That's crazy, man. I wonder if it got back to Prince.
It probably did. There was a lot of stuff that got on the internet that said Prince did this and Prince did that, but that never came out in the court. It just came out that his security stopped Puff from assaulting Cassie.
She also testified that while she was sleeping, Cassie ran in her room screaming that Diddy was about to kill her.
She testified that several times that Cassie was like, she'll be in the next room, but she couldn't really hear it. She could hear it, but she wouldn't know who was in the next room. and then Diddy would walk out. And then Cassie walk out and she'll have a black eye. So the defense would try to say, well, how you know he did it? Who, the black eye bandit did it, motherfucker? He did it. But that's the defense. They have to protect their client. It was like that, bro.
Yeah, she said that somebody told her that she'll be killed if she came out exposing Diddy.
Well, that was a whole part of the that was the whole part that she had D-Rock and some other people try to bribe her. And that's where the racketeering come in at. And the extortion and the racketeering. So that's why people who say that where's the racketeering, where's the what's the other thing? The criminal enterprise. When you taking your bodyguards and you taking people that work for you and you using them to commit crimes with your business, that's criminal enterprising. Extortion is against the law. This lady testified that she was being extorted. You understand? They was trying to pay her off, never to come out against Diddy with Cassie.
Crazy, man. And she also testified that her knowing Diddy would get her out of speeding tickets. She told a story about how she called Diddy on speaker and the police let her go.
You got to realize one officer testified that Diddy had moles in the LAPD. He was paying officers in the LAPD who was actually sometimes doing security for him, but they would let him know, or if one of his kids or anybody had a problem and stuff like that, because he was who he was paying them off. And one of the officers got on the stand and one of the detectives or thing like that, and I think he made that clear, and they tried to object to that stuff like that, but that's what it was. So that's how they could get out of speeding tickets and everything like that, because he had people who was working inside of LAPD.
And she did testify that she was in charge of the fricos, cleaning up and setting up the fricos.
A lot of them was. All the personal assistants, he had 3 or 4 personal assistants. With all that freaking off, he needed more than one personal assistant. So they had a personal assistant, a chief assistant, and some other kind of assistant. And all of them was responsible for making sure that those hotel rooms and the freak-offs was cleaned up. It's no coming back from this, bro. This shit is ugly. It's ugly, it's nasty, and to know that somebody would do somebody else's child the way he was doing them, you understand? I don't see how people could say, oh, they knew what they was getting themselves into. I don't know if people ever understood when certain people, that's their livelihood and all they want to do is go to work, but somebody else make it difficult and ugly for them to come to work, and they have to go to work because they want to take care of their kids, they want to take care of their family, and they end up doing dumb shit like that.
One last thing she testified about. She said that it was candle wax everywhere, broken glasses everywhere, and period blood everywhere.
Well, we know in the testimony of Cassie that sometimes she was made to do stuff on her period. So when they had to clean up that stuff, they had to clean it up because the hotel was charged. The hotel manager said that they were charging Diddy anywhere from $500 to $1,000 from the cleanup. Even after they cleaned it up, it still had to be cleaned up by the hotel manager because they didn't clean it up good enough. They were just getting out a lot of stuff that they didn't want the people to see, the drug paraphernalia, all the alcohol, the liquor and stuff like that. So they wasn't really doing a deep cleaning. Every hotel room afterwards needed a deep cleaning. And this is something that came out, right, in the testimony, that there were people doing freak offs, and Diddy wasn't even there sometimes. Who they was doing freak offs with, they didn't say. But the freak offs, and this has come off from he didn't say freak offs, he said they was using the room, and sometimes Diddy wasn't there. But when Diddy wasn't there, they would have to get special permission from somebody and get stuff signed out by KK. Whoever KK is, she had to sign off for the freak offs, even when Diddy wasn't there. So now that's what the prosecution may be bringing up. And the next thing, whereas that KK was setting up other freak offs to happen under the Bad Boy umbrella, and they were paying for it.
Gene Deal, my God, man. Great interview, week 3. Before we end it, man, the floor is yours, man. Anything you want to address, shout out, go for it, man.
Hell, I just want to address to these younger YouTubers and the podcasters and stuff like that, man. Yo, keep this shit professional, bro. Keep it whereas that, you know, people don't mind, you know, being out here and coming to your show. Keep it whereas that you don't bring the streets into the YouTube. We see how it did and what the streets did to rap music. Now, we made another form of entertainment that helps some of y'all pay bills and giving people an avenue. So my brothers, my sisters, try to keep it professional, whereas that people don't mind coming to your show and enjoying the content that you got to put up. Remember, go get those books on Amazon. Gene Deal, My World of Bodyguard and a Hip Hop Star, and Gene Deal, Life After Death from Bodyguard and a Hip Hop Star. And that bourbon will be in the liquor stores real soon. Thank you. Appreciate you. All the dialogue, keep on doing y'all thing, and I'll be right here with you.
Are you're eating those chips on here in honor of Almighty? He's not here, but you want to hold on to his energy. Let's get the podcast going.
Let's go.
Okay.
It's all your fault.
Over here eating chili chips. No, you're the one, because this is the thing that happens is you walk in here, there's like 20 people. They're all at least a little interested to talk to WAC 100. The podcast might start an hour late. You're just in there just fraternizing.
No, never.
No, factoid. What are you drinking? Pink Red Bulls? Yeah. Josh Manhan? What the?
I've been having a lot of pink going on in my life.
Oh, God. This is not, we're going to lose viewers if you started out by talking about pussy, bro. Nobody wants to hear that.
Huh?
You're 70 years old. Nobody wants to hear about your
48.
Still.
It's crazy, though. If a heterosexual man talks about pussy, it's a problem. But if a white dude talks about another man's dick, it's cool, right?
We're not talking about it. You gave me a
I never gave
to start
shit.
The last episode.
R&B
Everybody watching this, stop this episode. Go back, watch the last one. You're going to see him. Give me a. It's not my fault that I put it around my mouth, tucked it into the small of my waist of my pants.
I gave it to you.
You gave me the.
Brought you
the wolf thing.
Yeah, because I had on the, you know.
Which my kid was very amused by.
Yeah. So.
I told her this is from WAC. Anyway, we have a very big announcement for the people out there, which is that we now have the new and improved, and I have a name for it. You let me know if you like it.
What?
The WAC tier. We're going to call it the WAC pack. So anyone who pays for the WAC and Adam and WAC, level of membership are part of the WAC pack.
There you go. And we're going to do something for you, goddammit.
We're going to give them extra episodes. That's the plan. We are actually filming another episode with Long Beach residents the viral way after this episode, and that episode will be an exclusive for the WAC pack for a sustained period of time.
What's their name? I just know them by viral way.
I have them saved as Green and Messiah in my phone.
Messiah.
Green is the
darker-
one who looks like Kevin Hart, and Messiah is the other one. Yeah.
Looks like Kevin Hart.
Well, that's what everybody says about him.
The darker brother.
Easy to remember him based on that. Yeah.
Green and Messiah.
Kevin Hart looking ass. They're cool though. You said that you didn't want to have Brandon on the podcast with them, so we are going to be analyzing that in this second episode that they can go consume.
You really like on some. You really doing a lot of punk shit up here.
What does that mean?
You let that dude get away with saying dude PC'd up.
About who?
About Almighty.
Well, they were just trying to make sense of the paperwork. He wasn't like saying
There wasn't no paperwork. That was just booking information.
Yeah, but they were put there. It said the towers or
Twin
something.
Towers.
They didn't say he PC'd up. They were
He
just
said
they
it.
were analyzing the
Ain't no
situation,
day.
trying to figure out if he
There's
PC'd
no
up.
date. And Hefe said, bro, they'll process you on either side. It's where you end up at. Dude started screaming, and I'm waiting for you to be like, hey, bro, chill out, bro.
Well, that is his op.
But
that's Brandon's op. Brandon don't like suspects, so obviously he's going to try to run with the narrative. Although it did feel dirty to me to be sitting across from him. My boy suspect is
Come
locked
on,
up,
bro,
and then he's throwing this
Yeah,
narrative.
because
on.
guess what? Believe it or not, it's a percentage of people going to believe that.
I mean, I think it was pretty obvious that we were just throwing paint at the wall, but
It wasn't
I
weird.
did try to stop it.
You got Hefe trying to clean it up, saying, yo, nah, man, you know, if you got a medical problem or whatever, how they process you in is one way, where you end up is another. Your man screaming. But see, this is what I mean about him. He'll do and say things
Brandon
that in our world are serious.
Brandon asked me to share his Instagram post today, and I looked at it, and it called Almighty a sex trafficker in the post.
See
I'm
what I'm
like,
saying?
I'm not going to share something like
This
that.
what I'm
You
trying to-
really got me fucked up.
This is
here,
what
yeah.
I'm trying to tell you. Like, dude got his own, he got his own little motive going on. And see, I'm watching the landscape, and we talked about this. Once upon a time, I troll you, you troll me, whatever it was. You may hit below the belt, I hit below the belt. It's cool. It's all for the content. Now, a dude will come at you on the rah-rah, you come back at him on the rah-rah, and next thing you know, he in fear of his life, or, oh my God. You know what I'm saying?
You are really giving voice to the Brandon haters out there, because they
No,
are.
it's
It's a
real.
very real
Bro,
establishment
bro,
of
you
people out
got-
there.
I'm looking at you like, we got a dude that's literally on some, I want to get people out the building. But who the is he?
Okay, but you're saying he wants to get people out the building when, from my perspective,
is he?
Their first argument wasn't really like, it's not like he was the one who really created this
What I'm
crazy
hearing-
sense of animosity. And then keep in mind, yes, somebody got out the building, but that person pulled a knife and spit on him. But I love how you are so focused on trying to turn him into the bad guy.
Let's keep it real. If dude wouldn't have started snitching on camera.
Wait, what?
Ain't no wait, what? He started nobody ever seen the knife on camera.
The security also saw the knife. and
That's
told
the
us,
security.
as well as multiple other people. in
No,
the room.
that's the security. Allegedly. Dude started screaming. He got a knife, he got a knife, he got a knife. You eliminate that. That shit ain't on the audio. You're going to deal with it a little different. You would have tripped to spitting. But if dude put you in a situation where you had to do what you did, you had to.
If he didn't say it in the video during the podcast, then I would have heard about it from the security and multiple other people.
No, I'm not saying you wasn't going to hear about it.
Right.
Hearing about it internally is one thing, but the audience hearing it.
So it's snitching even if you're on camera while you're snitching. So if somebody walks in right
It's
now and
telling
starts
regardless.
shooting at you, and I say, he's got a gun, that's snitching.
Yeah, you tell it.
I mean, what even is telling it? What, you
I'ma
got
tell
this
you-
ridiculous
I'ma
of a
tell
definition.
You, if you said, "Oh my God, Greg, don't shoot,"
right?
And I get hit. I'm in the hospital. I'm gonna tell you, edit that shit out.
Well,
If Greg is a Chinese dude, they gonna say, "Did you see the dude who shot you?" Yeah, I seen him. He got a description. He was 6'5". He had dreads.
Nigerian.
Black dude,
Yep.
Nigerian. That's it. If they say, "Well, we found out later on you was lying," I'm gonna tell them, "Well, shit, maybe because I got shot, I was shocked." But I'm not. We not. Dude, listen. Shout out to Brandon for who he is, but he's a smart dummy to me. He's a book smart dude, but he don't have the street common sense I have. I see what it is. He wants to use everybody to take his step up. That's cool. You didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do that. We just are who the we are.
Literally every day on Clubhouse, you're just using other people to
No, I don't.
gain your way up the
No, I
ladder.
don't. I don't. We
Okay,
go off,
what else are you doing in there?
I don't. We go off strictly what's on the internet. We go off
And whatever you can dig up.
No, if I got some exclusive shit, I got some exclusive shit.
Yeah.
I got
So
some more
that's
today.
not going by what's on the internet.
I got
when
some
it's
more exclusive shit today on what's the dude name? From New York, the rapper dude. Max B.
Why? But everybody has to get taken down. Why Max B?
His brother called me
and said what?
He ratted on him.
Not the wave god.
You want me to play it? He's sending me to work.
Sure, why not?
He's sending me to
Are
work.
you familiar with Max B's case from back in the day?
I'm familiar with it now.
I'm pretty sure he sent his brother to go rob a girl. The girl's brother came home, or not brother, but her boyfriend came home while he was in the process of.
No,
they
This
killed
how
him.
it went. It was a chick who met some dudes at a club, went back to the hotel with him.
Right.
Had a little money, they had whatever going on.
She reports it to Max
She
B.
let it to Max B.
Yeah.
Max B let his brother know, allegedly, Pooh Sims or some shit like that,
Okay.
right? So Pooh and the chick double back.
Right.
She had a key. So when she get there, the key don't work. They gang entry going there. Whatever she said was there, what? Nothing there but a laptop, $800. Right? They smoke them up. They kill somebody up in there doing a robbery.
Because somebody tries to intervene. Yeah,
right? Everybody get away. Max B get questioned.
Mm-hmm.
He tells him what club that the female works at and what project building she live in.
Oh.
He identifies the chick. They snatch the chick. The chick then identifies Pooh Sims. Right? Max get like 75, 80 years. Pooh get like 100, 125.
Right.
The chick do like 10, 12. She home.
And for people out there, keep this in mind in case you're ever thinking of involving yourself in a murder conspiracy. Max B did not go on the mission. He just provided the information about the target to his brother.
So here it goes. Time goes by. Max get a time to, from like 80 to 20 or something like that.
Yeah, they're chopping it
So
down.
this when it comes to me. So we running it. We see where we got the paperwork because we found an appeal where he gave him the information on the chick. That was a violation. We seen that. But then it was a sealed file, right? I said, so some in this sealed file. They're claiming he got his time knocked down because of the inconsistency of counsel, right? So next thing you know, everybody always asks, Whack, how do you? They call me, right? I get a call from prison. Pooh Sims, who are you? I'm Max B brother. Okay, what's up, man? What you want? He said, man, they was telling me this, what you think I need to do? I said, it's a sealed file there, bro. I said, whatever secret's in that sealed file, only you can get it though, because you're in there, it's your case. This 6 months ago. He called me today. What's your address? What you got? He said, boy, Wacky was right. I said, what you mean? He said, when dude came back, he put everything on me. Said, I did everything. He put everything on me. That's how I got his time knocked down.
Wow.
Right? So he said, I'm sending you the paperwork. So you have it. And boom, this just on the way to no jumper.
Wow.
Look, this shit bad. Okay, so the new information you about to send me from, I done forgot that nigga name. What's his man name good?
I'm gonna mail it to you. I'm gonna mail it to you, man, and then I'm gonna definitely give you a call, and we definitely gonna figure this out. Cause I gotta call my lawyer real quick before he leaves.
Okay, yeah. So this Pooh, look. So you saying the new information he gave them, they can use against you if you go back on the appeal, overturn it. They can use the new information to rebook you.
Yeah, they can use the new information because this is testimony that he gave them when he went back and got resentenced. So you know. This shit crazy, man. All right, well, send me for some shit I ain't do. You know I ain't did it, man, and you gonna go lie to these people, man. So I'm gonna definitely shoot you the information.
Send me that new work.
Shoot you the information.
Send it to me, bro.
I got you, so we can.
So they called me.
Wow, what a crazy ending to that
Everybody
story,
calls me. The other day, the Larry Hoover people called me. They call me.
Calling WAC 100 on your own brother, pretty wild. Pretty spicy work right there.
He said in the work, he said, WAC, you was right. So he got the sealed file work.
Wow.
He says, it says in the paperwork, Max B telling them, could you seal this file? I'm a rapper to hurt my career.
Wow. That's
so when he send the work, he send the work.
I hope that's not true.
These
but
days it's just
definitely
content.
Doesn't look great, you know.
It's just content.
Damn.
I mean, look, I tell people it's just after this whole ordeal, because me and 1090, we battling.
What are you? Yeah, okay. What are you guys battling about?
Well,
free Max B, even if he told.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, man.
Let him out.
Free all the PCs because they deeper than the GPs.
But man,
the GPs need help up in here.
He's not going to have a warm welcome in
the
New York.
GPs need help.
If all that pans out, he's not going to have a warm welcome when he gets home.
The homie Scando, you know what he told me?
What?
He said, bro, we on the 180. He said it was 140 of them, I guess, on one side. They moved, this is general population. They moved 80 of them out. When they got up the next morning, they brought 80 PCs in. And 60's general population in. You know what the 80 PCs told them?
What?
When the doors rack is on. When the doors rack, the 80 PCs took off on the 60 general populations. They rolled the general populations up, sent them to the hole, sent 60 more PCs and flipped the yard. Listen, free the PCs because the general population need help.
What is this story right here? I feel like you just went into a different story.
No, it's just real shit. The dude you saw hit Tory Lanez.
Okay.
PC.
Right. And you didn't like my joke.
Nah, that was horrible. This dude took a picture of Tory Lanez where he got blasted up.
With the blood all over
With the
him.
blood all over him. And said, this is what I look like after I hit my girl on her period. Now, I'm like, bro, what kind of sick, sadistic?
You're the only person who even mentioned that post to me. If
Tory Lanez, my guy.
I should have took it down because nobody laughed at it. Nobody thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious.
Nobody, that's the point.
Yeah.
But see, you don't get backlash.
I do.
I think you almost up there with some of these people I've been discovering that don't nobody say nothing about.
So often I will say something usually about race on here and I'll think in my head like, oh, that's got to be the one. That's got to be the Twitter thread. And then it just doesn't happen. Like people are so used to me being edgy and offensive that I think it feels pointless for them to call me out. But then meanwhile, when I said something about Jay-Z not having rappers on his level on his projects early in his career, that had the Twitter wolves on me. This like somewhat nuanced opinion about hip hop that I honestly don't give a fuck about at all. That was enough to get them all talking about me. But I feel like I say a lot of things that are like racially charged that should be controversial.
I mean, I got the content when I walked in. You was on the phone. I don't know who you was talking to, but you was like, all right, my nigga.
No. Wrong one. You're thinking of Jin Lee, the white boy.
No, you.
No, not I.
It was you.
Not I.
So you said you never said the N-word?
Who in my call log would I have possibly said the N-word to? Let's take a look
Maybe
here.
you was talking to Brick Baby. Y'all do all kind of things.
My wife probably wouldn't want to hear me say the N-word. For Extra, definitely wouldn't want to hear me say the N-word. Brick Baby,
there you go.
Honestly, he would be very okay with that, but not someone I would say it to. King Pill probably wouldn't care, but you know, Pot Lord probably.
Yo, so
he'd probably be cool with it.
So me and 1090, it's a battle going on.
Yeah, okay. So explain this to me because let me just break this down. 1090 Jake makes a whole video in which he basically says that there's a newspaper article from the late 60s that says that Larry Hoover told the cops who shot him after him and a couple other people got sprayed up on the block in the late 70s. So like over 50 years ago.
1968.
1090 Jake makes the video. He doesn't interject any of his own opinion aside from this is what it said in the newspaper. And then you very quickly have the King Yellows of the world, anybody who has room in their heart for Larry Hoover.
Fight 1090.
And they're mad as hell. But you tell me, how is this fake? What's the debunking?
Well, no. Okay, so I debunked him because I didn't know what was going on. I go to Clubhouse and they telling me, have you seen the whatever? They play the 1090 thing.
And when people say we need it in black and white, which is what they always say about snitching, that doesn't include a newspaper article.
Hold on.
That's not black and white.
Let me get to that. So when they read it, I said, where's it coming from? Court document, newspaper. So actually, he was responding to me. I think I kicked it off. It was a newspaper. So I said, like, listen, I can't stamp me on a newspaper. We didn't watch the mob manipulate newspaper and make it say whatever they wanted to say. If all you got is a newspaper, boom. 1090 hears that, runs his content. Had a great clip. Very convincing clip. But 1090 went even further, and he called him the rat. He said it.
Okay.
So now I respond. I get the shooter who shot Larry Hoover.
Uh-huh.
I interview him. He says Larry didn't give a statement on him. This was wrong in the newspaper. He was never from this gang. He was from another gang.
But then it's revealed that that guy also told.
So at the time, he sounded very convincing to me.
Okay.
The shooter. So I got him on the phone and another high-ranking member on the phone and one of my comrades from the West Coast on the phone. So, you know, I put it up. It's up on the Hunter Show on our YouTube channel. 2 days later, the exposers, you know, they just running their shit. They say, Wack, you think you should have this? So I look at it. I'm like, oh, this ain't good. So I do some bitch-ass nigga shit.
Shockingly.
I totally ignore it.
Really? Doesn't sound like you.
But I don't, not only do I ignore it, they say, do you want us to go dig up that paperwork on Larry Hoover from the courts? I tell my team, no, leave it where it's at. That's what I tell them. 5 hours later, I get a text from 1090. Guess what it is?
The paperwork.
The paperwork. So now I know he knows. So now I'm sitting back and I'm like, okay, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days goes by, right? So now it's kind of like you and Vlad going at it about the subject, and you know what he should do, but he's not doing it, and you're wondering why. So I'm like, why didn't 1090 shoot at me to debunk the shooter's interview with me, right? And I'm thinking about it. I get a phone call a day later. Paralegal team. Hey, Wack, what up? 1090 contacted us. What you mean? Yeah, to go try to find the paperwork.
On the other guy.
No.
The shooter.
No, the real court document on 1968.
Okay.
I said, okay, how'd that go? He said, well, it's available. We located it. He's paid for it, and it'll be to him. So now I know why he didn't expose the shooter's proffer. Because he could have said, Wack, this dude right here snitched in 1992. He proffered, and they know that. And they're squeezing him and making him tell you this story. He could have used that. I would have doubled back and said, well, that's hearsay. That's your assumption. Whatever he proffered on has nothing to do with Larry Hoover. 1090 knows he's dealing with a shark like I know I'm dealing with a shark. He's waiting to get that paperwork.
I sharded the other day.
If he gets that paperwork, right, and it's not good, he's going to expose that, and then he'll expose the shooter. Now, what 1090 standing on is this. He went and found it on another newspaper, the Chicago Tribune. And he's saying, Wack, ain't no way the Chicago Tribune going to release this. Another paper going to release this. There's no lawsuit in for slander or defamation against him for releasing this. This with 1090 coming. I'm like, yeah, bro, but it still ain't court docs. So if he get the court docs and it's in favor, I don't know what his move is. He gonna have some problems because he called him a rat. That works for me because I'm defending him against 1090. But
you already know that he's guilty. You're just defending him for the sake of the clout?
I don't know.
Oh,
because
at this time.
all they got is newspaper.
Okay.
But, and this is what's crazy, because I got attacked the other day by some people on Clubhouse. I said, yo, if the paperwork come back and is not in his favor, then what? And they said, well, people shouldn't even be talking about it. Nobody can give an honest answer. So I'm like this. People don't get mad at me. I'm just following the ways of the world. I think that it's so much selective politicking going on. If the right or wrong person rats, whoever they may be, they sweeping it up under the rug. 1090's whole disposition is this. They saying, well, this was 55, 57 years ago. 1090's whole disposition is this. You're right. And what I'm saying, for the last 50-something years, y'all been following behind a dude that's in violation. How many people, if this is true, I'm not saying it is, we ain't got to work yet. How many people had to be held accountable for telling by this same individual when they found out? Now, R&B was like, it's been 50-something years, he's old. I feel sorry for him. I don't feel sorry for him.
You got to take that out of your game.
You why
if you want to be an exposer,
I'm going to tell you why I wouldn't feel sorry.
Can't feel bad for the elderly.
There's some people that told in 1968 who never got a chance to live to see 1969. I can't feel sorry for somebody who got away with 57 years of manipulation and wrong, if that's it. I hope that Mr. Hoover didn't tell, right? They got mad at me because they asked me did I consider Larry Hoover a hero, and I told them no, because I really don't know what he did to be a hero.
Right.
So they asked me a few people that I thought was hero, and I was like Jesse Owens, Harriet Tubman, Martin,
Ginley,
Malcolm. You know what I'm saying? So that's just me, but once again, I'm in the middle of it. 1090 got me over here on my toes because either I was manipulated by the shooter or he jumped the gun and called Larry Hoover a rat before having the right documents. I will tell you this. I did some bitch ass nigga shit. I didn't pursue ordering the documents. I'm going to keep it real. If he did, I didn't want to know. But now they threw me in it. Chicago threw me in it. Chicago called me and said, we want you to do this interview.
Who is Chicago?
The number 2.
People from Chicago.
The number 2 of that organization.
The number 2 GD.
And the shooter.
King Yella.
He ain't no damn number 2.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And the shooter.
Okay.
They talking on the interview, so they want me to get it out. So it's like, I'm hoping Mr. James Highsmith, I believe that's his name, was truthful. Yeah, he got a profit from 1992, but that don't mean he's lying about that. But it could mean they could have took that and used it to make him dance. I don't know. Me personally, I would sit back and take my victory with my interview with Mr. James Highsmith and let it be. 1090 ain't letting it go. You know him better than me. He's not letting it go.
Well, the interesting thing about that to me is that so many times 1090 has mentioned to me the fact that he really doesn't want to base his whole life and career around the exposing snitches thing, which you obviously have no problem with. But if you actually look at 1090's last year of YouTube videos, he has really taken a step back on that. And I think it makes sense from his perspective because it basically creates tons of enemies for him constantly. It's like just every time he exposes somebody, that's just like a big chunk of the world that hates him. So he doesn't necessarily see a reason why he should continue to make that his whole identity.
You know why he was trying to adjust? The difference between me and 1090 is this. I talk about and cover every day. It could be whatever. Diddy, Michael Jordan, this dude did this, whatever, right? 1090 was just doing the exposing the rats. But it's a lot of rats out there, but it's not too many rats that the world cares about, want to hear about. You have to be exposing somebody that people know who you're exposing. What happens is you start to run out of those people. So you start to run out of content. See, with me, I don't got to know about a rat. We can talk about what happened to this dude over here, this dude over here. Do I think Cardi's going to have a hit or whatever? With him, he's in the box with it.
But he makes videos about other things. This is usually based on violence, crazy gang shit, etc. If we look at his channel, it's tons of shit that doesn't involve snitching. It's just drama in the hood, rappers killing each other, whatever.
Yeah, but he got to do that.
Right.
Instead of
That's his general beat.
He got to do that. So, and look, man, 1090 runs great content. His editing is cool. He's funny to me. You know, his punchlines. It is what it is. So I think it's going to be a 1090 whack 100 face-off. So this what has happened. He told me.
I'll fly him out. Let's do it.
He told me if he get the paperwork,
ooh,
I got to face off with him.
So still after all this.
I got one more spin move.
But we still don't have the paperwork after all this.
He ordered it.
Oh, okay.
I debunked him with the newspaper. We ain't going with that. He ordered the paperwork. 1090 ordered the paperwork. He sent me, he's taught me and sent me a voice message, bro.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, white dude.
I thought you guys were like beefing. Now it seems like it's kind of like sportsman-like.
No, this is f***ing with me. This is.
But you're not like mad, want to throw a safe at his head, right?
I expect him to do this because I debunked him by going to get the shooter. He wasn't expecting that. To say Larry didn't tell.
This is like a gentlemanly like competition to see who could be the best exposer.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm not a GD. He's not a GD. I ain't from Chicago. He ain't from Chicago.
Right.
But the fact that he heard me speak on it, he went to digging on it, and he went and found another newspaper.
But this is like the funniest shit. It's like my introduction to this, like aside from the 1090 video, I watched a video of King Yella spazzing on 1090, and his arguments against 1090 were, number one, how dare you say anything negative about Larry Hoover, which is not even a real argument because what the fuck is that? Like, he's a man, he's not a god. Who cares? So if he did something wrong, it should be discussed and have content made about it, right?
They think he's a guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's just pathetic.
I asked him, I said, yo, he went to jail at 23, 24, okay? His rise from 73 to the late 90s, we know wasn't no Gandhi or Martin Luther King type rise because that's when he caught the RICO investigation and caught the 6 life sentences to go to the feds.
Right.
So we know whatever he was doing in that time span probably wasn't a good thing in the eyes of the law or the community.
But then the other argument that Yella was using against 1090 is basically like, you're a white boy and you just want to drum up beef between black people.
That's why you want to address
the
it.
two
That's what they
dumbest
say
arguments.
about your white ass.
These are so stupid.
Huh.
Like
that's dumb.
What are we even talking about?
Yeah,
These
that's
are the
what I'm
two
saying.
dumbest arguments I could possibly imagine. So
indeed,
all I have to say is,
I'm talking to you.
Larry Hoover deserves to be analyzed and judged just like everybody else. The only good argument, or at least argument that could possibly work, is in the late 60s.
Yeah.
And you tell me it was possible since you were alive back then. In the late 60s, were there different standards of snitching? Because let's be real, the world was very different 60 years ago in a ton of ways. Probably a lot of those ways are not things that we are necessarily aware of because none of us were alive during that time.
Let me tell you what debunks that.
Okay.
The Black Panthers were taken down because internally they had a what? Snitch.
Okay.
Snitching has been snitching. Your op come shoot you and you identify who they are. That's what that is.
But this is an idea that it still seems like some people struggle with, is the idea that even if someone goes out of their way to hurt you, like, yes, of course, if me and you are friends and we go rob a bank together and I tell on you, then I've done something wrong. But to a lot of people, it's hard to wrap their head around the idea that if someone comes and tries to kill you, you're also still not allowed to snitch on that person.
I'm not.
That, for a lot of people, that's tough.
I got it. Cuban Rob right there, they'll tell you. Homies and told him. Whacked and took cases. Because I know I got the money to pay a legal beagle. I don't need you in there stressed out talking about, let's take this. So I didn't send cats home from the substation. I'd have been hit with bodies that wasn't mine. I was in there for attempted murder and then got hit with another murder while I'm in there for attempted murder. Four people get arrested on the street while I'm already fighting the attempt. They see I'm the juvenile. All of them go to the county jail. So you know what they do? They take them, book them, release them, come to Silmar, pull me down and say, look, you know these people? I'm looking at them, all homies. Well, they got booked this morning on the murder and they're out. You know why? Because they all said you did it. This murder, boom, 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 boom. What you got to say with it? You send me back to my cell. I fought that. This is why Red Bull loved me the way he do. Because they all knew I didn't do it. I wasn't even there. But I wrote it, beat it, right? So what I'm saying is, we ain't created these rules. Now the rules have changed. I'm just simply saying maybe everybody needs to go back to the drawing board and say, hey, there's an expiration date to snitching. If you can get away with it for 20 years, 15 years, 12 years, 8 months, 3 hours, and 2 days, maybe the snitching ain't used against you. Maybe this would, or maybe we just need to just do away with snitching and all. I don't give a damn. I ain't doing nothing. My team is legal and shit. That's just what it is, because I'm gonna be real. The snitches, when they tell, they come back richer than they was before. They get famous.
Very few examples of this.
Listen, the more high profile snitch you are, the more something's supposed to happen to you.
We were just having this conversation about Max B.
Bull is on the podcast.
If Max B did not, okay, he comes from a different world, and people are fascinated by him outside of his usual circle or whatever. But
I don't know.
We just had this conversation about Max B. I mean, Max B was going to have a hero's welcome. If what you're saying is true, Max B's return will be almost entirely destroyed.
Well, he sent the paperwork.
It will be nonstop. He will be a laughing stock. He will be a joke. People will spare no expense to absolutely shit down his throat.
I'm gonna be real with you.
That's just how this goes.
I'm telling you what his brother telling me, right?
Right. And
I'm still up in the air on when the paperwork comes, what I'm gonna do with it, because it's still a roadblock there for me.
What is the roadblock?
One of my comrades that's very close to him, and I'm gonna have to have that conversation with him. And I'm not gonna lie to you. If and when I had that conversation with him, he's from New York, very known rapper. When I had that conversation with him, and he tells me, "Why could you not expose that paperwork?" There's probably a good chance I'm not going to expose it.
See, you and 1090 are both compromised. You actually have that in common as well, because 1090 told me, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but he told me that he has information about a rapper. He made the video, and he was reached out to by the absolute top upper echelon of hip hop saying, can you please not put that video out? And he abided by that.
Well, mine is just because it's a brotherhood with me and the individual. And my respect for him.
You need to be more principled.
No, my respect.
If you really believe that snitching is wrong, you need to actually be willing to destroy your relationships.
My respect for him is greater than my distaste for this dude. I don't really know him, right? I don't give a f about him. If I ever seen him, it ain't finna be what I don't know. I'm gonna be like, yo, bro, I know what's happening with you. Either he gonna respect that or respond to that. But if I get the paperwork in hand and I read this work, unlike most situations where it's going up, I'm going to call my brother that's from over there, and I'm going to be like, bro, this is what it is. I'm telling you, I'm looking at it. When I tell him that, either he going to tell me, whack, shit, send it to me. Or he going to be like, bro, could you leave that alone? And then at that point, it's a lot of people I'm close to, bro, that if they ask me to leave something alone, I'll leave it alone. The Larry Hoover stuff, bro, I haven't put my team on going to find the work. I haven't.
And do you even know any GDs? You even tapped in with anybody associated with that?
Yeah,
okay.
I know them. But a lot of the youngsters,
they don't give a f.
You don't give a. Have you ever asked them about, dude? They say some crazy shit.
I don't even have to ask. I already know that.
Yeah, they'd be like, what? We don't give, they don't care about none of that. What they stand for and representing ain't got nothing to do with.
I mean, you're talking about somebody who's 80 years old. Even I keep referencing King Yellow, but if he's 35 or whatever, I mean,
Yellow don't know him.
He don't know him. That's his time on the streets was completely different than
I asked him the other day, what did he? Because they said they considered him a hero, and I was asking out of curiosity, well, what did he do to be considered a hero?
Yeah.
One dude said, well, he came up with the format of the boys clubs. So we researched it. It's a Hoover, but it's a white Hoover, wrong Hoover.
Right.
Right. And then another dude said, we provided safe passage for the kids to get to school. But then they say so heroin to their parents at the same time. So I'm asking, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I was just, Harriet Tubman, you asked me, I asked the dude, I said, well, Martin Luther King, can you tell me a few things that we had? You know, he won a Nobel Peace Prize. He was a, peace marcher, the desegregation, the voting, the I Have a Dream speech. I said, okay, cool. Can you tell me some things Mr. Hoover has done? Because I'm curious. I want to know.
Well, think about it. Like Jay-Z gets treated like a hero, right? What's the basis of his whole story? He was a drug trafficker. He sold drugs.
Okay.
And then he made it out and became a rapper.
And then what else?
And then started Rock Nation and created a huge label and did a million different things with his life, for sure. But I mean, the beginning part of his now the difference with Larry Hoover is that the entire thing that he's famous for is being in the streets,
bro. Being
in prison for a very long time.
They gave him 200 years for a state case. So he's in there 73, 83, 93, 25 years or some shit. And then the feds come hit him with what he been doing in the state and give him 6 life sentences on top of that. So I don't think Jay-Z took Rock Nation money and brought 5,000 keys.
No.
I think he took Rock Nation money and did something else. I don't know.
And what would we all say if we found out that Jay-Z actually took his money from Rockefeller and invested in a bunch of keys? We would say,
we'd have to put him over there.
What a fucking idiot.
We would have to put him over there.
God, he could have been one of the greatest entrepreneurs of our time, and he had to fuck it up because he's
I told him, when they asked me, I said, the people I mentioned, they got mad when I said Elijah Muhammad. It pissed them off. I don't know why. I told, but, at the end of the day, again, I'm the only one on those platforms defending Larry Hoover against 1090. But I told him, 1090 on a mission, if he come back with some paperwork that says something faulty, they said, well, Wack, what you gonna say then? Well, I'm gonna use my reading skills and call a spade a spade.
Yeah, if new information is presented, I will change my opinion.
That's it.
Right.
They said I shouldn't. I should just...
See, so many people have that. I think it's just because it's kind of unseemly to be hating on an old ass dude. Like you just see that, it feels gross. Be like if you saw an 80-year-old man get knocked out by a 20-year-old, you'd think it looked horrible. And then you find out that the 80-year-old had killed the 20-year-old's mom. Okay. But
then I'm gonna shake his hand.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like just a little different feel right there. The other funny thing too is that King Yella kept basically saying that 1090 is going to get killed for talking crazy about Larry Hoover. You believe that?
1090. I mean, not 1090. King Yella. This is the reason why Larry Hoover got smart in 2022. Because of people like him. You got a dude that was fighting for his life, right? And he's saying, gangster disciple now means growth and development. So what he's saying, right? Growth and development. Positive, 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 positive. He's trying to go to the board and show that he took a negative that he created and changed it to a positive. And then you get a dude like King Yella that says, they gonna kill you for saying that about Larry. The GDs. My nigga, like, pipe down.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? When you do that, you just totally erased all the positive things he was trying to do. And I think Larry was trying. So you know what he did in 2022? What? Denounced everything. He's, I'm not GD Gates' disciple. I'm not GD Growth and Development, because these dummies was going to keep saying and doing things that gave the board more fire to power to be against than for him.
Yeah, we gotta watch this. This is the funniest shit ever.
What is this?
King Yella dancing, celebrating Larry being free, not knowing that he was not actually free. Look.
King Yella.
God damn it. I got duped. I clicked on
See, bro, I'm gonna be real. I'm never wearing them pants right there. I don't know what they call. I'm not wearing no pants with no flowers on, bro.
There we is, GD. Larry free. Get off our dick. Yeah, man. Truck just free Larry G's out, man. Y'all know what's going on. Welcome home, man. You hear me? God is good. Y'all know what's going on. Stop playing with us.
I mean, I told people, bro, Trump could only release you from the feds. Now, here goes the thing.
I'm gonna watch that like at least once a year for the rest of my life.
He got 200 years in the state, but he got 52, 53 in. Right?
Right.
He's eligible for parole. I think he got another board here in 2028.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people are saying they're going to let him go. They're going to let him go. Bro, they didn't let Tukey go. They didn't even take the death penalty off of him. I hope they let him go, but there's no guarantee because his original date is 2062.
You want to hear my theory?
I think
if the governor of Chicago was a Republican, he'd probably already be out.
He'd be out. But they're not. They're against Trump. For them to let him go, Trump gets all the glory.
Exactly.
Because without Trump taking off them 6 life sentences, he's never got a possibility to come on. Now he's on a medium. He probably could go outside at night, see the stars, use the phone when he want to. So not to say that's like
it's going to improve his quality of life for sure.
His ass been in ADX where he hasn't seen a person.
Right.
Couldn't touch mail, a letter, nothing.
What if he gets right back to trafficking and ordering hits and shit?
No, we're not going to say that. We're not going to even insinuate that. I don't believe he would do such a thing.
Well, speaking of Trump, have you seen the beef that's going on between Elon Musk and Trump?
Yeah, it's kind of like Elon. Elon got to tread lightly, bro. Because Trump is a chess player.
Trump has so much more power.
It's like you played him to get all these things and do these commercials, get all this government funding, and now you're going against him.
Because Trump allowed Elon to get so close to the U.S. government that I'm sure that there's just so much shit that Elon knows about that Trump doesn't really want him to expose. So Elon's first move during all this today has just been a war zone, for the record. On Twitter, it's been crazy with them. Well, really not Trump going back and forth. Trump's doing like press conferences talking about, but Elon said that the reason why the Epstein files have not been released is because of Trump and the fact that Trump was out there, which is really one of the craziest accusations that you could possibly make, because he's basically saying that Trump was fucking with children. I mean, really, like teenagers or whatever.
He's not saying that.
Well, but what is the other thing that's going on?
Release him don't mean Trump is with children.
What else is going on at Epstein's Island that you would be ashamed of?
He could have some more political partners that may have been involved in some things that he's trying to keep from getting exposed. Don't mean it was him.
Listen, maybe Elon doesn't actually think that, but by saying that, he's opening the door for that to be what most people assume, because that is. Wait, what other illegal activities were going on at Epstein's Island? Maybe drugs, sure,
R&B,
but primarily weird sex stuff and underage girls.
We did. We pulled up on Epstein Island.
I don't believe you. I guess I'll just put it that way.
I swear to God, we pulled up on Epstein Island.
What did you do there?
We went to the Virgin Islands.
Okay.
We went out there, chartered a boat. They pulled right up on it.
Okay.
They said it had just sold.
It's not really Epstein's Island anymore, right?
No, they sold it for like 20 million, 30, some low shit.
Just some other island.
They sold it for low. Like, but
probably because it's got a creepy vibe.
What I'm telling you this is that it literally sits in the middle of the water. Your ass, once you there, ain't no getting off unless you get to a boat or a helicopter. There's no highways or nothing to take you here. So I can only imagine the people that's brought there knowing.
Right.
You better do what you told to do, however you told to do it, or you ain't leaving.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. There were moments where when the Elon and Donald Trump romance was like really heating up, where people in politics were saying, watch how this is going to end. Because Trump, notoriously, his friendships seem very much based on loyalty, people who are willing to suck his dick in order to get whatever they can out of their career, et cetera. And with the Elon thing, I think he has a lot more pride than the average person working in politics, because so many people, Republicans who are in Washington, will just literally do whatever Trump says. And we're seeing that even with people like Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos, who are basically willing to bend the knee to keep Trump happy. And I mean, I never thought that they would go from seemingly cool to making the most vicious accusations about each other in the course of like a handful of days. Like, this is mind-blowing stuff, and who knows how bad it could get. Who knows who's working in the background to try to make this not get that bad. But this is out of control. This is like one of the craziest things we've seen in the history of politics. First of all, I'm gonna be real.
If you're asking me strategically, who's ahead of whom?
Elon is saying that Trump needs to be indicted.
Listen, I'm going to tell you Elon is ahead of Trump. I'm going to tell you why. I think when Elon made his move, whatever he did for his donating to Trump's thing or whatever, to befriend him, Elon already knew why he was doing it, what he was going in there to do, what he was going in there to achieve, and how he was going to make his out. He knew the things he needed to find out to strengthen the hand he already had, and that's what he's doing. Now, you're going to know that because if you don't start to see Trump pull back on some of those funding he allowed to Elon, it's because Elon knows too much or has something.
It's all about this bill that has a ton of government spending. It has like almost $3 trillion worth of government spending, or that's going to increase the national debt by around $3 trillion. And the whole thing about it is that Trump put Elon in place to open the Doge agency where they could attack government spending. And it seems like Elon is actually kind of more principled in terms of his support for that.
He's saying, well, we're looking and you're the problem.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Trump doesn't give a he just wants to get his way in every possible way. So Elon's realizing that he might have, like, Elon really kind of fucked up his whole image by getting so behind Trump. There's so many people, like, look at how Tesla's stock is doing. Like, so many people.
Yeah, but you got it.
I would have considered buying a Tesla. I would never buy a Tesla now. You could give me a Tesla and I'm going to sell it on day one because I hate Elon Musk with such passion.
Why?
He's just such a lying bitch. He's a drug addict.
I mean, bro,
allegedly.
Yo, listen.
He's just a crook. It's just like, I don't trust him.
Elon's a crook?
Yes. Do you know about his bet with Sam Harris?
What bet?
Okay. I'm going to talk about this. I've talked about this before.
Elon ain't no crook, bro.
Elon's a crook. Let me tell you why. So in the early days of COVID, there's a writer and a philosopher, I guess you could say, Sam Harris. Him and Elon Musk is tweeting about how COVID was just like the common cold.
Yeah.
Sam Harris reaches out to him. He says, I think this is really, really inappropriate for you to be using your platform to spread this kind of stuff because it's not true. Elon said, I will bet you $1 million that there will not be 30,000 cases of COVID in America.
He ain't paid his bet.
Now, as you all know, over a million people, a couple million people died from COVID in America. Died, not just cases. So you would think if we made a serious bet like that, and Sam is fairly rich too, even though the bet actually wasn't for $1 million. It was like if Sam won the bet, Elon was going to donate $1 million to his charity of choice. And if Elon won the bet, Sam was going to give him $1,000. I believe it was. It was like mismatched in that regard. So as it became obvious that Sam was the right one in this argument, Elon stopped responding to him and started trashing him on Twitter and obviously didn't pay up his end of the bet. Now, that's just one random story. That story right there, in a lot of communities that we're involved in, I think, like if we made a bet of $1 million, you didn't pay. I'm in the poker world. If somebody makes a bet of $1 million, they don't pay, you are eternally shunned from that world. So that right there is enough for me to say that I know that Elon has no principles and he's a piece of shit. That being said, I also think there's 1,000 other good examples.
I can't say that about Elon because
you met him one time.
I met him
and you glaze him.
No, listen, when we stepped into his facility, he told the security, let Wack do what he want to do. He let me use my phone. I got all kind of crazy recordings. He let me wander around the grounds, ask him questions. Kicked it with him and his son. I got all the videos and shit, right? So he was cool with me. Like, he kind of told me his philosophy on dealing with his workforce.
Right. He was nice to you.
So no, he was cool. He was just what I appreciated about Elon is he was just down. He was like, no, I walk in here, you be like, wait, what's up? Like regular people would think that Adam is probably tucked away over here. You can't get to it. You be running around here with your little game, whatever you call that, chilling, right? It's just real shit. Like Elon's the same way. But
it's easy to be nice when you're fried off of ketamine all day. Actually, what I just realized
I didn't see him eat no.
I don't know if I've ever been in a situation where I was rooting for Trump so much.
I never saw him eating popcorn. I never seen
ketamine. It's a drug. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't listen.
New York Times just did a huge expose.
If you want to debate me,
ecstasy, cocaine,
me about all these new drugs.
He does way more drugs than me.
I don't know nothing about these new drugs. I don't know what they look like.
Just because you don't know about them doesn't mean that they're not real.
No, I'm not saying they're not real, but I don't know. Like when you say ketamine, like what does that do?
It's a tranquilizer.
To do what? Like
get fucked up.
Okay, but what is an upper?
No, it's more of a downer. Chills you out. Apparently, it's amazing. I've never done it.
See, where I come from, these dudes don't even do drugs right. And where I come from, you couldn't do uppers and downers. You speedball and your heart blow up on you. Now they
still do it.
They tooting cocaine, drinking lean, smoking weed, popping perks, whatever this shit is. I don't,
that's
the old school drugs, crack, powder, marijuana, PCP, hair rock.
So you look down on Elon because he doesn't smoke crack?
No, I don't look down on Elon at all.
I honestly don't really think
I
that
respect his business hand.
It's definitely possible.
I respect his business hand.
Right. I guess, okay, I respect that too. That being said, I'm really joyfully watching Tesla's stock price go down.
Now, their stock, when it went down, all that was a play. Because if you brought into it that low, the shit went right back up.
Okay, let's do this.
Now, I don't like Teslas because I'm scared of them. I'm scared of that battery. I'm scared that if something happens, accident, the doors may lock up. The windows, you can't break them.
Look at this. Tesla's sales in Europe have experienced a significant decline with a 49% drop in April 2025 compared to the previous year. 49%.
So let me ask you something.
I'm having a good old time watching this go down. I'm going to be honest with you. This is the most fun I've had watching the news.
I want to see where you at with it.
Sure.
You think that affects Elon?
Yes.
No. Elon been got his money.
Why do you think he took a step back from Doge? Because they're going to kick him off the fucking Tesla board.
Elon been got his money.
Yes, he has a lot of money. He has enough money that he doesn't have to make any more money, but he has very lofty ambitions in his career. He wants to build the next generation of space travel. He wants to build the next generation of
that's some ego
cars.
Shit going on right now.
Right. He's going to be rich either way.
Elon been got his money from Tesla many moons ago. He has to stay there in the position he is because he's the face and the voice of it, right? He wouldn't give a fuck if it plummeted. It don't affect his pockets. He's already been paid off from that. Now, the ego thing is anything I touch, I want to turn to gold, and I want to continue to enhance the things that I want to do.
Everybody views Tesla as being his. So regardless of what percentage of it,
that's why you pay him.
What percentage of it he owns, if Tesla flops, if Tesla implodes and is no longer a successful company, everybody on earth is going to look at that as Elon's failure.
That's where the ego kicks in. But what I'm telling you financially, he already done cashed in on Tesla.
I believe you that there's almost nothing that could happen to Elon Musk that would come over financially.
No, we ain't talking about his overall finances. When it comes to Tesla, he's already cashed in. He didn't got what he's going to get. And right now, they just paying him his little salary, whatever it is. You need to be the face and the voice of this thing. That's how they do. They take these companies, they build it, they sell them, and then they stay in place and be the face of it because that's what brought it its value.
The thing is that Elon is very much involved with Tesla on a day-to-day basis. He's made it very clear that the self-driving robo-taxi thing is like his pride and joy. Like that's what he's dying to get off the ground and make that. He believes that that's going to be like the next great revolution in transportation, which it very may well be if it works out. I think
it's all a setup because they record.
Let's destroy our sales in Europe. They
drive themselves, and brother, they're dangerous. You get in an accident in those things, that battery goes.
They're a lot less dangerous than regular
burns
cars.
10 times hotter than a fuel fire.
Okay, but it's a lot less dangerous than human beings driving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Then why are they allowing them to be on the roads if they're so much more dangerous?
I seen a video clipping of the ones that they got out in Arizona driving on the wrong side of the freeway.
There are incidents like that, but that doesn't really compare to a human being which gets drunk, looks for his keys while he's driving, smashes his wife's head into the dashboard while he's driving.
Gets drunk. It malfunctions.
Right. No, not consistently. What? And before it's deployed nationwide, probably most of that will be tied up. Now, obviously, this is a very lofty ambition.
Listen, have you studied the fires?
Not
how hot they burn?
No.
They shut the damn freeway down 18 hours.
Yeah.
Because the batteries went up.
Okay, well, Tesla then. Let's not buy Tesla.
They said, in order for them to dispose of the batteries, it's 3 times worse than what we're doing with the fuel.
So you think Elon's a genius, but you also think that he's pushing these death boxes onto the American people.
They're saying disposing of these batteries is 3 times worse for the environment than what the pollution is doing from the combustion of the fuel.
The important thing is that I have found someone who I like less than Trump. I didn't know that I had that in me.
Listen, man, I like Trump. I like Elon.
I do too.
You know,
as long as if he's an Elon up,
has he said something back to Elon?
He said that Elon has Trump derangement syndrome, which is fucking hilarious because that's what they've been saying about the Democrats for all these years. And now Trump says it about someone. I don't know if he's ever said it before today when he said it about Elon, which Trump, you're kind of winning me over right now. Because all he has to do is order a raid on Elon's crib and they're gonna find all these drugs, and that's probably gonna Elon in prison could happen.
It could happen with any of them.
Yeah, but it's probably a little bit more realistic if he's got cocaine in his house. That being said, are you aware of what went on at Marathon Burger in Venice over the weekend?
No, what happened?
So basically, after the Almighty and Brandon incident, I think Brandon started it by saying that he was going to Venice to the Marathon Burger opening, right? And it became kind of like a challenge that Almighty wouldn't pull up. Brandon goes there from noon to 5, which I believe was the time.
That's way too long.
That's a very long time, right? That sounds crazy to me too. But the whole time he's looking at his phone and he's seeing on suspect's story, the suspect is advertising that he is going to go. But suspect doesn't get there till like 6:30. So Brandon's already gone. Suspect shows up. He's with his pops. He's with a couple other people, presumably looking for Brandon. I don't know exactly what they would have done to him, but they might have done something to
Okay,
him.
now question. Who said that they were just going for the grand opening versus did Brandon say, I bet you won't pull up?
I don't know if he said those actual words, but it's something along those lines that eventually became.
I'm going to say it like this, whether it was suspect or Brandon, whoever tried to create some type of pull-up challenge is a bitch-ass nigga. Because why would you go to that man's place of business, right? Yeah. And bring in some no-jumper shit? Especially, Brandon, you already hollering, screaming a knife. So why would you go to that man's place of business to create that type of conflict? You could have totally met you at the Beverly Center. Go over there. Go over there. Meet me at Carl's Jr. If Black Sam, and we already been seeing that the police, since the last bozo did the sabotage shit, had his broad record and then sold his own footage. Ever since that happened, right? Police have been up there in the Hollywood location, jacking motherfuckers, trying to make it uncomfortable, trying to get the word out that you might get pulled over. We're going to catch you with drugs.
Really? That's the word?
No, it's up. Wow. They've been jacking motherfuckers, right? So now here it is. He goes open the second one at Venice, right? Why bring that type of potential situation to the man's place of business?
Exactly. And from what Brandon said, from what other people said, it's like you go there, there's cops, there's security, and there's hella gang members. So it's like probably the worst place you could ever think to fight. Because if the cops and the security don't see you, the gangbangers are going to probably whoop your ass.
Whatever happens is a reflection on the business.
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
You don't want Marathon Burgers known as Murder Burger?
Oh, shit.
Known as the hot spots in the hood?
It's not the worst idea for a location right there.
You don't like, that ain't what that is. That's what that was.
Murder Burger coming soon to Burbank. He could have got the spot at the corner of Crenshaw and Slauson. This is why he went to where he went, right? He's doing the total opposite on what they did with the clothing. Right.
So Brandon, user square, you shouldn't have did it. If you did it, I don't know. And Almighty, come on, bro. That's some bitch ass shit because you ain't double back to catch Brandon up here after the fact, when you got fired. So why take that type of problem to this man's place of business? This is real talk, bro. If you looked up and Wack walked in the Marathon Burger,
looking for smoke,
that's me hating on this man.
Everybody's going to say Wack's a kid for doing that.
Because I know it's a potential problem.
Yeah.
And whatever happens going to be so fucked up, they line to shut it down. They're going to say, you know what? This happened over here and this thing happened, this tragedy. Now you bringing this. So I know as a businessman and as a man, Hey, listen. Like, you know, if you do that, what that's gonna bring to this, and that business, as far as I'm concerned, is bigger than Black Sam.
Yeah.
You know, every time I see him doing something like that, you know, I figure that's for, you know, the kids and Nip's kids and his legacy when it comes to that, right? But, you know, that's why people be thinking I'll be on some bullshit with Nip. I don't be on no bullshit with Nip. I'm just, if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you an answer. Whether it's for or against you, I'm going to give you a fucking answer. No, can't nobody tell me how to answer. I'm not the sheep. I'm a wolf in my navigation through my life. So just because everybody else is over there, if I know everybody else over there and that don't make sense, I'm going to speak my truth. Then they say, well, whack, because you ain't going on with the flow. Fuck it. If I'd rather stand a man and not be considered a follower, right? Then be with everybody else and you can hang out with everybody else because you niggas is busters anyway. You ain't no motherfucking man. Your woman is laying next to half of her and she don't even know it.
Wait, what? What are you talking about now?
Just what I said. Any man who don't navigate himself and what his thoughts and what his righteous beliefs are, because the majority are saying, do it this way, I'm going to call you a half a man. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? That's the perfect bed for a bisexual individual such as yourself. Because you got a full woman and you got a man over here that's half man, half woman. You can have your way all day and all night.
I don't know how this relates to the burger spot anymore, but okay. I kind of like lost the connection between Almighty and now you're talking about being with a bisexual man in bed.
I'm just saying it, just people in general. Man, this lady.
Who's calling?
Tierra Marie, I don't know what's wrong with her. I put her on the phone with Ray J. I tried to rekindle that to get her some business. Then she turned around and cussed me out for doing it. I don't know.
Well,
Shout out to Tierra Marie.
I was trying to listen to an ad clip about something.
Hey, you know what?
Ray J.
Hey, that'll be a good plug talk session.
What?
You and Tierra Marie and Linda.
Who's that? I don't know her.
Tierra Marie? Pull her up. I think that'll be a good session for you.
Tierra Marie.
Yeah.
Tierra Marie.
Hey, how can I ask her?
Is this a trans person? Is that what you're trying to say to me
No,
here?
that Tierra Marie, fool, what you mean? She's R&B.
She's from...
She's been in movies, all kinds of shit.
She signed with Rockefeller.
Yeah, back in the day. That's a real person.
Never heard of her. What'd she do? Was she sued 50 Cent?
That's old.
Because he reposted images to his millions of followers.
It was a Cinnabon face.
So she's actually famous. I should know who she is.
Yeah. Everybody knows Tierra Marie is trading lottery ticket with Bow Wow.
Looks like R&B.
Who? No, definitely not.
No?
No.
Okay, well.
No, that's natural beauty. That R&B thing is, she sings R&B.
Yeah.
You know, I can actually, she was calling. Hey, would you do plug talk with Adam and Little?
Does she do porn? If the answer is no, then she probably shouldn't be on Plug Talk.
What I'm saying is, if you got Tierra Marie to do Plug Talk with you and your wife, that shit would go crazy.
If she's never done porn, I would assume that there's a very low chance of this happening.
But this is the thing. When you ask me if she does porn, it's a tricky, because Tierra Marie is Tierra Marie. Now, has she been in the porn world openly? Probably not. That's what makes this.
She's had revenge porn leaked out to the world.
Yeah,
Kim K type stuff.
That 50 Cent shit. You didn't see that video?
No. What's
look, Cinnabon. It's crazy.
Cinnabon.
Yeah. It shit might be up.
6 years ago, Tierra Marie opens up about 50 Cent public humiliation, relationships, and more.
Bro, it was a video up.
Well, she has a song with Gucci and Soulja Boy. That's pretty legendary.
Yeah, real shit. Yo, let's ask her.
You're gonna call her?
I'm gonna ask. She was just called. Let's ask her.
Tell her I'm a lifelong hip hop head. I never heard of her. Don't tell her that. Actually,
I'm gonna tell you when I hit that. Fuck it. Shit. Then out on the boat.
Getting long.
Yo.
What you doing?
Do you know Adam 22?
No, I don't know him. I only know him through you and seeing you.
No Jumper.
No, I don't know him. I'm saying I only know from you being.
Well, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been involved with a white guy?
No.
He want to hit that.
What? Oh my God.
Look, they got a thing called Plug Talk, him and his wife. And shit's huge. It's a big ass thing, I swear. Go Google it.
I don't want nothing to do with that.
What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, as my brother, I don't want nothing to do with
You don't want to experience the 22-ster?
No, I don't.
It can be brokered by the rooster.
You just said he's married. Now, I can see if he was a nigga that was trying to get with me for real, but he's married.
Him and his wife do this together.
No, I don't want to with him and his wife. No,
So you just want to fuck with him?
No, I don't.
Hey,
Tierra. I can't believe you even called me.
Tierra. They pay $100,000 for 30 minutes.
Oh, well, maybe we can talk.
I'm going to call you back. Punchline. Gotcha.
Now we know her price. I don't want anything to do with that. Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
Pretty good. Yo, we got 20 minutes left before we're gonna go into our members only.
There's a few things
episode.
up here.
There's a couple of things. And one thing I really want to ask you about. All right, so did you see me before extra? 3 of the clips are out so far. I told him I wanted him to fight King Pill. He said that he's not down to fight King Pill because King Pill is a smoker.
Clout chaser.
He's a clout chaser, and he ain't got no money.
I'm with you.
To me, none of those things should matter when it comes to a
matters.
squabble. He was just beating up homeless people.
Let me tell
in
you
jail.
something. Here goes the difference. If King Pill knocked on that door and told for extra, let's take a fade, nephew gonna fade him right here.
Right.
All the marketing and promoting in the building, he ain't gonna do it because he know dude playing the game to play off him. He getting smart. This real shit. If he knock on that door and say, let's fade right here, no problem. But all the this, he know King Pill trying to use his name. Because listen, 4X's created that lane talking about these jail fights and what he doing, blase, and then they all mimicking dude. So I get what he's saying now. If it's somebody, now watch this. If Blueface said, 4X's, let's get in the ring, he with that. Right? Because,
That's an easy call.
Because he benefits from that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad he said that. It's like, bro, you not me. You not on my level for me to give you that. It ain't like we partners or any type of comrades, right? If I wanted to, right now, I could go get me and 4X's a bag in the world to watch it.
All right. Here's the thing.
You know what I'm saying? 4X's wouldn't have whack me and you. Let's go. What they paying?
Right.
Boom. He not doing that with dude.
King Pill, realistically, probably doesn't have a ton of money. Who cares? That doesn't have
We
anything
ain't
to do
talking
with
about
anything.
what he got.
But I'm saying that's one of 4X's reasons why I didn't want to fight him. Probably not a rich man. Okay, cool. Number 2, a smoker. I've spent a bunch of time around King Pill. I don't believe he's doing any hard drugs.
Shit.
Number 3, he's a clout chaser. I'm sorry, everybody's a clout chaser in this world.
No.
You need to be.
Do you believe he's a belly dancer?
King Pill?
Yeah.
No.
Want to bet?
I did see the video of him rapping wearing nail polish.
Do you want to bet?
That he was I never even heard of a male belly dancer.
I'm going to leave it like that. Let's move on.
So you're going to expose that?
Hey, listen, I'm chilling. You know one thing about me, I sit back and let them play themselves, and then when it happens, it happens.
Because King Pill did, his last text to me today was, tell Wack, I said, what up, Paru?
I don't, here's the problem with that. And every Damu out there is going to know what I'm saying.
We got to put the P first.
If you don't identify yourself as that when you approached me originally, I don't want to hear it later on.
So his first DM to you didn't mention the gang?
His first couple interactions to me, he never mentioned none of that. So at this point, it's a gimmick and you playing with something. So, you know, that's your world.
If he's accepted by his hood and he can go to his hood and he gets love from his hood, is it still a gimmick?
I'm telling you that if I run into somebody, right, or I'm communicating with somebody and I never identify myself, and then 6 months later or a year later, I start doing another little gimmick on Instagram as a gang member.
But you accept Chris Brown and Soulja Boy as gang members, right?
They been identifying themselves as that.
But what if
for
you
a
met?
decade or better.
What if you had met them before they were put on, and they obviously didn't identify themselves
Which I
as that,
did.
and then years later you see them again, and now they've been put on?
Well, it's no years.
Granted,
later.
it's a little weird that they're
It's
older.
No years later because I understand how that happened with them. Because the individual that happened with, right, is very close to me anyway.
I'm just saying, people always will try to say in conversation with me, like, "Oh, they're not actually from their hoods." I'm like, "No, they are because their hood says so."
Yeah, listen,
their
what
hood
I'm
gets to
telling
make the
you,
decision.
I don't know what his politic is over there. I'm just saying he didn't identify himself to me when his first interactions with me, right? So what he do? I'm gonna be real. I don't give a about none of these.
I
dudes.
feel like if you get a DM from somebody who wants to buy promo, and they also are like, "Hey, I'm a Pyru, rah, rah, rah," like, is that necessary? Like,
Well, here's
he
the
just
thing:
wants to do
you're a
some
white
business,
boy
right?
that don't come from where I come from.
I'm aware of that.
So you're not gonna understand what I'm saying.
I
Like,
feel
we
like you
don't
would
never-
also kind of write him off if he came up to you saying some Pyru shit the first time he talked to you as well. Like in the DM when he's trying to buy promo, you're gonna be like, "Nah, that's unprofessional."
No, here's the thing. If you approach me in the DM for some promo and you're a homie and I can authenticate that, at that time, I'm not selling you nothing.
So every Pyru gets free promo.
If a homie hit me and say whack, boom, 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 boom.
Okay, if you have somebody vouching for him.
I'm gonna run it. And if it come back, that's what it is, I'm gonna show him some Tamu love. But it only would happen like that if it's an individual.
It's like an employee discount.
That's really
no
something going on with. I don't know. To each his own. He could do. I'm watching the play, and I ain't mad at his play because he's doing what it takes. It seems what I'm learning over this last 6 months to a year, that the thing that I guess they say we have that we don't trip, people would die for or sell their soul for.
What?
We watched it. Whatever this
being from somewhere,
notoriety, having a voice in some things, right? These people wear a dress. They'll tell on themselves. They'll do whatever it takes to get people to look their way and not understand that either people gonna fuck with you or they not. You get what I'm saying? And they jumping out the window. 4 extras is being exactly who we know him to be. To a point to where he pisses us off and we be like, what is your dumb ass doing again? We watch him go to jail 2-3 times, right? Why? Why did he go? Why did he go? Being who he is.
Yeah.
Right? So he's authentic. The authentic people got the longevity in this shit, right? The people that's like, okay, I'm gonna be like him. You become a gimmick. People laugh at you for a minute and then you go away.
Sometimes you're able to sustain the laughing.
I mean, it's Orlando Brown. 607 Arc is doing good at it.
Right. I mean, a lot of people, when it comes, being on podcasts it's almost like you could view it like being a comic, a stand-up comic, where you get on stage as a stand-up comic, you're not the person that you are the other 23 hours of the day. You're playing an amplified, ridiculous version of yourself. Same thing if you're a rapper. If you're a rapper, I'm pretty sure that Soulja Boy is different on camera than he is the rest of the day.
Who?
I just use Soulja Boy as an
Depend on
example.
what
We
he's
could talk about
talking about.
anybody. Yeah.
But that's his energy.
I'm different when I'm not on camera.
When I
it's
call
not that
Soulja
different, but
Boy,
it's at least a little different.
He doing the same shit.
And I was,
what up, big homie?
Right.
Big head motherfucker. I'm the first to do it. That's Soulja Boy.
Right.
Before we come in here, do we can have a meeting to talk about, right, who we are? Some of these dudes be psyching themselves out, looking in the mirror. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wear this. R&B attack. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get down there. I got the little kid coming in there. I reach into the jeans, grab him up a t-shirt. I don't give a, you know what I'm saying?
But if I'm
the rest
King
of these
Pill,
dudes, they own what they own. This is why.
if you're King Pill and you're trying to get on, you put some baby oil on your body.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with that. This is why Munchie B has some life. And he needs to, some things he could do to cross over. But this is why he has some life, because he's being who he is. He's talking about the stories and giving you his opinion of how he would not see things or do things based upon where he come from. He got some life in this shit.
I agree.
Rick Rock, I've watched him over 5 to 6 years try different things. The things he was trying to do, he had to create and turn into that. His first thing was skits, and it was funny, but the people didn't really gravitate to him. Now, him in that pocket, giving his personal opinion of
good.
Rick Rock,
Yeah.
now that's working for him.
I agree.
Right? So the people that's the gimmicky shit, it only goes so far. Even rappers, the gimmicky rappers only go so far. The ones that just being who they are and people like them for who they are or hate them for who they are. Vlad's always been Vlad. Is any difference? Weird ass high pitched laugh. That's Vlad.
Talking about his home invasion.
Whatever. That's Vlad. Yeah, he told me about it.
No, I saw.
Right? Is it out?
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said about you?
Nah. Wait,
He said you made him feel uncomfortable.
Wait, why did he say that?
Didn't he? He said you were saying some sexual gay shit to him about me.
About you?
I swear to God, he said. I'm like, bro. I said, because everybody wants to know why. Man, we've been waiting for you to reach across the table. I said, bro.
When have I ever said anything gay about you to Vlad?
I don't know. I wasn't in here. I didn't know he told me. But I'm like, yo, first of all, I'm not a gay basher. I understand that Adam is like a 0.25% community.
No.
Do I think he's tried something to date? No. But do I think he has the mind to try some shit? And it's some shit that he would do depending on certain circumstances? Yes. Depending on what's going on.
Just staring at me like waiting for me to crack.
You're not an absolute no.
No, it's a no.
Everything's absolute no.
I'm gonna die not having done anything gay with a man. Yes.
But you let transgenders sit on your lap, rub on your chest and shit.
But you realize that's different than actually doing something gay with a man.
That's a sexual act.
Okay, so
if a woman sitting on my lap, rubbing on my chest, R&B walk in, she tripping.
If a trans woman wants to sit on my knee for the purpose of making people laugh on a podcast, I'm okay with that.
So you're going to sacrifice your manhood.
How does that sacrifice my manhood? It just made my knee stink for a little bit.
You smelled your knee?
Yeah.
It was stinking?
Stunk to the high heavens, wacko.
I'm going to leave that right there. What the fuck? See, I can never have these stories.
Right.
I just can't. That's what I'm saying. I think that depending on it, I think certain things you would try.
I have high-fived guys while fucking a girl together.
That's just your weird dude.
That's just bro shit.
Yeah, that's, I tell people I don't believe in
I'm just trying to think of the gayest thing I've ever done.
I don't believe in sword fights, and that's cool. But I believe that you would let certain individuals give you head just to see what it was like.
Oh, a man?
Like a transgender type.
No. Not interested.
So what if one did and then you find out after the fact and they were still standing in the lobby?
Oh, what would I do? Fuck, that's a tough one. I don't know. Part of me would want to just beat the dog shit out of them. Part of me, it's like, okay.
But what if after the fact,
you was
like, that was the best head I ever had, and then you find out?
Because I do think that men probably have bigger throats than women.
See, this is what I'm saying. We're not having.
I'm just saying, we got bigger everything else.
Yo, check this
We're
out.
We're taller. We got bigger hands. We got bigger heads.
Lil Wayne Carter 6 tour is coming. I believe June, July.
I don't really care about the
tickets.
It doesn't say tour. It says the album. The album is coming out tonight.
The tour is coming June, July, though.
Oh, okay. You going, Mr. Cash Money?
I'm definitely going to go.
The whole thing.
You know what I mean? That's
wait, but who's going to be on a Lil Wayne tour in this day and age?
Lil Wayne,
because he's got his whole little Young Money, which for some reason includes Lil Twist, who's like 40.
That's the homie, Lil Twist, the homie.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you what's a little different.
I'm saying, like, is that really Young Money?
I'm gonna tell you what's
that's middle-aged money.
I'm gonna tell you what's the difference. Sure. What's a little different to me? They just came off the Cash Money reunion tour.
Right, but that's a very different crowd.
What?
It's that's the traditional Hot Boys reunion.
Yeah, I see, but
if we're doing a Young Money reunion.
We gonna see. I mean, it's not a reunion,
but it's weird because it's like Drake and Nicki ain't going. So what even is it?
That shit, when they do that one, I think that's coming one day. It's up to Drake. I know Nicki down for it. Drake, Nicki, Wayne.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
That's epic.
You could throw Tiger in there too. He was there for a minute.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna throw Tiger in there.
You know what I'm
They
saying?
probably all secretly hate each other.
No.
At least some of them.
No, I think Drake and Wayne. No, I think they all good.
The way Drake talked about Tyga to Bobby on that interview that they did a year or two ago, that really led me to believe that
I don't know
there's not that much respect in that relationship.
I don't know what the Drake and Tiger shit is, but I know Nicki, Wayne, Drake.
I mean,
don't believe
Drake
no
just
problem.
keeps saying Tyga's name, like, oh wait, you don't know Tyga? You don't listen to Tyga?
I will tell you
like
this.
the way he's saying it is as if he has no respect
If it's
for
a
Tyga.
problem with any one of those, Tiger won't be on that tour.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Tyga,
Unless they
Tyga
use him
probably
to
the
open
least
up.
controversial person to have on that.
No,
tour.
Tiger ain't finna.
I feel like Wayne's down to get along with everybody because and
Nicki too.
When's the last time we seen Wayne and Nicki together? I don't really know. I know
They
Drake
did.
and her technically patched it up many moons ago. I mean, the problem is that you just have three artists, even just those three artists, they're both worth so much touring by themselves that and especially Drake and also Nicki. The idea of them being on the road together is just so like the money would just have to make sense, and it's going to be difficult.
No, it won't.
Drake can tour by himself and make so much money.
Drake just had to cancel a tour
because of the lack of sales. That was the first I heard of that.
Bro, the climate is changing. Respectfully, Beyonce had to resort to selling $20 tickets to get people in there, bro. Shit's changing. So
well, Drake's a lot more lit than Beyonce.
The only one that's holding on their own, win, lose, or draw, and breaking the barrier.
Kendrick and SZA.
It's Kendrick and SZA.
But he had to call in her.
But bro, fuck all that. His last one, he sold it out. I think he did a 9 million, 14 million, 16. He's still breaking his own record.
I mean, the thing that Drake has done that Kendrick didn't do is that Drake has toured the country like crazy for the last couple of years.
That's
so
a
it's
fact.
not as in demand.
I don't believe Nicki. It's my personal opinion because I seen it and it didn't work. I don't know if she can go do a stadium tour by herself.
Probably not.
We know Drake is capable. Wayne's capable. But right now in this climate, all three of them together, guaranteed at least 2 shows every city. It'll go crazy. It's a guarantee.
Yeah.
In this climate that we in, it's a little dangerous. Bro.
Drake's just Mr. Say No to everything. You know, at one point they offered him Rolling Loud and they were going to let him headline all 3 days in a row. And he, I'm good. You can only imagine how much money they tried to throw at him. He said, I'm good. Drake, you know, he's rare. He's exclusive.
I think if Weezy called that in,
I mean,
can't do it.
Even Wayne and Drake having a song on this new album is very, very notable because Wayne had nice things to say about Kendrick. There was definitely a moment there where we felt like, oh, Drake and Wayne ain't cool like that anymore. So this makes it seem like,
bro,
oh, okay.
just because he ain't
They
got no
past it.
dog in the fight and he's sitting back watching the fight, why should he create a problem with Kendrick? Because him and Drake is doing a rap beef.
We just thought that there were indications that Wayne and Drake weren't on the best terms.
Now that's y'all want to see something. That girl got an ass over there.
Yeah, she does.
Look at that.
Sucks you're married to her. I would love to have her join my concubine.
Join your what?
Like a harem.
Your concubine came with mine.
What? They're here? Okay.
The viral guys are here.
Viral dudes. Viral dudes. They're viral.
I with they I don't know.
They get down.
I was checking them out, and I'm glad that they started to move toward the controversy shit because they was too proper to make it on the West Coast shit. It's like they would have to move into a different lane. Maybe they could have been the Gilly and Wallow of the West Coast, but now they moving into the more controversial type thing. It's a little bit, I think it's going to work for them.
They're also kind of coming from some of the red pill sort of talking about relationship type stuff, which is that's why I've saved a couple of these topics because I feel like they might be good for us to all discuss together. But again, for the people out there who want to see this next episode, all you got to do is go to youtube.com/nojumper/join and then become a member of the Whack Pack tier for $10 a month, and you're going to be able to see all of the Adam and Wack Show episodes a few days in advance without censorship, all the swears not bleeped out, and there's going to be at least one, and ideally 2 episodes per month that are going to be exclusive to the Whack Pack members.
Definitely. And stay tuned. Then the next week, you're gonna see something great coming from Whack 100 and Poetic Flacco. For the up-and-coming artists, up-and-coming YouTubers, we're doing a little something for y'all. Stay tuned. Pay attention.
Sounds great. Thank you to everybody who watched this. Make sure you join the Whack Pack so you can watch another great episode, probably out by the time this is out.
Whack Peasity.
And we out. Okay.
First of all, I got a bullet still today, a 45 bullet an inch to my skull. You can look at my medical records and see the x-rays and see it's in my skull. They didn't remove it because they said if it would have went another inch, either I'd have been investable or dead. Now, far as what they say Puffy did and didn't do, just the facts. The facts of the matter is this. It's a guy named Reggie Wright Jr. who was over security. He didn't work directly for Death Row, but he had a security company called Right Way Security, who did security for Death Row with off-duty police officers or guys with a CCW. Everybody knows when we go to a fight in Vegas, we're going to be at the Tyson fight, and we're going to be at my club they call Club 662. You can go to that club and you'll see Mary J. Blige perform, Jodeci performs, Tupac performs, Snoop and the Dogg Pound, Andre. I mean, unbelievable talent in one place. That night was going to be Run DMC East Coast night. Reggie Wright Jr. told the security they can't carry firearms. The sad thing about that, Pac hated Reggie Wright Jr., so he had fired him before any of that. I don't know the right date, but I'm quite sure it was. It's paperwork that shows it. But the crazy thing about that, it was a bodyguard named Frank Alexander. Pac hated Frank. He was cool at first, but towards the end, he hated Frank because Frank always wanted to get into pictures with Tupac. And Tupac was very Dominican, so he was like, man, I don't want a bodyguard taking pictures with me. How is he watching my back if he getting himself in the pictures? So I hired a guy named Michael Moore and told him to bring another off-duty police officer because they kept their gun and they was real aggressive by protecting Tupac. So on the way to the fight, Reggie Wright Jr. tell Michael Moore he can't carry his weapon when he's doing bodyguard work for Tupac. Michael Moore said, well, I'm going back to the hotel. If I can't carry my gun, I can't protect myself or Tupac, so I'm not going. So Reggie Wright Jr., who nicknamed that Pac gave him Pork Butt, so Pork Butt goes and says, Frank, you can go, but you can't bring your gun. Now, everyone knows you can't be a bodyguard without a gun. So after the fight, we come from the fight. Tupac got into it with another guy. It was a big fight. After that fight, after we stopped to a few places, we go to my house. I told Frank, I told all the security, I told everyone. Pac just beat up a well-known gang member. Send 4 or 5 guys extra to the house to escort Tupac to the club. Reggie Wright Jr. refused to send the security guys, refused to show up. That wasn't a coincidence. It was a murder for hire hit. We was blocked in. It was more than one shooter. Only person know the truth, the real truth, is me and Tupac. He's not there to tell it. Only person knows is myself. But Reggie Wright Jr. tried to change the whole story of the narrative, what actually happened, and he was not there. During that situation, Snoop, who everyone knew at the time, wanted Tupac dead. Snoop had a meeting with Daz, Corrupt, Nate Dogg, the Dogg Pound. said, we're not going to Vegas. This is their words, not mine. We're not going to Vegas because basically something's going to happen. Somebody's going to get killed, right? So Corrupt tells the story. Dash tells the story. Warren G tells the story. Now, what Dad says, when Snoop said that, I said, damn, we can't go to Vegas. Who's going to get those niggas? They're already going to get got, basically. Corrupt tells the story and says, once he tells everybody they can't go to the fight and can't go to Vegas, turns around, Nate Dogg says, I'm going to go to Vegas. Then because I'm going to Vegas, I don't got to be around basically me and Pac. He said, as long as I ain't around them, I don't have to worry about getting shot or getting a stray bullet. That lets you know, premeditated plan. Warren G says, when the fight was going on, he was watching at his house. Snoop came over to watch the fight. Snoop had a walkie-talkie. These walkie-talkies, he only got this walkie-talkie that I bought for security and the principal that security doing security with. And they worked on all the West Coast. So if you're an artist and you're going to the mall or you're going somewhere, they have a walkie-talkie, security have a walkie-talkie. If you're not going to an event with any of the security details, you don't have a walkie-talkie. Because I didn't buy that many because I wanted to be exclusive. They hand them out who was needed. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so Snoop comes in, according to Warren G, and he got this big walkie-talkie. They start hearing the gunshots. When we getting shot, Snoop listening to it in real time. Pow, 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 all over the radio. That's when he tell him, hey, I got to go. They just killed Tupac and shot Suge. How would you know? Nobody sat there on the radio. You just heard the shots. Now, Reggie Wright Jr. and Michael Moore in the car. They get on the radio, and they say, hey, got him. Another guy gets on the radio. They say they think he's a white guy or a lawyer. And they say, hey, don't talk on the walkie-talkies on the radio. Don't talk on the air. Right? So to move things forward, maybe, I don't know if it was 6 months or longer, however it was, since I've been in this prison right here. Somebody played that for me with Michael Moore said. So when I know that attorney David Kenner always says, you can be on your cell phone and people be talking to me like, hey, don't talk on your cell phone. Somebody listening. They recorded and you can't do that. They're listening to you. So I know that's his saying. So jokingly, I told David, I said, hey, was that you on the walkie-talkie? Because that's your line. Don't talk on the phone. Now you use one saying don't talk on the walkie-talkie. So that's being said, David Kenner goes and says, Suge, I never had a walkie-talkie. I would never have a walkie-talkie. Would I need one for it? Never. So I'm saying, wow, he's so bent out of shape, but I was joking about it, right? I said, you never had a walkie-talkie? He said, that's not me talking on a walkie-talkie. I never said he was talking on a walkie-talkie. So that raised red flags. Didn't think nothing much about it. So Kenner had sent some of my boxes and files to another attorney. And another attorney got them, right? At the time, he wanted the boxes back. That didn't make sense. So when we discovered a walkie-talkie in the boxes, you know, nobody puts something in the box that they're going through the exact same way. So the walkie-talkie, my guess, probably was in one box. And when they looked at everything and reading through everything, and they was asking me about this walkie-talkie, they put it in another box. Kenner, a guy named Steve that works for Kenner, went and grabbed the boxes from another lawyer who has it. Went and stole the wrong boxes that the walkie-talkie was in, but we still got the walkie-talkie. I said, send me a picture of it. So on my tablet, they could send photos, so they sent me a photo of the walkie-talkie. It blew me away. One part of me, it made my blood boil. Another part of me, I just seen Tupac face flash all in my mind. I see these motherfuckers involved with assassination. So I tell Kenner about it. I said, David Kenner, you said you didn't have a walkie-talkie. Now you had one. So after that, our relationship after 30-some years went cold. He went and told the judges. He started trying to pull off my case. He tried to sabotage my case. He did, and everything I'm telling you about is the proof.
So ultimately, Suge, look, it's fascinating stuff because I remember this all happening in real time. So it's fascinating just to hear you talk it all through in this way. It's like a sort of murder mystery episode. But ultimately, I've got two questions. Do you believe Diddy had anything to do with it? Because it sounds to me like you're more convinced that Snoop Dogg had more to do with it. Was Diddy involved at all, do you think? And if it wasn't him, then who do you think ultimately ordered that hit?
This is the thing. This is what I do know. I know Keefe D, who I've been knowing just a little Pop Warner football. Keefe D says that Puffy and them approached them and gave them money. Keefe D says if he go to prison for, this is his words. Keefe D said if he go to prison for the Tupac murder, Reggie White Jr. gonna go to prison for Biggie's murder. So all these things going back and forth. You know, who knows what? Absolutely what? What we do know, money was paid out. What we do know, according to these guys, to the police, not the police actually doing the investigation, the cricket cops. You got to remember.
Did you ever ask Diddy directly if he'd been involved?
Well, that question would be no. Since all this happened, I never had a situation to have a conversation with Puffy. Majority of the time, Puffy see me, he going out the back door or going down the street somewhere. Only time that I ever had a conversation with Puffy, and it wasn't even a real conversation, I was at the Roosevelt Hotel having dinner. Somebody came over to my table and said, Prince wants you to come watch his show right now. I said, Prince performing? I said, yeah. And Prince a real gangster. Prince, he liked the bullshit. So I go in and they set me at a table with Puffy, Nas, a few other people. Prince playing his guitar and he walked to the table and looks at me, looked at Puffy and started laughing. You can tell he planned the whole thing. Next thing I know, I lean over and tell Puffy a few words. And before I can finish my sentence, Puffy gets up, his people gets up, and they cover him with coats and run him out the hotel.
And what were the words you said to him before he ran?
You got a lot of explaining to do. Red well, I ain't gonna curse on your show. I said, you got a lot of explaining to convince me that you didn't have nothing to do what they said you did. So that's that. But you got to remember one thing. I'm not here to bring a person down in hip hop. The culture of hip hop is so important. And it was so powerful. It could have been done so great. But I still stand behind what I stand behind. I mean, these.
Look, I'm going to come to Diddy's case, which I know you have a view about, where you think he should walk, and many people I interviewed Ray J who said the same thing. But obviously you've just revealed a very fascinating moment where you confront P. Diddy in a club when he's known as Puffy at the time, and you basically tell him he's got a lot of explaining to do about the murder of Tupac and the attempted murder of you. I mean, that's a dramatic encounter.
Yeah, you know, it's a big world, but it's a small circle. You know, Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer. And Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. they probably allegedly gave him $10 million to, you know, to an album. They never put one song of two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. You know, it's just, to me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from the higher up.
Did I, just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
But ultimately, Suge, do you believe that Diddy and or Snoop Dogg were directly involved in that shooting?
I believe that I'm putting it to you like this. When you take Death Row, you take Bad Boy. Puffy and I was friends. When Puffy would come to LA, I could pick him up from the airport a lot of times, we'd hang out. If I do an event in New York, Puffy then came to my event and DJ the whole night for free. So you can't say we wasn't friends. But later on, right, people from Death Row and people from Bad Boy, regardless of their securities or not, they remain friends. And I didn't tell my people, you shouldn't. I'm quite sure Puffy didn't tell his people they shouldn't. I don't think. I'm not in his head. But I do know this. We was going to an event, the Soul Train Awards. When we was going to the Soul Train Awards, me and Pac was in one car. We had a bus and a whole bunch of more cars. It probably was 100 deep. But everybody had tickets. Reggie Wright Jr., who's head of security for us, called Bad Boy people and the police who's doing security for the Soul Train Awards and said, hey, only let Suge Knight and Tupac in because they got almost 100 guys with them. You don't want no problems. So eventually, our guys had to bust past the police. He wanted me and Tupac to go in there and fight all those guys by ourselves. They even pulled guns, right? But our guys came in, and that's what happened, right? When you look at that situation, and you look at it's a guy named Gene who does security for Puffy. I know what the recordings say, what people say, and what the proof is. What Reggie Wright Jr. says. By the way, I always say this because he liked me to call him Pork Butt because he happy about that because that's the name Pac gave him. What Pork Butt says is that Bad Boy guys called Reggie Wright Jr. to hire him to do security for Biggie and Puffy and them. I don't know what time it was. I was in county jail that Biggie got shot and later died. And I was trying to figure out how is it, why would they call Reggie Wright Jr. when he worked for us? And more importantly, why is Gene and Reggie Wright Jr., according to Reggie Wright Jr. own words, that they still friends? I know that Reggie Wright Sr. is higher up in the sheriff. I mean, he might have been a lieutenant.
Has anybody, Suge, has anybody told you that Diddy was involved?
I'm not even throwing nobody in the bus, but you know.
No, I'm not asking you to name them. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying. I'm not asking you for a name.
This is the thing. They said that. KPD said that. It's a check says that. But at the same time, like I said before, just what you got to really understand. They took Reggie Wright Sr. who's over the gang, you know, Compton better than anyone, off the case basically, because they said his son was involved in assassination of Tupac and me and get shot. And Frank Alexander, in tears, told me that these people was all involved. And that's why he did not perform the way he wanted supposed to perform. And if you really look at the other situation, he got interviewed by the grand jury, Frank Alexander, and he lied to him at first. He said everything started over a chain, which is a lie. He says when we walk into the MGM, Orlando Anderson tried to snatch Tupac chain. So the next second day he go to get interviewed, he said, I got to clear up something I lied the other day. He said, why'd you lie? He said, Reggie Wright Jr. told me to say that they tried to snatch Tupac's chain, which was a lie. My thing is,
do you think, Suge,
you can tell that these police, the messed up area investigation there is to mess up purposely.
No, I hear you. I mean, do you think we're ever going to know for sure who was behind that assassination of Tupac and attempted assassination of you?
I'm quite sure we will find out, because this is a few people who finally trying to get it right and tell that real story. And they've been going through a lot of times with that story, because you had guys like Snoop and Reggie Wright Jr. and all these people calling these people, trying to basically threaten them. It's an audio of Snoop Dogg basically admitting why Tupac's dead. He's admitting why he died. And my thing was, how would you know all this if you wasn't involved? And I could have been an asshole and released that audio. Releasing that audio would have put Snoop in prison for the rest of his life. That's how powerful it is.
What's happened to that audio?
So, what'd you say?
What has happened to that audio?
Oh, it's still there. But he's admitting the truth. And it's real sad, the fact that even though Snoop didn't buy Death Row, he never purchased Death Row, he just registered the name to try to use the name of Death Row. And he can't show you paperwork, he can't show you the proof. But what he could show you the proof of, it's crazy about him, because one day he's talking about doing a gospel album and praise the Lord with a robe. The next day, he's trying to do songs regardless if he's talking about me and other people. I don't know which one he's ever going to get. It's two sides to the devil. One day he wearing fingernail polish on his hands and switching. The next day, he a Crip mascot. But what I do know is that it's real sad that Universal and Interscope will let this guy run around and speak on Death Row or Tupac or anything to help him promote stuff when they know his involvement with the assassination of Tupac. His own words put him in the cell. So It's so sad that when something comes out, these guys turn around and try to flood the media with different stuff, with different narratives. Reggie Wright Jr.
Let me ask you,
and his family,
let me ask you,
say cops.
I hear you. Let me ask you directly now just about the Diddy trial, because you've said that you believe he should definitely walk, which is pretty extraordinary given what you've just been telling me about, Diddy's possible involvement in trying to kill you. But why do you think he should walk from this case?
Well, number one is this. To say he's part of a racketeering and make a case, they would have to put other executives in custody also, which they would never do. It's a guy named Jimmy Iovine. I consider him family. Been knowing him forever. Jimmy Iovine used to be a second engineer, and then he started working for Interscope, and I made that company. I built that company, me personally. And Puffy beat up a girl named Capricorn. Beat the shit out of her. Jimmy Iovine one of Puffy guys, and Puffy approached Capricorn. And Jimmy told Capricorn, you're going to take this money and you're going to shut your mouth and leave it alone. And I'm going to give you $1 million. Puffy didn't give Capricorn $1 million. Jimmy Iovine gave Capricorn a check from Interscope. And Universal should be ashamed of their fucking self that this big old publicly traded company will allow Interscope to give this girl $1 million check.
And this woman should,
not a singer,
just to
not
be
a
clear,
producer.
just to be clear, Capricorn Clark, she's actually been giving evidence in the case. She was your former assistant, and she
No, she wasn't my assistant, but she did hang around Death Row. She was Puffy's assistant after she hung around Death Row. But what I'm trying to say is,
she worked for Death Row.
Jimmy gave her that $1 million check. She got mad because she thought that's a settlement check, and the settlement check, you don't have to take taxes out of it. So when they told her she had to pay taxes on it, she get pissed. But I feel bad for Capricorn, not because she's just lying, but I feel bad for Capricorn on a simple fact. She went through a lot. But the other part about all this, if you're not going to say nothing to Jimmy and Interscope for doing something illegal, why would you just put Puffy in prison? The other thing is that, do Puffy do weird stuff? If Puffy got on the stand and told the truth, I know he'll walk. If he got on the stand and say, look, I'm gay and straight. I mess with guys. I mess with women. I do it all. Puffy not guilty for the things he did to these people. He's guilty for being a cold, freaky man that want freaky things done to him. But in the Cassie situation, they could not say he was having sex with the man also, because that'll make him like it's an orgy. It won't be like sex trafficking. It won't be like forcing stuff to do. But at the end of the day, there's no way Puffy should go to prison for the rest of his life. He should have, I think that, go ahead.
I was going to say, Suge, you talked about Capricorn Clark, that he beat her very badly. He beat Cassie Ventura very badly. He was clearly very violent towards women. That's not a nice man, somebody who does that, clearly. But what you're saying is you don't...
My point is this. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's like this. I'm not saying Puffy not guilty on majority stuff. He should go to, and he done, right? Because even if he went to prison, it'd probably be a better thing. He'd probably be more happy in prison than the streets. Because at least in prison, he can get all the baby all he wants. He can have all the men he wants, anyway, anyhow, and all day and all night. But what I'm trying to say is that some of the things, the charges is not true. But I know they're not going to let Puffy go to prison. You know Puffy not going to go to prison. They been knew that Puffy was beating these women. They been knew what Puffy was doing with these men. They been knew. I told people before that in Hollywood, and by the way, they never tried it with me. In Hollywood, we go out there with Andre Young, we go out there with Puffy, we go out with any of these people that used to be in that building. They go talk to Jimmy and all these other guys. Russell Simmons, Andre Arell, they had the thing where they take a hard-boiled egg. And it sounds nasty, but if the egg can go in these guys' rectum and it don't bust, they think they're doing a great job. And if you look at the pictures, you'll see Puffy and another actor. The guy was married to Katy Perry. After I said this, people start finding pictures of these guys holding up the hard-boiled egg. Only thing I'm saying is, the bottom line is this. That because Suge Knight don't wear a shiny suit and dance in the videos, I'm in prison illegally. I'm kidnapped. If it was anyone else, they'll give me a warrant and I'll be free. But since that is the other way around, they can get Puffy telling people they want to kill me. They can say they come in with guns to kill me. They can say they come in and do this. They can have people who shot me in One Oak do songs about shooting me. If you look at those people, who is those people in bed with? That's the question. It comes back to Puffy. If the FBI can tell me that they're trying to kill me, if the authorities can say they're trying to kill me, and I've been shot different occasions, and the very first time that they try to kill me and I get away and somebody happens to die and I get to go to prison, when you really look at it, Puffy didn't have sex with too many higher up people in the industry. Now, I'm not talking about women. You get convicted. That's what I believe.
You're talking about senior male record company executives.
Exactly.
Extraordinary. Let me just finish, Suge, by asking you this. You were there when one of the all-time most famous music icons was killed. You were sitting next to him. What was the last thing that Tupac said to you?
Well, the crazy thing about it, nobody followed us, nobody came, nobody come to help. And as we sitting there, I looking at him, he looking at me. I said, man, look, we ain't gonna go straight ahead this way to the hospital. I'm gonna do a U-turn and we're gonna go to the hospital off of Las Vegas Boulevard. He said, why? I said, because it's more lights and more people. And he said, well, let me drive. I said, I'm driving. He said, man, you bleeding all through your head. You can't see, I can see. And we was listening to oldies at first, but on the way towards the strip, he put in a song that says he did it about me. And I said, I did, you know, that's me talking about you. The song was You Ain't Never Had a Friend Like Me. I take your collect calls, you get shot at the last Hennessy. And as we riding down Las Vegas Boulevard, the police ran us off the divider and fucked the tires up and pulled guns on us and was talking about killing us. So I always think about that. For a long time, I wasn't able to listen to Tupac's music because it put me in a place of anger, rage. And my mother, who passed away when I was in county jail, always told me God loves me. And I know I'm not perfect. And I take accountability of everything I do. And I listened to my mother to try to make myself better, to improve myself. And I'm going to say this, and it's very important I say this because it's true. Some people can't be helped. There's a guy named Reggie Wright Jr., and I say this guy's name a lot because he keeps lying all over the internet about Tupac, and he know what he did. So when I knew that he was trying to kill himself because he can't walk and he got to wear steamy shoes to make himself better, he got a great mother. I even know his father. So when everybody was laughing and said he wanted to commit suicide, I called him to give him some encouragement. He goes and take that to be negative and try to bring down everyone, mainly because he hates Tupac. If anybody had a lot of involvement of the Tupac situation, I know Perk Bud had his hands in it. I know the fact that people can get a show and call it Bomb First behind Tupac's saying in his songs. And every person they bring on that show talks bad about Tupac. Talking about he was raped, he was a punk, he was scary, he was stupid. All these things are definitely not true. This person involvement of assassination of Tupac Shakur. I do know one thing. crooked cops destroyed hip hop. When I talked to Tupac and I said, look, man, you and Biggie need to do an album together on Death Row, of course. We can make it 4 CDs in one package. Reason why I said that, I was in the hotel room, me and Tupac. All the bitches was, in the bedroom, in the living room, the penthouse talking. And he was on the phone with Biggie. When they having their conversation, I didn't see enemies. I seen that Tupac was hurt because he loved Biggie. And I knew Biggie loved Tupac. The reason we bothered Tupac so much about Biggie because he felt Biggie set him up when he got shot in the studio in New York. And that's all he wanted to say. But Biggie, I used to beg a bitch to let you sleep on the couch. Biggie, I always held you down. You my brother. At least you was my brother. And then now he put the Biggie on speaker. And you can see Biggie telling Pac, I would have never set you up and, get shot. That wasn't me. And then to the point where, to one point, he sort of threw Puffy in the bus. And the reason why I say sort of, because he said, Pac, you my man. He said, that's more like Puff. Well, he said, I ain't gonna say all that. Basically, I wouldn't have did that to you. And I could see, first of all, I got a bullet still today, a 45 bullet an inch to my skull. You can look at my medical records and see the x-rays and see it's in my skull. They didn't remove it because they said if it would have went another inch, either I'd have been investable or dead. Now, as far as what they say Puffy did and didn't do, just the facts. The facts of the matter is this. It's a guy named Reggie Wright Jr., who was over security. He didn't work directly for Death Row, but he had a security company called Right Way Security, who did security for Death Row with off-duty police officers or guys with a CCW. Everybody knows when we go to a fight in Vegas, we're going to be at the Tyson fight, or we're going to be at my club they call Club 662. You can go to that club and you'll see Mary J. Blige perform, Jodeci performs, Tupac performs, Snoop and the Dogg Pound, Andre. I mean, unbelievable talent in one place. That night was going to be Run DMC East Coast night. Reggie Wright Jr. told the security they can't carry firearms. The sad thing about that, Pac hated Reggie Wright Jr., so he had fired him before any of that. I don't know the right date, but I'm quite sure it was. It's paperwork that shows it. But the crazy thing about that, it was a bodyguard named Frank Alexander. Pac hated Frank. He was cool at first, but towards the end, he hated Frank because Frank always wanted to get into pictures with Tupac. And Tupac was very militant, so he was like, man, I don't want a bodyguard taking pictures with me. How is he watching my back if he getting himself in the pictures? So I hired a guy named Michael Moore and told him to bring another off-duty police officer because they kept their gun and they was real aggressive by protecting Tupac. So on the way to the fight, Reggie Wright Jr. tell Michael Moore he can't carry his weapon when he's doing bodyguard work for Tupac. Michael Moore said, well, I'm going back to the hotel. If I can't carry my gun, I can't protect myself or Tupac, so I'm not going. So Reggie Wright Jr., who nicknamed that Pac gave him Pork Butt, so Pork Butt goes and says, Frank, you can go, but you can't bring your gun. Now, everyone knows you can't be a bodyguard without a gun. So after the fight, we come from the fight. Tupac got into it with another guy. It was a big fight. After that fight, after we stopped to a few places, we go to my house. I told Frank, I told all the security, I told everyone, Pac just beat up a well-known gang member. Send 4 or 5 guys extra to the house to escort Tupac to the club. Reggie Wright Jr. refused to send the security guys, refused to show up. That wasn't a coincidence. It was a murder for hire hit. It was blocked in. It was more than one shooter. Only person know the truth, the real truth, is me and Tupac. He's not there to tell it. Only person knows is myself. But Reggie Wright Jr. tried to change the whole story of the narrative, what actually happened, and he was not there. During that situation, Snoop, who everyone knew at the time, wanted Tupac dead. Snoop had a meeting with Daz, Corrupt, Nate Dogg, the Dog Pound. Said, we're not going to Vegas. This is their words, not mine. We're not going to Vegas because basically something's going to happen. Somebody's going to get killed, right? So Corrupt tells the story. Daz tells the story. Warren G tells the story. Now, what Dad says, when Snoop said that after, damn, we can't go to Vegas, who's going to get those niggas? They already going to get got, basically. Corrupt tells the story and says, once he tells everybody they can't go to the fight and can't go to Vegas, turns around, Nate Dogg says, I'm going to go to Vegas. Then because I'm going to Vegas, I don't got to be around basically me and Pac. He said, as long as I ain't around them, I don't have to worry about getting shot or getting a stray bullet. That lets you know, premeditated plan. Warren G says, when the fight was going on, he was watching at his house. Snoop came over to watch the fight. Snoop had a walkie-talkie. These walkie-talkies, he only got this walkie-talkie that I bought for security and the principal that security doing security with. And they worked on all the West Coast. So if you're an artist and you going to the mall or you going somewhere, they have a walkie-talkie, security have a walkie-talkie. If you're not going to an event with any of the security details, you don't have a walkie-talkie. Because I didn't buy that many because I wanted to be exclusive to hand them out who was needed. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so Snoop comes in, according to Warren G, and he got this big walkie-talkie. They start hearing the gunshots. When we getting shot, Snoop listening to it in real time. Pow, 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 all over the radio. That's when he tell him, hey, I got to go. They just killed Tupac and shot Suge. How would you know? Nobody said that on the radio. You just heard the shots. Now, Reggie Wright Jr. and Michael Moore in the car. They get on the radio, and they say, hey, got him. Another guy hits on the radio. They say they think he's a white guy or a lawyer. And they say, hey, don't talk on the walkie-talkies on the radio. Don't talk on the air. Right? So to move things forward, maybe, I don't know if it was 6 months or longer, however it was, since I've been in this prison right here. Somebody played that for me with Michael Moore said. So when I know that attorney David Kenner always says, you could be on your cell phone and people be talking to me like, hey, don't talk on your cell phone. Somebody listening. They recorded it and you can't do that. They're listening to you. So I know that's his saying. So jokingly, I told David, I said, hey, was that you on the walkie-talkie? Because that's your line. Don't talk on the phone. Now you're the one saying don't talk on the walkie-talkie. So that being said, David Kenneth goes and says, Suge, I never had a walkie-talkie. I would never have a walkie-talkie. Would I need one for it? Never. So I'm saying, wow, he's so bent out of shape, but I was joking about it, right? I said, you never had a walkie-talkie? He said, that's not me talking on the walkie-talkie. I never said he was talking on the walkie-talkie. So that raised red flags. Didn't think nothing much about it. So Kenner had sent some of my boxes and files to another attorney. And another attorney got them, right? At the time, he wanted the boxes back. That didn't make sense. So when we discovered a walkie-talkie in the boxes, you know, nobody puts something in the box that they're going through the exact same way. So the walkie-talkie, my guess, probably was in one box. And when they looked at everything and reading through everything, and they was asking me about this walkie-talkie, they had put it in another box. Kenner, a guy named Steve that works for Kenner, went and grabbed the boxes from another lawyer he has it. Went and stole the wrong boxes that the walkie-talkie was in, but we still got the walkie-talkie. I said, send me a picture of it. So on my tablet, they can send photos, so they sent me a photo of the walkie-talkie. It blew me away. One part of me, it made my blood boil. Another part of me, I just seen Tupac's face flash all in my mind. I said, these motherfuckers involved with the assassination. So I tell Kenner about it. I said, David Kenner, you said you didn't have a walkie-talkie. Now you had one. So after that, our relationship after 30-some years went cold. He went and told the judges. He started trying to pull off my case. He tried to sabotage my case. He did, and everything I'm telling you about is the proof.
So ultimately, Suge, look, it's fascinating stuff because I remember this all happening in real time. So it's fascinating just to hear you talk it all through in this way. It's like a sort of murder mystery episode. But ultimately, I've got two questions. Do you believe Diddy had anything to do with it? Because it sounds to me like you're more convinced that Snoop Dogg had more to do with it. Was Diddy involved at all, do you think? And if it wasn't him, then who do you think ultimately ordered that hit?
This is the thing. This is what I do know. I know Keefe D, who I've been knowing since little Pop Warner football. Keefe D says that Puffy and them approached him and gave them money. Keefe D says if he go to prison for, this is his words. Keefe D said if he go to prison for the Tupac murder, Reggie Wright Jr. gonna go to prison for Biggie's murder. So all these things going back and forth. You know, who knows what? Absolutely what? What we do know, money was paid out. What we do know, according to these guys, to the police, not the police are actually doing the investigation, the cricket cops. You got to remember.
Did you ever ask Diddy directly if he'd been involved?
Well, that question would be no. Since all this happened, I never had a situation to have a conversation with Puffy. Majority of the time, Puffy see me, he going out the back door or going down the street somewhere. Only time that I ever had a conversation with Puffy, and it wasn't even a real conversation, I was at the Roosevelt Hotel having dinner. Somebody came over to my table and said, Prince wants you to come watch his show right now. I said, Prince performing? I said, yeah. And Prince a real gangster. Prince, he liked the bullshit. So I go in and they set me at a table with Puffy, Nas, a few other people. Prince playing his guitar and he walked to the table and looks at me, looked at Puffy and started laughing. You can tell he playing the whole thing. Next thing I know, I lean over and tell Puffy a few words. And before I can finish my sentence, Puffy gets up, his people gets up, and they cover him with coats and run him out the hotel.
And what were the words you said to him before he ran?
You got a lot of explaining to do. Rat well, I ain't gonna cuss on your show. I said, you got a lot of explaining to convince me that you didn't have nothing to do what they said you did. So that's that. But you got to remember one thing. I'm not here to bring a person down in hip hop. The culture of hip hop is so important, and it was so powerful. It could have been done so great. But I still stand behind what I stand behind. I mean, these.
No, but look, I'm going to come to Diddy's case, which I know you have a view about, where you think he should walk, and many people I interviewed Ray J who said the same thing. But obviously you've just revealed a very fascinating moment where you confront P. Diddy in a club when he's known as Puffy at the time, and you basically tell him he's got a lot of explaining to do about the murder of Tupac and the attempted murder of you. I mean, that's a dramatic encounter.
Yeah, and it's a big world, but it's a small circle. Ray J and Puffy was closer and closer. And Ray J tells a lot of stuff, and it's not up to me to tell the story because that's Ray J's story. But Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. Puffy allegedly gave him $10 million to an album. They never put one song of two brothers loving each other, whatever it's supposed to be. It's just, to me, we have so much. If you look at all the bad things in hip hop, when it's all said and done, it comes from
just to be clear, what I think you just said, Suge, you just said that Diddy and Reggie were lovers. Is that what you said? Ray J.
I said Ray J and Puffy was lovers.
Really?
Yeah.
Was that well known?
Of course.
But ultimately, Suge, do you believe that Diddy and or Snoop Dogg were directly involved in that shooting?
I believe that I'm putting it to you like this. When you take Death Row, you take Bad Boy. Puffy and I was friends. When Puffy would come to LA, I could pick him up from the airport a lot of times. We'd hang out. If I do an event in New York, Puffy then came to my event and DJ the whole night for free. So you can't say we wasn't friends. But later on, right, people from Death Row and people from Bad Boy, regardless if they securities or not, they remain friends. And I didn't tell my people, you shouldn't. I'm quite sure Puffy didn't tell his people they shouldn't. I don't think. I'm not in his head. But I do know this. We was going to an event, the Soul Train Awards. When we was going to the Soul Train Awards, me and Pac was in one car. We had a bus and a whole bunch of more cars. It probably was 100 deep. But everybody had tickets. Reggie Wright Jr., who's head of security for us, called Bad Boy people and the police who's doing security for the Soul Train Awards and said, hey, only let Suge Knight and Tupac in because they got almost 100 guys with them. You don't want no problems. So eventually, our guys had to bust past the police. He wanted me and Tupac to go in there and fight all those guys by ourselves. They even pulled guns, right? But our guys came in, and that's what happened, right? When you look at that situation, and you look at it's a guy named Gene who does security for Puffy. I know what the recordings say, what people say, and what the proof is. What Reggie Wright Jr. says. By the way, I always say this because he liked me to call him Pork Butt because he happy about that because that's the name Pac gave him. What Pork Butt says is that Bad Boy guys called Reggie Wright Jr. to hire him to do security for Biggie and Puffy and them. I don't know what time it was. I was in county jail. That Biggie got shot and later died. And I was trying to figure out why would they call Reggie Wright Jr. when he worked for us? And more importantly, why is Gene and Reggie Wright Jr., according to Reggie Wright Jr. own words, that they still friends? I know that Reggie Wright Sr. is higher up in the sheriff. I mean, he might have been a lieutenant.
Has anybody told you that Diddy was involved?
I'm not even throwing nobody in the bus, but you know.
No, I'm not asking you to name them. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying. I'm not asking you for a name.
This is the thing. They said that. KPD said that. It's a check says that. But at the same time, like I said before, this is what you got to really understand. They took Reggie Wright Sr., who's over the gang, you know, Compton better than anyone, off the case basically, because they said his son was involved in assassination of Tupac and me and get shot. And Frank Alexander, in tears, told me that these people was all involved. And that's why he did not perform the way he wanted supposed to perform. And if you really look at the other situation, he got interviewed by the grand jury, Frank Alexander, and he lied to him at first. He said everything started over a chain, which is a lie. He says when we walk into the MGM, Orlando Anderson tried to snatch Tupac chain. So the second day he go to get interviewed, he said, I got to clear up something. I lied the other day. He said, why'd you lie? He said, Reggie Wright Jr. told me to say that they tried to snatch Tupac's chain, which was a lie. My thing is,
do you think Suge,
you can tell that these police, the messed up area investigation there is to mess up purposely.
No, I hear you. I mean, do you think we're ever going to know for sure who was behind that assassination of Tupac and attempted assassination of you?
I'm quite sure we will find out, because this is a few people who finally trying to get it right and tell that real story. And they've been going through a lot of times with that story, because you had guys like Snoop and Reggie